negative ions, like how we
Okay.
feel a certain type of way, like if you're standing by a waterfall or standing by the
Yeah, like
ocean.
you're at a nice fountain that's kind of making a mist. You get all these
Hmm.
negative ions. It's refreshing.
Yeah, any kind of moving water is going to give off negative ions. Like they have the Himalayan sea salt lamps; those give off negative ions. Moving bodies of water give off negative ions, and you can also like energize or electrify, however you want to activate, whatever word you want to use, by like shaking your water up or spinning it. Like I got this little plastic piece that you can put like two bottles of water on each end, and it creates a tornado in the middle. And so you can create this tornado vortex and do that a couple times to kind of activate your water. I also have a
A
solid
tornado
copper.
vortex. You don't got a video of that, do you? Wouldn't mind seeing
No,
that.
I actually been like I heard about it a long time ago, and I've actually been trying to find a video that talked about that, and I'm having trouble like trying to search it in YouTube and find
Huh.
something like so that when I say that I have something to back it up. But unfortunately,
Yeah.
I haven't been able to
Oh, there's
find
been
that.
so many
I
videos
remember
that
making that back in school.
All
there's
right.
so many videos that that were good back in the day, and I remembered them, and I always referred to them after I learned from them. And then a few years go by, and you can't find it anywhere. It's been scrubbed from the
Hmm.
internet.
I also drink all my water out of a solid copper cup. Like copper's
Oh,
known.
you're really hardcore, aren't you?
That's a pretty good
Yeah.
idea. You know what? I do salt in my water. I'm trying to do distilled water, but I still put about in 5 gallons. I put about 2 teaspoons.
Hmm.
I always
Are
heard
you
about
guys
using silver
married, or
also.
Hmm?
Yep. Yep.
It
Silver
has
guys
too.
silver.
married?
It has silver in it.
Yeah,
Gold,
like
silver, copper.
that was like the reason why everyone used silver back in the day was
Hmm.
like
So this,
germs
yeah, the sea
basically kill
salt.
the bacteria.
The sea salt has like I think 170 some odd, pretty close to that, different elements.
Yeah, and in regards to our
Yeah.
body being electrical, bodies, we drink water that has, we want electrolytes, right? Are good for the body. So there's the electro and the alkaline, all these like electric words that are used to
Hmm.
describe things, vibration, magnetism, magnets and stuff. Like, I wear a lot of copper, silver, brass,
Got those copper bracelets.
Yep, yep. I got.
I mean, when you buy those, like, do you actually ever feel any difference from it, or is it just so subtle you wouldn't even notice?
Unfortunately, not. I do not notice a difference, but I still
They're kind of cool.
placebo effect myself into thinking that it's doing
Yeah,
something.
maybe that's what it is. They just sell it like, oh, this is gonna make you feel better, and it's right there, printed on the package and everything, and you buy it all trusting, and that could just go into a placebo effect. Like,
Yeah, I think it has some logical consistency to it due to the fact of it being copper magnets and how that's
yeah, there's got to be some
used.
science behind them ads, their claims.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, like I got copper rings that I made at sterling silver, and
You have copper piping in your house?
yeah, that's another thing. They use all
And
all water pipes made out of copper.
so here's a few of the rocks. This is like basically it. I have some shells too, but one second. I'm going to show you this. Also, this wooden Buddha I found out in the woods.
That's
Oh,
cool.
oh
Hold on a
wow.
second. Yeah, let me.
It's a sign from God. He wants you to be a Buddhist.
No, well, listen, I got to tell you the story because I met this guy who had been in Vietnam in the jungles before. And he said they were traveling in Cambodia or Laos or one of these places, and they found themselves in the jungle floor traveling through this Buddhist temple. And one of them picked up a stone Buddha, and they said as soon as they left, they got a shit storm of fire on them immediately from all directions until they went back. They went straight back and dropped it, and then had to go
Yeah,
the
they
other.
were supposed to take that little idol.
They had to go the other way. So when I brought this home with me, I was very careful. But so
Um,
far, so good, and it's a
That's
happy
how the
Buddha.
movie The Exorcist started out.
It's a happy
There's
Buddha, though. Look,
Asian dig, they pull out some little weird idol that looks all demonic. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah.
That sounds like some Indiana Jones shit, right?
Yeah,
Tampered
yeah.
with.
Here we go. Did you see? Oh, not yet. Here, let me put. Okay, here we go. A couple pictures and.
Yeah, there you go. Happy Buddha.
So I don't know. Like I happen to be kicking around in this little place where I go to all the time out in the woods, and I move the leaves away because I make this little area like open, and so it doesn't have any things, and then I go sit there, so I want to make sure there's not any thorns there where I'm sitting down, so I brush the stuff away, and I was moving the stuff away off to the side, like on the perimeter of this little square area I sit at. And this little Buddha, I look down and go, what is that? Because I'm always looking for rocks and shit. And when I see something that looks shiny like that, I go, like, what is that? So I go, that doesn't look like a rock. It looks brown and shiny. And I'm like,
Are his hands broken?
no. Oh, God. This neighbor keeps bugging me. Shit. What am I going to do?
I actually have an interesting story about one of my sterling silver bracelets. If you guys can humor me long enough to tell it.
Yes. Today's the day you tell that story.
Okay. I was also trying to share some video, but apparently you need special permissions to share your video. That I was going to show some Buddhas in my house, but okay. So as far as the bracelet goes, okay. So one of my silver sterling silver bracelets I got at one of my old apartments. Okay. I got up one morning or one day and walked into my daughter's bedroom, and sitting on the corner of her mattress was this very tarnished C shape, like it's a silver bracelet, but it doesn't connect all the way around, and it was very tarnished, and it was like black almost, and it was sitting on the corner of my daughter's bed. Okay, so nobody had been over to my house. I hadn't had any company. It wasn't mine. It didn't come from me. So, long story short, this bracelet that I wear every day of my life appeared in my apartment on the corner of my daughter's bed. Well, we can say magically. I'll say that because I can't explain how it got there, because nobody had come over. It wasn't like it was like on the floor of her like closet and that had been there. I just never noticed it or from
Right
a previous
bed,
tenant or anything. It was on the bed, on the corner of her mattress. Didn't come from my daughter, because at the time my daughter was like 2 years old or 3 years
She
old or
didn't have
something.
any friends over,
Yeah, so she didn't have any friends over. It didn't come from her. I had no friends over. Hadn't had any company. But one day I walk in there and it's sitting on the corner of my bed. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I polish it up. It's got the 925 stamp on, polished it all up, looking good, solid sterling silver. And yeah, I have no idea where this bracelet came from. It just appeared in my apartment.
And now you just wear it every single day.
Yeah.
Become a part of your life.
Yeah, it was meant for me. So yeah, I wear it every day, and I don't know where it came from.
It's like you got to think, who came into your home with that thing, set it on the bed, and left? How does that work?
Right. Yeah, it's like, who does that? Yeah. So anyways, that's my little bracelet story about things.
All right, thanks for sharing.
It appeared in my house.
There are some broken pieces on this, so it could be that one part of the hand might be, but I can't really tell.
It's like he's got one hand bent in a weird way and the other was straight.
But if you look at that hand that you see on the left side, when you look at it, it's chipped away, so it looks like it's a flat hand with the thumb.
Whoa.
It's an awkward position.
No, I see.
Like with the thumb going in. See, when you look at the inside of the hand, it looks like it's just here. You want to see a better picture?
Oh, I have a lot of Buddhas where the hands don't make sense. I don't know if the manufacturer made it wrong or whatever, but like their thumbs, like they're in the same position, but the hands are wrong. Like the thumbs are on the wrong side or something.
So think about this. What I think about is that How long was this thing sitting there? For all I know, when those trees were planted 40 years ago, 30, 40 years ago, someone was sitting at that same side of this creek bed and dropped their
never know.
Buddha. Who knows how long? How old
First
that
of all, who carries something like that around with you? to lose
Exactly.
it?
That's what I'm thinking. Who does? Why does this thing all of a sudden appear with a smiley face? And this is my happy area I go to. This is
Looks
my
like he's happy that he's got a new home now.
Well, it was somebody probably doing like a little ritual or having a little meditate. It was probably their happy place too, and they had a
I
bunch of
guess.
little things they
I
set
think
out
so.
maybe, and they forgot one. They had to leave
Yeah.
quick or something.
I think you're right.
Their life was cursed after that. They
For
left
some reason, for some reason, this place seems to be a place where people are walking on the trail and see the shady place and sit. Now there are some homeless people that encamp there. When they're there, even though I consider it my home, it's theirs too. Nobody owns it, so it's a timeshare plan. So they come in there. If the homeless people go in there, I go in later. If they made a mess, I clean it all up. So it looks perfect the next time. They don't even, like, you won't even know there's a trace of anyone there, even though they burned a bunch of shit, books, like leaving nylons around, one shoe, like one glove, like
Oh, they'll
book
build
lighters,
up some garbage
like
quick.
all the garbage. What the fuck? Every single wrapper from everything they ate, all their water bottles. Like, God, who does that?
I know, it's amazing how much garbage everybody generates.
So I pick it all up and make that place look pristine. And it does. I go there. I'm almost there every day because I love the place so much. It's warm there. I go there. It could be a cold day. I go down there, and it's warm in the afternoon almost all year round. It's warm down in there. It's nice.
What state are
Sunny.
you in?
It's perfect. I love it. In the summer, I get so much fruit. Probably 100 or more pounds of fruit I get from those trees in the summer. I can't wait. Last
What
year I
kind
did.
of getting over there?
Quince fruit. It's like a combo, like a pear and an apple.
Huh.
Look it up. Very interesting. It's supposed to
It's a
come
pretty,
from
oddball
Mesopotamia.
fruit.
It's supposed to come from the Caucasus Mountains. Guess where Noah's Ark is supposedly landed? Mount Ararat, from that area. That's where this fruit is from. And I found it here. I found it here in Southern California. Never seen another tree, never seen trees like that, and I'm looking at plants all the time. I've been foraging for plants and learning how to identify them for 3 years now. It's not that long, but it's the only 2 trees I found that of this variety, and it's an amazing tree. 2 of them. It's in the rose family. Right now, as a matter of fact, guess what? I'm steaming some, oh, that's a good idea. I could steam it. I'm steaming some wild mustard greens. That's abundant everywhere.
Are you out in the woods somewhere?
No, I'm in the city. I just have a huge park, 1,800 acres of woodlands near me. Well, part of that is museums and things like that. Like it was where the exposition was here in 1915, and again in the 30s.
What city? Seattle?
San Diego.
San Diego.
Huh? Yeah. All the way alone down here in the Southwest. Feel like the only flat earther. Holy shit. And there's a bunch of water everywhere. Really freaky. Yeah. So, guess what else I found? I found a willow tree. Guess what willow has? Willow has, let me get this right. Oxalic acid. You know, you have aspirin as acetylsalic acid? They got that from the willow. It's acetylsalic acid. So it's a pain reliever.
Huh.
Like aspirin, natural from the plant.
Yeah, and the people in the old days, they had to get everything from plants,
That's
medicine
what I'm learning
wise.
how to do. I go there and eat a bunch of clover, grab a handful of clover and chew that.
Yeah, I
Chew it all
think
up.
I forget how if it's related to my zodiac or something like, but if it's my Chinese zodiac or my regular, but somehow my zodiac sign is related to the willow tree.
Wow. That's pretty trippy. Yeah, I know. Now, if this works out okay, like I've chewed on some of these
The
leaves.
weeping willow tree.
You,
It's
you
like,
know what?
okay,
What kind of wood magic wands are made out of?
Willow?
Hollywood.
Allegedly.
Holly? What
No,
kind?
A
not
holly plant.
the Hollywood. Yep, the holly tree.
Hollywood.
It's made out of
Wow.
Hollywood. Hollywood magic.
Hollywood. We're gonna beat your ass with Hollywood.
Hollywood. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Go out there and get a switch from that Hollywood. We're gonna beat your ass with it today. Don't be bad
They
again.
use Hollywood to cast a spell on people,
They sure
mesmerize
did.
them.
Crazy. I grew up in that crazy town. Wow.
Did
If you want to call it growing up, I don't think that's what we were doing, but
he survived?
somebody might have been growing up. And just because you could buy things doesn't mean you're grown up yet.
Say, when you're supporting yourself, you're grown up. You got out in the world, you found a job, and you got some money, and you got something going. In that mooching off of mommy every month.
That was funny about the Hollywood. Oh, man.
Yeah, that was good.
It's a good thing our parents didn't sing that song and make us go get a switch from the freaking Hollywood tree while they're singing that song. That would have been worse than
Like, boy, go out there and get me a switch off that holly tree.
that would have been worse than the da 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 da. When they sang it, you knew it's time you had to go get a switch.
They used to do in the old days. When your kid did something bad, you'd make him go out and get a branch, bring it to you so you could beat him with it.
Right.
I play word association games, so humor me on this. It just made me think, what would Jesus do?
What would a woodchuck?
WOOD.
Woodchuck would.
What would Jesus do?
Yeah, I'm playing with the word would, WOOD. What would? Yeah,
Would I?
Would I? The Would I Jedi.
What would I do?
No, the Would I Buddha.
Ah, yes.
Would you Buddha? Would I?
Yeah, that used to be popular. What would Jesus do? They had bracelets everybody was wearing. WWJD. You know how a trend comes and goes.
Right. Yeah, you could show someone like some little smart aleck girl putting that up, like her wrist up with that on there in your face.
To remind you, stop doing all that stuff the devil would do.
Bam! What would Jesus do? Be a whole like copyrighted. No.
See, he'd walk across the lake. Can't do that. Let's see, he would raise the dead. I can't do that.
Never heard of him making a globe. either.
Yeah, I don't think it ever came up.
I mean, he was giving gifts to the children or whatever it was. He maybe doing that at some point. I didn't hear him giving globes out. Jesus didn't.
I remember having a globe in my room. You know, it was pretty cool. You got it for Christmas. You know, and looking at all the countries, seeing where they were.
When did you think of all these people writing these like these books wherever they came from? Some of it obviously is a historical document where they're writing about their experiences in life here and all of that, and nobody is saying the glory of God and the spinning ball, and look out there at those stars that are infinite light, infinite
Oh, they're
distance
40
away.
trillion light years away. We could just see them with our eyes. Yeah,
And we live on curved water. We sailed from Galilee across the curved water. You never hear them
watch out
saying
for those
that.
curves out there today, Jesus.
Because of the complex nature of the earth we live on, we had to do 8 inches per mile squared to find out where we were.
Yeah, it turns out that old formula don't work. We can see too far. Ale.
Curved adjacent nowhere.
Like there's supposed to be, I don't know, 700 feet of curvature, but I can still see the building. We got a problem, Houston.
No wonder they were always lost at sea. If they thought they had to use a curved adjacent, they're screwed.
I heard that Captain Cook was a famous explorer and went to he got to the ice wall and then he started just cruising around it, just like looking for an inlet. Kept going and going and going. He was like 6 months later, he was still driving by an ice wall.
No, it took him 3 years. It took him
Really?
3 years, and he logged over 50,000 miles.
So he proved it. Like, listen, there's an ice wall all the way around. It took me 3 years, and there was still an ice wall. You understand?
Now, so keep in mind that water is level and horizontal. Every place on Earth that has water is horizontal to any other place on Earth.
Yeah.
On the water. If you're on the coastline somewhere, so like here in San Diego, if I point to London, which is on the Thames, that level to me is outward. Like if I point my arm, that's that way. Horizontal to my location. Everywhere on Earth is horizontal to everywhere else on Earth.
Yeah. If you think about the ball model, on that model, there really is no particular up or down. It's just like if you're kind of down in the bottom and you point up, you're pointing the opposite direction of somebody up at the top of the ball. So every direction straight out from the ball is up. Does that make any sense? I mean, we can't even figure out what's up and down if you got a ball.
It's like then they just decide all of a sudden, zoop, all of a sudden I'm going to be straight up to measure something on Earth. So even
When I was a little kid,
even their stupid fallacious idea about a zenith in navigating,
What's a zenith?
like they're not a. Why don't they do this angular thing where upright is only if you're on top of the North Pole? Then they need to have these calculations where they're starting out with an angle off of the axis. So where's their angle they're starting out with? If they don't use an angle to show what their angular difference is to, let's say, magnetic north, then
I don't know how all that works.
Then no, the angle. They're on a
Talking
ball.
about
It's surface. So
navigating
the further away
ice.
from the top you go, you're angled down until you're perpendicular to the axis of this ball. When you go down further than that, then you're past perpendicular. So you're going from 90 degrees to 100 and something, 110, 120. You get to 180, then you're all the way at the bottom again. So if you're in North America, like where I am, you're sticking off the ball at some angle.
Yeah, everything. Just about everybody would be coming off at an angle, except if you're
From
on the
angle.
North Pole.
And spinning around at a different speed at that angle.
You're sticking out sideways, or you're upside down, or you're leaning Tower of Pisa. It's kind of amazing how this whole issue just sort of just blew up out of the blue, you know. I wonder what the real kickoff, like what really caught on, you know, to sort of get this ball rolling. You know, like what, Mark Sargent or something? What happened to my connection?
No, it came about because everything else is in question too, and it fell right in line.
Yeah, but yeah, we're questioning everything under the sun, but all of a sudden that come up, you know, like just wondering how that worked. Eric Dubay, was he the first? I don't know.
It's just nonsense, man. All the space stuff is complete nonsense. You start looking into it, then oh, look at this, look at this, look at this.
Yeah, when you first hear the terminology, you think, what is this stupidness? Let me go look and see what they're saying. And then you're
Then
like,
you start.
oh, God, this makes sense.
You're a fan of NASA, and then you find out that they're using CGI and harnesses and whatever else.
I knew NASA was full of shit from the moon landings and all that.
Yeah, so there you go. You just build on top of all that.
Right. Once you figure out, oh my God, this organization, every single operation they show us is all got problems. It's fake. Everyone, because the problem is there is no outer space to go to. There's a dome. They can't get out of here, but they're running this big fraud. You know, it's all done in computers. Your outer space, you know, it's all done. You know, sound stages and green
from
screen.
From our own observations, all the stars look like strange lights, strange energy, and they kind of look like they're in water themselves.
Yeah. They're trying to tell you, oh no, those are suns like our sun, and each one of those stars has
Right.
a solar system, probably a bunch of Earths where we could go to someday. You know, there's a billion galaxies and all this garbage. Oh, please.
Yeah, my a normie friend of mine will be fantasizing about like going to a bar on a different planet and hooking up with some alien chicks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, that's just sad.
It's just you know,
there's plenty of
Star Trek
women
in the
around
60s.
here, right? Crazy.
I mean,
What's that stupid meme? Let's cut our losses and go to Mars.
My God, going to Mars is the most ridiculous concept. Number one, it's like 130 million miles away, supposedly. It's that all those numbers are wrong, though. Number two, it's like a undulating blob of light. You couldn't land a rocket ship on it. Number three, it's the most hostile environment you could ever imagine. You couldn't live there for 5 minutes without being, you know. It's just, what are we going to do there? You know, it's dumb.
Gotta take your shot, man. Your neighbor is more hostile. We got to go to Mars.
They'd be better off trying to build cities under the ocean or something than underground.
Nah, I bet they're scared of the ocean.
Yeah.
They know it's flat, so the ocean is more of a mystery than ever.
Yeah, they know less about the floor of the ocean than they do about the moon, supposedly. It's all ludicrous. The moon, again, we can't even land on that thing. We don't even know what it really
It's made
is.
of cheese, man.
You know, because we only see that one same side all the time, and they're trying to tell us it's, rotating on its axis and all this stuff.
Well, the really important detail in that is that no matter where you are, you see the same moon.
Yeah, it's just,
you know?
Then they say, okay, well, the light coming off the moon, that's coming from the sun. It's just reflecting it. Then you find out, no, that moon is emitting its own type of light.
Yeah, that good old reflective dirt. That's some stuff right there. It's like a mirror.
And then, oh yeah, also, I mean, something that is 250,000 miles away from you. I don't care if it's as big as the moon. I don't think you could see it with your eyes. Just, there it is. It's 250,000 miles away, but it looks like it's just right there. It just doesn't add up.
Yeah, people like bringing up satellites and the ISS in here a lot. And along those same lines of thinking, a little different, but the speeds are roughly 17,000 miles an hour. And I just don't think you could see things that size moving that fast.
Of course not. We can't even
not even close.
fathom how fast that would be. A bullet is like 1,000 miles an hour. And they say I see the ISS with my telescope. Really?
Yeah, I guess I'm just a genius.
1,000 miles an hour.
No one else can. These Globers can't figure it out. Huh? We're just geniuses here.
I mean, but they think we're just dumb as fuck. You know, it's really crazy. I mean, grown men, smart guys with degrees. I was showing this guy. I go, look, Mars is Devon Island. It's an island in Canada. It's huge. It's the biggest uninhabited island in the world. And NASA went there with their rovers. They set up, a base. And and they just put a red tint on it footage and said, look, there's Mars. It looks like a desert, I know. And then you put it side by side with the pictures from Devon Island. You see the same mountain ranges and all that crap. And they just won't get it. They just like, who said that, those pictures came from there?
Yeah, it's a supernatural deception to some degree. Otherwise it wouldn't be able to be pulled off so easily.
Yeah. I mean, they're so dedicated to shilling for it and propping it up and coming to its rescue when it's about to be destroyed, with logic. It's like a religion. A psychological operation.
Spinning monkey ball religion.
I mean, when you think about it, if you took that out of the equation, I mean, practically all of science would collapse. It's like everything is based on that. I mean, if they ever say, well, you know what, we had that wrong, I guess it isn't a ball. Oh yeah, I guess that, NASA, it was all fake, sorry. I mean, that wouldn't go over too good. It's like the last thing on Earth those people could have.
Would it be enough? If the people who came up with all this nonsense told everybody about how they were lying, would that even be enough at this point?
I mean, maybe one person would say it, and then he would just be scrubbed for the internet and called a kook, and that'd be the end of it. Everybody's so quiet over here. There's like 30 people in here and nobody's talking.
I wonder why. Yeah, usually I'm not talking either, but I'm at work and it's kind of slow.
You say you're working?
Yep.
Where are you working at?
I'm working at a college.
Yeah.
Clean the admin building.
Janitorial?
Yep.
Cool.
Great job for Discord.
Just you walk around listening to your earbuds the whole time and nobody bugs you.
Yep.
That's the kind of job I like. Just let me listen to my shit, have a cigarette when I want, Don't bother me, and then I'll just get this stuff done properly.
Yeah, it's pretty chill. Keeps me in better shape than all these other people out here spend their time behind the monitor.
Behind the monitor.
Yeah, that's all they do. Looking at emails and calling people.
You mean like as part of the job?
Yeah, literally, my job is the only one that doesn't involve a computer at the school. The only one.
Yeah, he means he's up and about.
Maybe the
Where other
gardeners.
people are
the
sitting at a
gardeners.
computer.
Landscapers. They got decent jobs.
They mandate vaccines there to be employed.
No. I think they probably wanted to at some point, but never went through.
Awesome. Good for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This job has been a continuous blessing for the last few years.
It's kind of surprising in a way that they didn't mandate it because, you know.
Maybe there's a closet flat earther on the school board.
That's a good one.
Well, maybe I should cook some dinner because this conversation is a little slow tonight.
What you making?
Well, I'm gonna cook up some lasagna. I got a frozen lasagna I'm gonna try out.
You gotta nuke it.
Yeah, like 10 minutes in the straight in the thing. Just frozen solid. It's So I had spaghetti the other day and I had put it in for 6 minutes. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't too bad.
My wife makes big old lasagnas, and we can't eat it every day, so we got to cut it up, bag it, freeze it.
Oh, yep. God, my mom used to do that too. Make that great lasagna, man. A big, tray of it. That'd be around for a few days. Ah, so good. I miss that home cooking. That era is gone.
You can home cook.
Yeah, But in my house when I grew up, my parents both worked. They come home, and then my mom every night. My mom would cook like a main dish, side dish, a vegetable, set the table, and prepare everything, have a dessert on ready. We all sit down, eat the meal, and then at the end, she washes all the dishes, puts everything away. And this went on every single day. Except, once in a while you get some to-go food or a pizza or something. But most every night, it's like, that's what women did. You cook dinner.
Yep.
Is there very many Christians in this server?
Sure there are.
What did you say? Is there any what?
Christians.
Why? Why do you ask such a question?
Well, because, if there's not too many and you say something, you might get offended and all that.
Cares
But,
if they get offended.
Do you really care if people get offended?
well, if I'm talking to a bunch of brothers and sisters, I talk one way, and if I'm talking to a bunch of atheists, I'll, it'd be a little more careful.
This depends on how much lower on the totem pole they are than you, right?
Lower on the totem pole?
Yeah.
Well,
What?
It sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
The old totem
Ask
pole.
Yeah, pecking order of the ladder,
Yeah.
If you want to talk about Christianity and stuff and you offend some atheists, who cares?
Well, yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't understand atheism. It's so foreign to me. To me, it just seems obvious
So
that
attacking
there's
people
something created this
so
place.
attacking people for that is a good way to figure it out and to understand it.
I know people get burned in churches and religion and all that, and they think, oh, this is for the birds, Maybe science is more sensible.
Well, we found out they were wrong about that, didn't we?
And then you find out science is full of crap.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I've got a great video for you to watch. I'm going to pull up the name of it real quick. If you haven't seen it, it's a must watch, I'm telling you. It's the most profound video I have ever seen. It's Quantum Eraser, the creator versus atheism. Paste it in the chat. It's the best video I've ever seen.
Cool.
I watch it about three or four times a year. Oh, no problem. I watch it about 3 or 4 times a year.
I was just going to say that the ironic thing about atheists is they're unwittingly in the biggest religious cult there is, heliocentrism.
Right.
You know.
Bingo.
In voice chat now.
You
Just
know,
click
since
it,
you're
save it, watch it anytime. It's amazing.
yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm interested. Also, I'm gonna share a video with you because the same feelings you have towards this video, I have towards another one that I watched like 2 or 3 times. It's 5 hours, 11 minutes, and 17 seconds. It's a Freemasonry expose. It's probably everything that most people already know about Freemasonry, but this guy goes into it, and it's just so good. I had to rewatch it because it was so good.
Hey, is anybody there? I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, we're waiting. I'm waiting for the video
We were
to
waiting for you.
pop up.
Yeah, I'm about to share a link.
Oh, it's super quiet. I was like, whoa, man. I was like, I haven't been in Discord in so long. I thought maybe, I was like, well, maybe I'm doing this wrong.
Oh, you just popped in?
Yeah, I literally, anybody here knows I haven't been here in a while.
I just got back after 2 years.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty much how long I was going through. That's funny.
Well, what did you do for 2 years?
This China virus nonsense and everything. I just started watching more political stuff.
And where did that take you?
All over.
Are you political now?
Well, no, I mean, I always have been. It's just that I steered more away from flat earth stuff to more political stuff. I was like, I'll watch everything from, oh my God, I got to pull up my list. So many.
Yeah,
I just couldn't get enough content.
Over the years, it's just like, okay, I'll be into this thing and just learn about Freemasonry. And then later I'll be, looking into NASA, for like a week. It's like I'm learning that whole subject, and then go on to something, the next thing.
It's easy to get all over the place. It really is. Is it Jacques? Jacques. Well, I would pronounce your name Jacques, but
Jacques Lebleu.
Jacques Lebleu. But yeah, it's easy to go all over the place. I think that's actually a good thing because it keeps you in a well-rounded mind state.
Yeah, it's like after basically 20 years of doing it. I just could talk to people like just about any subject. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. There's no gray areas for you.
Well, there's stuff like rocket science or metal forgery or different things, specialties like that I'm totally ignorant of.
But even those things, you probably have a basic kind of.
Blacksmithing. He brought one up, and that'll send you down a rabbit hole because that is not simple, and it gets real technical, and that's just one thing, like he said.
Yeah, I know. I've watched a lot of blacksmithing, so I know exactly what you're saying. And now, how do you say your name? Oblivious Swan?
Oh, that was from 2 years ago after the Black Swan. Is some moderator here named everybody Swan at the end of their names? It's Oblivion, but they named me Oblivious Swan.
Oblivious Swan.
I gotta get somebody to fix it.
That's funny. Well, I think my name's still my name.
What's your name?
Shanna.
Shannon?
Shanna.
Okay, wait. I'm going to see if I can find you.
Like Anna, Shanna.
Oh,
what are you talking about?
Anna with an S.
What does that mean?
Hon.
Your name's Oblivion, dude.
Yeah.
Honey.
Right. Yeah.
Honey.
It's just honey, like pony. Misa honey.
That's not the first time you heard that, right?
Actually, I think it is. Maybe everybody was a little too scared to say that to me, but yeah,
Yeah,
that's exactly how you say it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we wouldn't want to be rude.
It's funny sounding when you say it, though.
Wouldn't you be upset if somebody said it and it wasn't that? I mean, I'd be
Yeah.
mad.
So most people pronounce it honea or honey or yeah. I never get miso
They
honey.
never get it right the first time.
Well, if I would have got to know you long enough and knew you could take that joke, I would have said it. Yeah, absolutely.
It's perfectly
asked you
fine
that.
because that's pretty freaking funny.
But I would have waited until you knew me well enough and you wouldn't get mad at me or slap me or whatever, through the.
I'm super laid back, and most people like the old. I'm OG. I've been with Helio since he started this. So most OGs in here know me well enough to know it's very difficult to offend me.
That's good.
But yeah,
There's a lot of snowflakes on these servers.
yeah, there is. And if you can look at you probably can't see my icon, but I'm standing in front of a post office in Texas that says Flat, Texas.
Black Texas, huh? What are you
Flat.
saying?
It's flat.
Oh, flat. I thought you said black Texas.
I've been to Texas. It's definitely flat.
It's definitely flat.
So is most of Kansas and Missouri, too.
Yo.
And what was crazy, I've never even heard of Flat, Texas. And me and my mother-in-law went to a Flat Earth meetup in Temple. That's where on our way there, we went through this tiny little town, like had, I would say 20 houses in the town, maybe. And they had a post office, and we stopped and took a picture for it because we were on our way to a Flat Earth meetup and went through Flat, Texas. How cool was that?
It is.
A flat Earth meetup, huh?
Yeah, it was it's the only one I've ever been to.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, how many people showed up?
It was pretty sad. 4.
Oh,
Well,
Wow.
actually, 5 counting me and my mother-in-law. There was 3 other people.
Was this recently?
No, this was in like 2016 or something.
Before the sea.
Before what? Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
before the sea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Way before the sea. And but there was some really cool people there. Like one guy, he was an old school pilot. He was probably in his 70s. He was a pilot, and his wife was she said, and I'm not saying this, she said that she was a what do they call Alaskans, the indigenous people?
indigenous. Yeah.
No, there's a word. It's like Eskimo.
Eskimo?
No, it's not.
Eskimo.
Is
There's
it
another-
Aborigine?
There's another word for Eskimo.
I don't even know what Eskimo means, to be honest with you. I thought it just meant like Antarctica.
An Inuit?
Inuit. Yeah, she said
Inuit, there you go.
she was like, I'm Inuit, and she said she worked for a really crazy company that pinged radars off of Russia from Alaska,
Ah,
and so she was like,
Risky.
there's no way this is possible on a globe, and this was a couple. Her and her husband was a white American he taught people how to fly planes and stuff. And he said, my dad, because his dad was a pilot, and he taught him how to fly. And he said, my dad put a piece of tape on the windshield when we took off, and he said, watch that tape, because that tape, that is your horizon. He said, in case all your instruments go haywire, you still got that to find your horizon. That's, that it will never change. And he said he didn't realize till he was older that dang, that horizon always stays there. No matter how high I flew, it was always there, you know? That's what made him a flat earther. He had been a flat earther most of his life. And he was like 70. Because there's a lot of people in our neck of the woods, they just don't come out and say, hey, we're flat earthers. They just, because it's not cool to talk about it, right? Did I lose you?
I'm here.
No.
Okay. Anyway, it was even though it was a small meetup, it was a really cool meetup to
Still
talk
here.
to some people, you know.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you met some nice people there. Drove
Yeah.
all that way.
Yeah, it was about a 3-hour drive.
I
We
mean,
got
what
another
you guys
meetup
do?
though, right?
You guys,
That's not
you
bad.
know, go out and get some food, or how did that work?
Well, we actually met up at like a little small mom and pop restaurant and ate there and talked. It was pretty cool.
How many people showed up?
5.
Oh, nice.
But I think 5 is better than like 20 because we were actually able to have a conversation, and you know what I'm
Right.
saying? It was kind
Yeah.
of disappointing and sad that only 5 people showed up because the guy that planned it, you know, he had been promoting it for about a month or so beforehand. So it was sad that only 5 showed up, but at the same time, I was happy because we actually got to talk and get to know each other. Yeah, it was cool. And I also went to the Dallas convention, but it was pretty disappointing.
Unlike President Obama, you did have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
I did, yeah.
Remember when he said that?
Yep, we don't have
We don't have
time.
time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Well, you better make time, man. Oh, man. It's grief. It's cold here in Texas.
Yeah, I'm in Oklahoma. It was freezing today. It's like 20 degrees out.
Like, what? It's March. We're supposed to be warming up. I'm ready to plant things, you know? I'm ready to get some.
Yeah, I don't mind the cold.
Oh, I don't.
But yeah, because I'm in Tennessee and the heat here gets nuts, especially when you work outside like I do.
Oh, you don't know that the heat in Texas in Oklahoma gets insane.
It's a bit dry heat though, right? It's not a humid heat like we have. It's more dry.
No, we have a humid heat too. It really depends because Texas is huge. So like it depends on where you are in Texas. You know, I'm smack dab in the middle, so we get dry heat and humid heat. It just varies really. I'm not close to the coast, so I don't get that crazy humid heat. And I'm not close to El Paso in the desert, so I don't get that super dry heat either.
Yeah, I was surprised at how hot it gets in Tennessee because I originally grew up in New York. So, when
I'm
I moved down
happy.
here, it's different.
I'm happy when it's 100 degrees outside. I don't.
God, I hate it.
Dang.
I love the heat. I'm like, bring it on. Because
Yeah.
but I've lived in the same aerial region since I was born. You know, like, so I'm very acclimated to it. You coming from New York to Tennessee, you're just not acclimated to it, I guess.
You know, it's actually, I guess, like wherever that, latitudinal or longitudinal line is, it's not that far south from where I was. It's just super west. And yeah, I don't know why the heat here is like so brutal. Like I'll take in the summers, I'll take 2 shirts to work. Because by the time I'm done with the first job, I'll be drenched. It's like I jumped in a pool, and then I'll take that shirt off, put it on the trailer. It'll be dried in 20 minutes. Put the new shirt on, and it's like I do that like 2 or 3 times in a day. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's just uncomfortable. I don't really like sweating like that. That's why I have a bit of
Are you
appreciation for
close
the
to the
cold.
Are you close to the mountains? I mean, like,
No,
are
I'm in
you in like
Nashville.
any? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, where I'm at, it can be like -3 in winter and then 110 in summer. You know. And that's a huge range, and I don't do cold at all. Like, I'm sitting outside right now, and I don't even know the temperature, but it feels like it's definitely freezing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think too much of anything gets irritating. Like I can't do much of what I do for my work. I can't really do it when it's super, super cold out. It just slows you down so much, and your fingers, you can't really. But luckily, Tennessee doesn't have cold like that. We had 2 or 3 days during this winter where it was actually like, a little irritating to work. But other than that, I just kept thinking of summer, and I was like, you know what? I'm really enjoying this cold right now because I know summer's going to be horrible.
You're like,
That's what I kept thinking.
you're like, enjoy the cold because it's fixing to get hot as hell.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. It's overwhelming. You can't breathe. It's so thick. I hate that.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Oh,
guess everybody has their preferences.
I felt like I was about to break out into song. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. What condition my condition is in. You probably don't even know that song. That's an old song. If anybody knows that song, I'll be like, okay, you're cool.
It's probably a little before my time.
Yeah,
Not by much.
It's
I know that song.
I know that song, Joe Cocker, 1960 something.
It's a pretty crazy song, man. Because he's like, I woke up this morning with the sun down, shining in. Found my mind in a brown paper bag and then slipped on I don't even know, something and fell 8 miles high. Tripped my mind on a jagged sky. Just stepped in to see what condition my condition was in. Okay, enough of that. Yeah, I'm old. But that's okay. It was
Yeah.
actually pretty
Those-
interesting song.
Those are the first rap songs. Like
Mhm.
literally, he rapped the double word together. My condition is. I mean, it's literally 2 sayings, but the same word.
Yeah. I can't pronounce your name because there's a bunch of O's and weird stuff.
Me up at the top. I'm Justin.
Justin, okay. Yeah, your name just is an exclamation point. And
Yeah, because you can't see the characters that
No.
I see. I gotcha.
I have a very old phone.
It's okay. It does. It happens. I know. No worries.
My husband keeps trying to get me to get a new one, and I'm just like, no, I like my old stuff.
You have a flip phone, Shanna?
You what?
Is it a flip phone?
It's not that old.
Okay.
But it's like the next thing after a flip phone. It's
cool.
It's a Samsung like Galaxy or something. But it's the first one. So you were pulling up a video to play. You can't play it here. We can't see it here, huh?
Who is doing that?
Well, when I came in, somebody said they were trying to pull up a video. That's why everybody was really quiet.
Oh, yeah, there's 2 videos. Oblivion recommended a must-watch video, and then I recommended a a similar video that I felt the same way about, a must-watch video. They're in the live stream voice text.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Science versus Scientism. Oblivion posted it at 7:12, and then I posted my video at 7:14
Okay.
Central Standard Time.
That's where I'm at, Central Standard Time.
Yeah. Yeah, if I go like 2 hours east, it changes. So funny.
I posted them at the end of the chat.
Nice. Yeah, that video, if anyone's interested, the one I shared them, it's a Freemasonry expose. And I know by this point, most of us already know most of what's going on with that. But what I particularly like this video was that the man in the video claimed, to be a high-ranking Mason who was very much involved in the occult and witchcraft, and how he ties it all in together, and how, for me, I have a Christian perspective and a faith in Jesus Christ, and his how he got, like, his testimony of how he came to that was just incredible, and that's why I find it so particularly, like, heartfelt. And I know it's very long. It's like 5 hours, 17 minutes, or 11 seconds, or 11 minutes and 17 seconds, one or the other. It's some crazy time, but
Dude,
it's definitely well worth a watch.
I watched Europa, Neo. You know how long that? You know how
It's
long
like
that
6 days.
is? Yeah. So I don't even think you can find that on YouTube anymore. I think that it had to be posted on different things because I think YouTube took it down.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that before. I don't think I've ever seen it, but
It's super long. It's really, really long. I can't. It's like a. It's like
yeah,
a
it's hard for
mini.
me to do that nowadays. It's like I'm past my, like, I guess my research point, and now I'm just like settled with so much that I have. But when I saw this video, like, I knew it was gonna be a banger within like the first minute and a half I was watching. I was like, I don't have time for this right now, but I know this is a banger. I know I need to.
Yeah.
I know I need to watch it.
It's really good.
Yeah. This dude is, man, I love him. I mean, his testimony is so powerful. Everything he experienced and all the things that he released. I really felt like this was this man's work for God before he died.
He died?
I don't know if he did or not. If they did kill him, it would kind of be like, okay, obviously everything he said was true. I'm not sure how the Masons choose to off somebody like that releases all that stuff. Because if they let him live, it probably makes other people think that, oh, it's just, it's false then because he didn't get killed. But
No, they don't kill everybody.
But if they off him,
yeah, they don't.
everybody's like, "Oh, well, that means it was true."
Right. And the thing is, like, I watched it and I fully discerned that it was true, and his testimony is very true. I believed it all. I don't think there was any deceit or lies or trickery in it. I thought it was really, like, spirit led. I thought it was like a God sanctioned thing for this man to do. That's how I felt about it. And I shared this with everybody. Like, I hit up contacts in my phone that I haven't talked to in years. Like, everybody, I just blasted it because I thought that this was like a game changer. Like, if this doesn't wake somebody up, I don't know really what else would. That's kind of how I felt about it.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go watch that. I don't know why I forget how to use Discord. But what is the name of the video? Do you know?
It was posted by an account, Robert Clancy, but it's Best Modern Exposure of Freemasonry, Time to Wake Up Saints. Hard video to find on YouTube because of their, like, anti-truth algorithm.
The algorithm,
So
yeah.
you kind of have to have the link for it.
Well, I'll go back and chat and find it.
Yeah, I could put it in your inbox.
Yeah, that'd be cool. If I can figure out how to check that. Oh, I mean, seriously,
You
guys,
boomer.
I'm not a
Just
boomer.
kidding.
I'm not that old. I'm only 43. I think I'm 43. I may be 42. I don't know.
Oh,
But
yeah, that's not
I
really boomer-esque. Boomer-esque is like 50, 55 plus, maybe, my parents' age.
I'm a boomer.
I just grew up listening to old music. That's why I know that song I was singing earlier. And
Yeah,
also,
yeah.
I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what condition?
Condition, my condition.
Yeah, man, it's a good song. I like it. And also, when me and my husband first got married, there was a game out that I can't remember. It was called Test Drive, I think is what it was called, and that was the introduction and outro song to that game. Does anybody know about Test Drive? It was like you were like in these muscle cars and you were drag racing with people. Back in like PlayStation or Sega Saturn days, maybe. I don't know.
I didn't. I'm too old for the when they
You're
came.
too old for the gaming.
I just let that one go by. I get all involved in that.
Well, my husband was big into the game, and he's a year older than me, and he was.
How old are you? Not him, the guy that was talking. I didn't see who it was. I'm sorry. I'm doing my gardening right now because I'm listening.
I am a senior citizen, bro.
Well, I think I'm
Which means
close to
you're
that,
at
too.
least 65. How old are you?
She's over here saying she's old and she's 40-ish, or she don't know how old she is, and I'm 48 and I'm feeling young.
Let me tell you
The way you guys are making it sound, and then you say you're 40, I'm like, wow, I must be an old man.
Nah.
Listen, I say old because generally in Discord, and people are mostly like in their 20s and shit, or 30s.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't actually think a
Well,
person's
they
old.
sound like they are. Some of us sound like we're younger.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
And
yeah.
I
Get
don't
away,
actually
Phil.
think a person's old till they're dead. Okay, like you're not. My grandfather was 94 when he passed away, and I never actually looked at him like he was old. I'm not even kidding. I've never thought old was a thing. So yeah,
Old
when I
is when you
said,
give up.
oh,
think. That's what-
exactly.
you know
And
what I
my
mean?
grandpa
You
never
give
gave up. He never went to the doctor. He never went to the hospital. He was always like healthy as an ox. He didn't give a shit. He drank wild turkey and smoked his pipe and cigars all day long. He didn't give a shit. And that man lived to be 94 without any doctor's help. He was.
I like that story.
Yeah, he was the epitome of health, in my opinion. The only reason he passed away probably was because his wife died. My grandma died a year before, and he just gave up. He was like, "I lost my wife, my love of my life," and he just literally died of a broken heart.
I find that interesting when that happens. Like there really is an interesting connection for people that are married to their spouse.
Yeah, because they were married they had 13 children together. They had been married for a long time, like since, the Great Depression, they lived through that together. And like, wow, because he was born in, well, maybe not the Great Depression they lived through. I don't know, but because he was born in 1911, He saw a lot of crazy stuff in his lifetime change.
He was born in 911.
He was born in 911. Yeah.
I think people like that, they had a lot of kids because potential like little workers to run the farm and everything,
Yeah.
Army of help.
You would think that's the thing, but no, that he was a mechanic. But yeah, generally most people back then had children to run the farm. I grew up on a farm, a peanut farm, and
like Carter.
Yeah, like Jimmy Carter. I'm a goober. Yeah, I grew up on a peanut farm, and I was homeschooled. I had 3 other siblings. We went out and with hose and hoed the weeds out of the rows and changed irrigation and did the whole, hauled hay to cows, did the whole 9 yards. Okay.
For you.
Yeah. That was my upbringing. And I started public school in 4th grade.
Oh, what happened in the first, second, and third grade?
I was homeschooled.
Nice.
So when did you see your first globe, Shana?
You what?
When did you see the first globe if you were homeschooled?
Oh, we did have a globe in our. I could be wrong. We may have just had a map on the wall, but
Almost everybody had a globe, it seems like.
I'm pretty sure we had a globe. But to be honest with you, I don't remember it being like anything that was hammered into my head.
Remember,
So-
your mom
do you
made a
remember
big deal about
spinning it? That's all that matters. Do you remember spinning?
Yeah, that's what
That's
that's the
it.
only reason I think I remember we had one, because I think I remember spinning it. But I don't
know what
remember
I
it
just
being
thought of?
something that was hammered into my head like this
I
is
just
a globe.
realized that it wouldn't have to be hammered as long as a little child sees that thing. A lesson he needs, okay, that's where we live. Okay, it's a round thing. And then he'll just
Oh,
think
yeah.
that forever.
Yeah, I totally believe that. And but I think the reason that I wasn't in public school for my youth, my real super youth, is it made it a lot easier for me to say, to actually come over to this idea that the earth is not a globe. Because I wasn't as super indoctrinated with pounding the globe into my head constantly. But I don't know, could be many things.
Are you curious about a lot of other subjects?
Oh yeah. I've been down the gambit of different subjects. You can ask me anything, I'll talk to you about it.
You're like me. Just want to, find out about everything. I want to know how
Yeah.
the world works.
Yeah, truth. I'm hungry for truth. I'm curious about everything.
That's all I care about. It's weird.
I'm not one to get stuck on one subject, because that in itself would be basically like staying on the globe. If you just want to harp on one true subject,
Want to be a one-trick pony.
yeah, because it's way bigger than the globe. Yes, waking up to that is huge. It's so huge, because when you do that, it makes your mind
Somebody
curious
talking?
about what else,
Somebody talking?
Who?
English guy?
I don't hear anybody talking.
Yeah. Must have something open. I never.
So what are you looking at right now? What's your new little niche thingy to try to...
Oh, I just, I have to follow the basic COVID crap and that agenda. I'm just watching it play out and pick what the move's going to be.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, I'm so over COVID. I mean, I shouldn't... I'm so over it.
But, people are going, oh, yeah, Putin, have him to thank for getting rid of COVID, because nobody's talking about COVID now.
Oh yeah, and
they're not
now
done.
they're gonna blame. They're blaming all the high prices of fuel on Putin, when that's not the
Come
reason.
on.
Come on. That is not why. People are so stupid if they believe that.
As long as all the zombies don't believe it all over again, we'll be fine. But they'll wait a few.
These things were going to happen anyway because of the sea, and people just not getting out and doing their jobs. What do you think about this trucker convoy?
Well, I find most concerning out of Canada, I heard that, what's his face, Justin, is freezing bank accounts.
Yeah.
And that's like big right there. It's like, hold up there, buddy.
And
let's
see,
stop to get froggy.
The liberal, it's crazy because what they call the liberal side of their community is quite the opposite here. So the people's people in their parliament were saying, hey, if we pass this law to do this, we're setting a whole new precedent. What if somebody else gets in power and they don't like how y'all think? They could turn this around and freeze y'all's bank accounts, you guys. But they didn't care. They didn't care. They're not listening and having reason.
Well, the thing is, though, you know this already, that not all the information is publicized on the mainstream media news. How about that one? I bet you a lot of people don't know that people's banks accounts are getting frozen. They'd be like, thinking just like what you said. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my guess on what's happening.
Yeah, it's all a big joke until it happens to you, right?
Yeah, exactly. They're all those people on the opposite side are, freeze their bank account still. Well, what if they vote Justin Trudeau out and get a person on the quite opposite side and they decide to freeze your bank accounts?
Wait.
I want to know how come the president of Ukraine did a video, a very elusive video. I won't say it, but I think it's all just
Drama.
Well,
Yeah.
most of us here probably understand.
Whatever's going on over there, we'll never know about. Whatever it is.
Most of us here all understand that it's all a dog and pony show, that they like. They're all
When are we going to get
friends,
together and do something
and
about
it's all for
That's what I
the
wanna know.
norm. It's all for the normie people show of just. It's such a bullshit
Yeah.
show.
It strings everybody along.
I have sorry.
You hear what I said? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude, but did you hear what I said?
Go ahead.
No, say what
When
you
are we going
said.
to do something? When are we going to do something about it?
What are you gonna do about it?
I don't know. We all get together. We could change something, right?
Well, that's
Together
why
we
I
could.
asked about what you think what the truckers are going to Washington for.
If that's even real.
I'm just saying, I have a hard time believing that an average individual, even if they don't even have all their faculties about them, about government freezing people's bank accounts, I'd like to think that would be an eye opener for people.
I would like to think so too, Jenny. I mean,
I don't know.
seriously.
$5 a gallon gas is enough, don't you think?
We were there like 3 or 4 years ago. It was up. I mean, it's been like that high like that before. So
right,
people have really.
but it's always for some bullshit reason.
But
you know that, right?
freezing people, they didn't just freeze people's bank accounts. They went after their cryptocurrency too, and the fact that they had a GoFundMe and they raised over $10 million, and because the government Trudeau there put so much pressure on GoFundMe that this was a terrorist act, that they froze their account where they couldn't get it, and they told everybody, hey, this is how it went down. They said, well, we're not going to give the truckers the money. So if you want your money back, you have to petition us to get your money back. If you come to us, and they gave them 2 weeks, 2 weeks to be able to get their money back. And then everybody threw a fit. And then GoFundMe said, well, if you don't get your money back, we're just going to donate the money to a charity of our choice, which would probably be like Antifa or BLM.
Oh, gosh.
And then, because everybody threw a fit about that, they were like, okay, well, we'll give the money to a charity of the choice of the truckers. And then they threw a fit about that.
Wow.
They extended the thing where people could get their money back.
They had everybody in a tizzy, for a couple weeks over that, or what?
Yeah, yeah.
So, so granted, they're not freezing a conventional bank account to a personal individual. They interceded into a public accommodation, which happens to be online through this thing, the GoFundMe. So anyway, if people I hope people aren't naive to think that the next step would be that they would do like a bank account.
They did do the bank account. They
show it in movies all the time. Look at Minority Report. People think that the technology that we see is all there is. Well, I hate to break it to you, you are naive if you think that that's all there is. Or, you
It
know, the
wasn't-
stuff that they leak out, if that is all there is. If you think that's all there is.
Jenny, it was not just the GoFundMe. If you donated to there was also GiveSendGo. They froze that as well. And they got hacked and somebody let out all those people's information and the government started freezing the people's bank accounts. If you donated $5 to GiveSendGo, they froze your bank account to Canadians.
Okay, there's no misunderstanding on that.
No.
Elaboration.
So
Thank
you're
you.
right. You're right about that. They did actually freeze
Wow.
people's bank accounts.
Man, people better wake the F up.
It's
You're roboting. Who's ever trying to talk?
I think that's Justin. No, I don't know.
No, I don't think that was him. But let me.
But girl, yeah, it was super serious. Like it is their bank accounts. It is. They froze
Man,
all kinds of assets.
I want to find an article like that. Go to the library, print it out, and hand it to people. Like, y'all better wake up. Unless you want your grandbabies to be in a pod.
No kidding. Yeah. No kidding. This is insane. It's insanity at its highest level.
I mean, I know they can't take your mind, so if they made me live in a pod, I guess I don't know, but gee.
You just be living in your mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no.
This is not a world I would want my grandchildren to be coming into. I don't have any grandchildren yet, but this is not a world right now that I would want my grandbabies coming into with all the insaneness going on.
Well,
You're still roboting. Rejoin. He's got to rejoin. I don't think that's going to work itself out. It's Oblivion. Oblivion, come back in.
Yeah, it's Oblivion.
I took him. I disconnected him. He'll come back in.
But yeah, you are correct. It is their bank accounts as well. But I didn't know if you knew about the GoFundMe.
Okay, Oblivion's back. He's been trying for like 3 minutes now to talk. Let's see how you are.
voice test 1, 2, 3.
You're good, dude. All right.
Way better.
My third time. Anyway, so Canada did that emergency. What was it? Emergency
It was
Power
the
Act.
Emergency Act. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so that granted them technically the authoritarian power to do whatever the fuck they wanted to.
And that's what they did.
And I'm not saying that's right, but that's what they did. And then who's in charge?
Trudeau.
What's his name? Trudeau. Yeah. What kind of piece
Or
of
like
shit is that?
Like they like
He's
to
a
call him.
sellout.
They like to call him Castro.
Lefty Marxist piece of shit.
Man, I know some. I forget who this. Somebody called somebody frickin' Hitler. Maybe it was the Canada.
It was Justin Trudeau. Yeah,
Okay.
a lot of people are comparing him to Hitler.
Oh, people are so dramatic. Oh my gosh, that's a little much.
I don't know, because like if you're going to shut down people's bank accounts, how are they going to feed their children? They're going to starve. So yeah, that's pretty much almost wanting to.
Oh, that's okay. I want to so much to agree with you on that. But
What they were trying to do is they're trying to provoke a response, and they did not do it. If you recall, they said, if you don't move out of here by this time, we are going to euthanize your pets. You know, because they have dogs and whatnot in the truck.
And then,
They're like,
and then,
we're going to take your children away
I
from
was
you.
just saying,
because
and
you're
then they
putting your
called in
children there.
basically our CPS and saying, well, you're putting your children in danger. They took away the right for them to go get gas as well. That's when it started. And they were like, well, if you don't have gas, you're not going to be able to keep your cabins and your trucks warm. So your children are in danger. It was just like, they made it that way.
all right, so there was this 3 weeks that has been going on so far?
Yeah, 3 weeks, and the truckers are still back there. They don't have their trucks. The trucks were all impounded, and the city was threatening to sell their trucks to pay for the police force.
Yeah, they're gonna fuck with them upside down and sideways and backwards and everything.
But now they're starting to release the trucks back to the people, and the windows were all busted in. There was snow all in their trucks, trashed. It was yeah.
That's not being a good sportsman like that. There's no reason they gotta do that. That's low. I mean, was that like people doing that?
No, the police that impounded the vehicles, it was in the impound yards. The trucks were found this way.
Exactly. It was the piece of shit lefty Marxist cops that were on that side of the movement that did it to him as retaliation.
Well, I hope one day that those people involved on the not good side, one day they're going to look back on this and maybe it'll be a motivation to turn it around, and maybe they'll be in here one day. Who knows? But
their mind is gone.
That's a tough situation when you're talking about the police and where they stand on the world stage. They're pawns, really.
Yeah, they're useful idiots. They're useful idiots.
It's sad. I've thought for years we should focus on that demographic of people.
Yo, what up, Jenny? What's good, Oblivion? How y'all doing tonight?
What up?
Yo.
What you guys up to, my fellow flat earthers?
They just joined. I don't see them.
We were just talking about world stage things, but bring it maybe a little scooch it back to flat Earth a little bit.
Yeah,
I was listening to NPR this morning. I was listening to NPR this morning, which I haven't in a while, on the radio in my vehicle. And this lady from the Ukraine, I don't know what organization she was with, but her name was Natalia. And the interviewer asked her some question about, are you able to communicate on the internet well? And this lady, Natalia, the one thing that I remember what she said, I think it was right off the bat, she said, "Thank God for Elon Musk."
Oh, God.
Dude, I'm not kidding. She said it like that. Thank God for Elon Musk. And, so I was just like, wow, why does this person have to be from the Ukraine?
Do you know why she said that?
Because they're preparing the Starlink under the guise of war, like protection against other countries and whatnot.
It's just girl's name Natalia, man. I used to mess with a girl named Natalia. She gave me herpes, I think.
Elon Musk, everyone. Sorry to talk over you. Okay, that's the end of my theatrics. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I gasped. I just, that's why I don't listen to the fucking news.
Yeah, supposedly in the beginning of this nonsense, they pled, "Oh, please give us internet, Elon Musk," and he's like, "Okay, click on Starlink, boom, you got internet. Give me a break."
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. I've watched videos about Starlink. You're supposed to have this expensive receiver set. You got all this tracking dish bullshit. I've watched reviews on Starlink.
Really?
Do they even have the equipment? They don't have the equipment. You can't just turn on Starlink and boo, you got internet. Dude, do they have DSL? Do they have cable? What do they have? They don't. You can't just turn on internet. You have to send them the equipment.
You said DSL, you mean dick sucking lips, right?
My point was,
Dude,
why did this
DSL, so don't do that.
Why did this person being interviewed just so coincidentally happen to be from the Ukraine?
Because
and this person is praising, and
you're watching Israeli approved NPR.
Okay.
You don't.
Well, I know it's all part of the same network of mainstream news, so it doesn't matter where you get it from.
Hey, who's that kid who couldn't wait to say the immature juvenile thing about DSL?
But anyway, she said, "Thank God for Elon Musk."
I was about to say something.
They're like worshiping this figurehead for something they don't even know what they're getting into. This is only the beginning of something else. Isn't that like the word on the street with all this whole thing?
Yeah, well, Jenny, there ain't nothing new under the sun, sister.
Right? I mean,
You know, people just don't know to learn from history, and that's why history gets erased. So we don't learn. So we keep falling in the same stupid, dumb traps.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows what happened truthfully 400 years ago? I mean, do you? I can't say I do.
Yeah, I mean, I love that topic.
I do too.
Yeah, girl, don't try me because we'll be all in left field. Okay, so I just think. Oh, go ahead, hon.
I was gonna say, you know how people like to say, "Well, we weren't smart back 1,000 years ago," and this and that. Well, what if we were smarter than we are now back that long ago?
There's just no way to know.
And we
I
just
got a
don't
show
know.
For you, Shauna. Is it Shanna or Shauna? I forget.
It's Shanna.
Shanna. Okay.
You can call me Shauna. You can call her Shanna.
I got a show recommendation for you from what you just said. Okay, so it's called Raised by Wolves. I bet you $100 you'll love it.
I think I may have seen it.
Well, it's on a new season. I think there might be another. I can't remember if that's it or if there's 2 more episodes or if I'm mixing it up with another show.
Oh, it's a series.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it on? What's it on?
Well, you can look it up on. You can go legit. I mean, but I go on. It's called Prime Wire, or it's called Soap and the number 2 and the word day. Soap Today.
Oh, my husband looks videos up on. He's got a
Yeah,
weird.
don't be paying for nothing.
No, I'm not. I ain't paying for shit. No.
Yeah.
He's got this thing where he can watch any movie that just came out or whatever.
Exactly. Or if you're really hard up, somebody's probably taken their cam into the movie theater.
Right. And those are usually on something you gotta watch through a downloader too. So.
But yeah, Raised with Wolves, super good. So pretty much it's based from a Gnostic belief, and actually it is. I don't know if you've ever heard the serpent seed theory.
Yes.
So that's in it, and that's kind of maybe giving it away too much, but you've seen
Giving away too
season
much.
1.
You're talking about the Nephilim and the introduction of technology and.
No, the Raised by Wolves are the 2 androids, the male and female androids. They are transported to another planet to seed humanity.
Androids are going to seed humanity?
Yep.
Oh, that's okay.
Dude, you need to. It's called Raised by Wolves. But the ending, I just about dropped my jaw. It's like, it was pretty juicy.
We'll definitely have to tell my husband about that one.
Oh yeah, that would be something.
So he can look that one up for me.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll get you guys on a little marathon.
Yeah, because I don't have TV.
Yeah, I don't either.
I have a TV, but I don't have TV. So I don't get your normal news.
Right, me neither. Man, that shit used to be expensive as all hell, 10 years ago.
Yeah, my parents are still paying supreme crap so they can get Fox News. I'm like, gosh, that this is the same. I'm like, the same people own Fox News that own CNN and MSNBC, and they're like, well, those people suck. I'm like, well, it's the same shit.
Your parents are probably angry all the time. I'm sorry.
They are. Actually, they were actually pretty laid back. They're cool.
Well,
my parents are cool, but they are upset all the time about just political crap, and I'm just like, you gotta let that political crap go.
No doubt. It says in the Bible we're not supposed to pay attention to the things of the world. That's the world stage.
Exactly, and my parents are very, very religious, and I'm putting air
Find that
quotes.
Bible verse for them. And don't even say nothing to them. Just leave, like, write it on a piece of paper and just leave it laying around.
Yeah. I don't. It's very difficult to tell them that, and it's just like
Nothing. Just leave it laying around.
Like-
Let them figure it out.
the first time when I like literally first woke up to flowers. I got very tipsy. I drank a lot. I was like,
oh.
And I told my husband, I was like, you've got to, he doesn't drink. And I was like, okay, let's go over to my mom and dad's. We got to go see mom and dad. It did not go well. I was like, listen, I was like, listen, y'all got to read Genesis 1:1. Just read Genesis first chapter, man. It'll tell you the earth is not a
I
globe.
just love the serpent seed theory. Do you know anything about it?
Are you talking about like when are you talking about Lucy, not Lucy, but what was her name?
Eve was beguiled by the serpent.
But then there was also the other woman.
Oh yeah, Lilith, the first one.
Lilith. So I thought you were talking about Lilith and the serpent seed.
The land of Nod. That's where Cain was exiled to. And
I don't actually believe the story. I don't actually think that the story of Lilith was true, but that's just me. Everybody.
I mean, maybe there's a shred in there that could be true, but
I think if anything, the Lilith story probably has more to do with Eve.
Really? Interesting.
I think it's the same person, and but I don't know.
Hey, if you got anything to share, DM it to me, sis. I'll go down the rabbit hole.
I've been going down this rabbit hole for a long time.
I do love that story about Cain and Abel, and what happened to Cain. I think there's an extra biblical text I need to look up or something. I'm not sure.
There sure are a lot of stories.
It's in the Quran.
In the Quran, really? I want to read that then.
Yeah, it tells you the full. It tells you in details.
Can you send me a link?
It's on Audible. You can download.
Well,
you know what? I got it. You're gonna love it.
Okay.
I've been looking into a lot of Paleo Hebrew, and trying to go back to like oldest texts I can,
Well, I mean,
that.
I just think that it seems like there are two different accounts of the creation.
And see, I think that's a misnomer. I
could consider that, sure. But so I'm telling you, my thoughts went again to Raised by Wolves. I don't want to give anything away. Definitely write that down for you guys to at least watch a trailer to see if you like it. But it's creepy.
I'm totally gonna look into that. But
anyways.
The whole Genesis 1 gives a basic chronological creation, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then this is where everybody kind of gets confused, is that when it gets to Genesis 2, it's like it's a whole new other creation, which it's not. It's just explaining.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant of Adam. There are two separate accounts of when he was created.
Right, that's what I'm saying, and that's in the next chapter where it talks about how he was created, and then it talks about how Eve was created, and I think it's the same account, but
it's supposed to be. Yeah. But yeah, this isn't the right room for that.
if we're gonna have that conversation, we need to go to the religious room.
I'm okay with letting that go, but
I'm okay with letting that go too. Girl, I'm so okay with letting everything go these days. I'm like, I can have a conversation with somebody if we just we'll let that go.
Yeah, it's not that hard. We just did it. It just happened, like in the snap of a finger.
Yeah. Seriously, we can go to any topic you want to now.
Yeah, me too.
'Cause
Yeah, there's lots of people in here who wants to talk now.
yeah, I'm like water. I flow wherever you want to go.
I sent them a time machines.
I'm here. We can chat if you'd like. I just don't know what to talk about.
Now, who's this?
Whatever you want.
Who are you,
What's
Green?
going on?
Who are you, Green? What is that?
Hi. My original name is Glatflobe. Oh, I guess that's what it says in the nickname thing. Yeah, I'm Glatflobe. Hi. Hello. My first name is Sean, if you want to call me that.
Sean, nice to meet you.
Likewise.
I may have met you before. It's been a while since I've been in Discord.
I think actually, yeah.
You better slide on in here a little bit more often, Missy.
I'm sorry, Jenny. Man, I moved. I've been busy, and
You're
just
good,
life,
honey.
life happens.
I'm glad to have you back. Hey,
I've been trying harder to be back in like talking to my friends.
Yeah.
Because
Hey, you
I
know
used
what?
to talk to Helio a lot, and I miss doing that. And
But you know what? Don't forget, we got Ladies' Night every Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And a lot of times we do a marathon, so you could be like 4 hours late, maybe.
well, I'm generally more. See, I'm up. I'm usually in bed by now.
Oh. Well, yeah, you could on Ladies' Night because sometimes it's over by now.
I was gonna say if y'all start at 5 Eastern time, that's 4 o'clock my time, and so I could totally do that.
Dude, just slide on in here on Ladies' Night. Everybody'd love to have you.
Yeah, I will. I will definitely do that.
Hey Johnny, do you get my message?
I did.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me see that.
Share that with her too if you want.
Okay.
So Sean, what kind of rabbit hole are you going down these days?
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
I've been down a shitload of them since, like, I started doing the whole conspiracy research thing pretty heavy right after the 7-Eleven was a part-time job incident. And
you listen to Matt.
I do. I listen to Matt. He's great. Matt's wonderful.
I love Matt. He's one of my literally. This Matt, if you're listening, don't take offense to this, but I put him on when I'm going to bed because
Me too.
Because his voice is so calming to me, and I'm
And he's such a good bloke, man. He's such a good dude, and like he's so smart. Anyway, go ahead.
And then the next day in the morning because I get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, I'll put him on again and listen to that same show and actually listen to it, you know?
Right. First you'll receive it by osmosis as you're sleeping, and then the next day you'll catch the rest when you're paying attention.
I'll totally start it over. I'll totally start it over and just like really absorb it because I've already had one absorption like subconsciously, and so it really hits me better the next day, you know?
Yeah, that's cool. A double dose. I like it.
Yeah.
I love that. I love it.
I love Matt. He's my favorite. He's one of my favorite streamers. And,
for sure.
And but me and my husband are really worried about the fact that I think he really needs a woman.
Oh man. Oh yeah. It's yep, you're right. And I don't know, hey Matt, if you're listening, just you have a lot to give, man. A lot of love. So that's what I mean.
He could totally love a woman good. I know he
Absolutely. He would really, really do well, yes, in a romantic, caring relationship, I think. Yep.
There's just I know he's in a predicament because there just ain't a lot of finding a woman these days is very difficult, I'm sure.
Let me just say I feel like the luckiest man in the universe because I have done so just recently, and I have no idea what I did to earn it. But anyway, go ahead.
Congratulations. Is she awake?
Very much so, yeah.
That's awesome. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, thank you. Now I got to earn it, right?
Yeah, now you got to earn it, bro. See, my husband woke me up. He woke me up. He was like, he just really literally... He'd been going through the JFK and all the rabbit holes, and then he found flowers, and he came to me. I heard him listening to the videos, and I was just like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And one day he was like, "Okay, Chana, please just go read Genesis 1, just the first chapter of the Bible, because I was a very religious person, and I'm still a very spiritual kind of religious person, but I don't go to church and stuff anymore. And
Yeah.
when I did that, he said, just do it with an open mind, with no preconceived notions, and immediately I was like, holy crap. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing people have a really hard time doing is just getting over that hump of, okay, clear my mind of all the things that I've been taught and believe right now. Can I just empty my cup as much as I can to absorb this? And the closer people get to that empty cup, the easier it's going to be initially to absorb this stuff. But yeah, totally.
That's what I did. I told because he really was like very insistent. He was like, you just got to put everything out, and I did. I literally did, and literally as soon as I got to it, I didn't even have to get to like halfway through the first chapter of Genesis, and I was like, whoa.
Right.
When I read, let there be light, and there was light, and then when I got to like day 3, and God said, let there be sun, moon, and stars. Well, whoa! I was like, hang on. There was light before there was sun, moon, and stars, and I was just, and the firmament, and then the sun, moon, and stars were inside the firmament. When I understood what the firmament was, I was,
it's crazy how many things line up once this, once you empty the cup from the past and then you start seeing things like the way they were meant to be seen instead of the way someone told you, how to look at this.
Exactly, because all my life as a Christian, I had tried to, I found it very difficult with science to try to explain to people why the Bible was true. And because of things like the firmament and all of the things that are right there in Genesis, trying to marry science. When I say science, I mean scientism with the Bible.
Yeah, girl, you know.
That's what it is.
And that moment it hit me like a ton of bricks, man. It hit me like a ton of bricks, and I was like, oh my God, I've been lied to my whole life.
Yeah, when you get that, when it hits you like the ton of bricks, and that's the thing. If one doesn't, in my opinion, if one doesn't have that some people call it a white light experience that hits you like a ton of bricks. If you don't have that powerful moment, I don't know if I didn't have that moment, because I certainly had it over and over. If I didn't have those moments, I wouldn't be this deep into it. I wouldn't know what I know. I wouldn't have had the passion to find out the real truth about stuff.
Well said, Glenn. I agree.
Absolutely.
I had a moment. When I figured out what scientism was, I definitely had a moment.
Right. You're like, this is actually the biggest religion in the world. Fuck Christianity. I mean, this is, sorry, I didn't mean to, but
It is the religion of the world. That is what scientism is. Calculations posed as measurements. And not just measurements allegedly verified. I mean, yeah, it's all
I think verified by humans is kind of an oxymoron.
Like, and I was already
humans verified it? Really?
I was obsessed with numbers.
Go ahead.
I was obsessed with numbers and stuff like that, and Tesla, and free energy and crap like that. And so when I got to that, I totally understood Tesla saying, the whole, I'm not going to even try to say what he said, but basically how math these days in science is just bullshit. I'm paraphrasing completely, because he's like, they're just building upon theories that are not been ever proven.
Precisely.
And so I think that's why flat Earth when it just hit me, all of it together, and I was just like, yeah, okay, this is making sense to me.
Yep. And honestly, I got to jet here for a second, but honestly, I think that so many of us were born to like have that physiological response once the door was open, it gets kicked open and we see everything real easy, and it's not like we're gullible. It's like, holy fuck, this is actual truth that I need to pay attention to.
Right. And it's like you.
What was that? Sorry.
Oh, I had said it's kind of like a switch, like what you were describing.
Yeah, it's a switch, and I don't think everybody has that built into them. Maybe they do, but it's crazy.
I was going to say, because you listen to Matt,
Yeah.
You might be on the fence of thinking maybe not everybody hears like us.
Right. Yeah, and either way, I won't be able to falsify that, but yeah, I mean,
I can't confirm or deny it either way. I have no proof, but I do know, I believe some people just take the download like nothing.
Right. Well, and it's easy that way. I don't blame so many people, because I was the same way. I was like, wow, humans really do have all of it figured out. This is great, and it was an easy chair that I could just relax in. But the world isn't like that. And actually now, to me, that's really exciting to know that there's so much more to find out than what we were taught.
Right. And before, if all of us probably have this excitement in us, because we're like, man, we're thinking, we weren't even trying to think about anything. We were just like, go to work, do this, do that, live life. Now we're like exploring. We're explorers now.
Yeah, it's like a childlike wonderment or something about what we thought was in the sky is probably not what's in the sky. And
right.
It's just amazing to think about it, outside of here, it's great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Jenny, I actually dream again. I literally have fascinating, amazing, insane dreams that are way out there. And I didn't dream for probably 10 years.
Oh, wow. Well, that hasn't hit me. I've never been too much of a dreamer, every once in a while. But unfortunately, I consume natural plants that the Creator gave us. And
why would you say unfortunately?
Well, I wouldn't mind dreaming every now and then, but I just don't.
I don't think those things keep you from dreaming.
Oh, well, then I don't know.
Some people just don't dream as often as others. It's like, I don't know what causes that, but I dream. Hey, girl, I am a huge consumer of tobacco products and hops. Okay. So.
Okay. Well,
but I still dream like a crazy person.
When I do dream, I do try to interpret for myself. And it's like one time I had this dream of a tornado and it was right in front of me. And so, that one's not really too complicated, right? Figure that one out.
You're living in a whirlwind world.
Ooh, yeah, I was fly by the seat of my pants for a long time. I'll tell you. Yep, not no more. Well, sort of, kind of still, but not as much.
I know Helio and Helio don't like me going down this road. Oh. So Helio, if you're listening, I'm sorry, I gotta do it.
All right, do it before he gets in here. Hurry up.
I went down. You sound like you're kind of a bit of a biblical person. You don't necessarily go to church, but that's part of your foundation of your core belief system, correct? Jenny? Oh, you're muted. Anyway.
Hey, I'll be right back. I have to get my charger. Sorry, dear. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, I'm going to wait to say what I was going to say to Jenny because I wanted to say it to her. But, so if anybody else wants to chime in and talk, please do so.
I'm on my way back. It'll just be a second.
I don't even know. Did Flobe Is it? How do you say his name? Did he leave? I think he did. He said he had to cut out. I'm looking. Let's see. Where is he? Oh, Glatflow.
Okay, I'm within Wi-Fi range again. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, listen. You're somewhat of a biblical thinker, correct?
Well, in a general sense, I don't ascribe to any doctrine or anything.
Right.
But yeah,
right.
go ahead.
But it is kind
Yeah.
of like your moral core of where you find your morals from.
Well, yeah, it's given to us by the Creator. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, a few years back, I started looking into Paleo Hebrew, and everybody got super upset at me in my community because I stopped
Oh, I don't
saying
doubt it.
I stopped saying JC and God and Lord and all
Oh
that
yeah.
because I went
Yeah,
down the whole rabbit hole of that and looking into the etymology and things like that.
Yes, I'm with
And-
you.
And so I call my father creator. I call him Yahuwah.
Exactly.
And I call
No.
what they call JC, Jesus Christ, I call him Yahusha. And most of my family are like, oh, what are you, a Jew now? I'm like, no. No. That's
For
not
me,
what because I still have the exact same fundamental belief system as I had then when I was young.
see, I kind of don't. And, I know we've been created, but, what's really going on, I'm not sure. I just don't want to be a fool.
I don't either, but like we were talking, the reason I thought of this to tell you is because when we were talking about the sack of bricks hitting us, one of my subscribers, they were on somebody else's channel and they were saying those names, Yahuwah and Yahusha, and saying JC didn't exist because there wasn't a J and this and that.
I know, right?
And she called me so upset because she's a hardcore Christian, and she was like, "They're just preaching blasphemy over here at this channel." And I went and watched what she watched, and as soon as I heard it, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, the name resonated. It hit me like a ton of bricks, and I said, "Oh wow!" And then because it hit me like a ton of bricks, I inundated myself on studying it, and that's why I stand where I do today on that. But only because it hit me like Flat Earth did.
Yeah, you should do where your instincts tell you. I would never challenge you on that. I mean, you're on your own journey, and I don't think any of us should, challenge. I just don't believe in doing that.
Like me and you both said earlier, when somebody says, "Nah," we just move on. But because I'm to that point in my life where it's just not. It's not
productive.
It's not productive, and if somebody don't want to see what I see, then that's okay. I can't change their mind. Only they can.
Okay. So for me, until I do my own study, like what you described, you did. For me, at this point, I only use the word "my creator" because
and that's
there's
where
too many words
for a long time.
Yeah, there's too many word monkey business going on. And, I have thought this for the longest time that I didn't think who would be considered our most high should be addressed as Lord. That's not the highest title one can have. And
all my life, I hated that word, Lord.
Yeah. So
they
for me,
call that. Because
Mm-hmm.
they call men in Europe, lots of people are called lords. Lord this, Lord that. I always disliked that. I was like, why are we calling the Creator, our Father, Lord?
Yeah, so I just love like listening to, or knowing about different religions at this point. I don't want to ascribe to anything, but I've only been given like this tunnel vision about religion my whole life, and I don't think that's a way to be.
Right. So you grew up in a Christian family.
Not like devout or anything by far, but throughout my life I did have an experience with it, and it was beneficial. That's why I don't question anybody's walk. For them, that's beneficial where they are, what they're doing.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that the point of it is you can never stop learning. And that's what I have the biggest problem with religion is that people get complacent and stuck and say, well, I know all I need to know, and they don't care to grow.
Yeah, like when I first found out about flat earth, I was going to church like twice a week. I was in a ladies' Bible study, and I was involved in activities. I was full in. And when I was like talking to the pastor's wife who was in my Bible study, and it was a fairly big church, they didn't want to hear nothing about it. They were like, give me the fluoride stare and stuff. It's like, I'm thinking in my head, oh my gosh, how is it happening?
Yeah.
How is it happening that we can't have this conversation?
I was in the same spot. Literally, I was going to ladies' Bible studies, and I was going to church twice a week, like you said, and in ladies' Bible studies. And when I came across flat earth, I brought it up, and it was just like total taboo. Like, what? No, nobody wanted to touch it. And so it became, I was kind of not ostracized necessarily by them. They didn't push me out or anything, but I personally ostracized myself because I didn't want to be there anymore because they didn't want to talk to me about the things that I felt important to talk about.
Yeah, that topic should not have been rejected like that, in my opinion. I mean, there should have been a little bit of conversation. If somebody should have said, "Hey, Pastor, so and so's talking about flat Earth. You should talk to him." That's what should have been done. And I don't know, but
yeah, I felt like the preacher should have. I felt like the preacher should have started talking about flat Earth and preaching it.
Oh yeah. There's not very many that want to do that. It's sad, and I hate saying this, but it's like almost like they're going along to get along so they can do their tax-free stupid stuff. I mean,
so they can be a 501c church, and get their tax break, and
I know it's horrible. It's
literally
horrible. I hate it.
All of those churches get a letter from the government of what topics they're actually supposed to talk about or not talk about.
What? Wait, I did it. Girl, you were blowing my head off tonight.
Oh, yeah. No.
Oh, wow. I'm not, I'm acting surprised, but I don't know why I should be surprised.
And I don't want to offend anybody, but one of the things is they are not supposed to talk about any of the LGBTQs,
Ooh, doggy, that is juicy.
They are sent a list of things that are not topics they're not allowed to talk about.
Wow.
Because they're in the system. They're in the system.
Well,
if you're gonna be part of the government system and getting a break, well, we got to censor you here, there, and yonder.
Wow. Yeah.
I was working for my sister. She owns a plumbing company, and the government, not the government, but a local city school. This is totally not like what we were talking about, but I found it crazy is that this letter that the school sent her said that she had to sign allegiance over to the Blue Star. That
WTF? I mean, come on.
If she wanted to continue doing business with this independent school district.
That sounds pretty serious.
What WTF? Really?
Yeah.
You got to sign allegiance over to Israel double blue star thing? You know, if you want to do business with the state, that was a state letter.
Oh boy.
Because I did her filing, and I was filing this, and I just happened to see that word on there, and so I read it, and I was like, what the?
But okay.
I mean,
so
I'm not even trying to apply that into this conversation. It just blew my mind at what the fucks, you know.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of religious leaders are just trying to do the best they can and work within the framework that we exist upon. So it's such a double-edged sword, and I certainly wouldn't want to be in that position. So, I mean,
no, I would never put myself in that position, and I don't even understand the mindset of a person to put. Can you even put you're like probably like me. You can't even imagine putting yourself in that position, because do you really want to make laws over other mankind?
Yeah, I don't believe that's yeah. If I were to do any type of following of any ideology, and I haven't like studied it or anything, I mean, I've only heard some talks on it and such, but that would be anarchy, because that would be like something of a smaller society type of framework is what I got the impression of. And you know, I think I hope everybody's getting the clue on all these conveniences that we're getting so accustomed to. You know, I mean, I'm throwing another curveball here, but I just find it really freaking odd that there's blank spots in the grocery store, but there's a half of an aisle of different flavor Pop-Tarts, and we don't run out of them.
You guys sound like you're floating off of topic of flat Earth, if I do say so myself.
Please, by all means. Thank you.
Who said that?
Yeah, continue, if you would. You can have the floor, by all means. You have a flat Earth thing to bring up or a question? Or you want to talk more about flat Earth? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, this is a flat Earth channel, and we really haven't been talking about flat Earth at all.
Yeah, I'd be okay if that was the point. That'd be all right.
It's just that, you know, you guys, there's a lot of crap going on around us that there's a lot of other crap going on.
Okay, so Glatt says, guy comes in, says we're off topic, leaves. Oh, jeez. I know it. I got you. I'm sitting here shaking my head, kind of. But it's all good.
I don't even know who said that. Who came in and said, hey, you know. But yeah, ring us in. Somebody want to talk about.
Yeah, is there any Globies in his house? I'm looking.
It was the guy with question marks, but he just deafened himself.
Oh.
But if he comes off deaf and ask him what the sun and moon is, I think he seems to have an idea.
Oh, really?
He has no picture, huh?
Is he one of those that, is he a flat earther and he thinks it's a projection or something, or?
No, I don't. I think he's a glober.
Oh. Oh, is he going to tell us that the sun is on fire?
I have a theory.
You do? Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I would like opinions on my theory.
Well, we don't want a theory. We'd like evidence to back up what the sun might be.
Hang on, CB. I like a theory, CB. And if somebody's got a theory, it is up to us to put it to the test.
We already have one, though. It's called the old heliocentric theory. That's what he was alluding to, or what he was going to talk about, I think.
Well,
I
I
was
don't know.
actually going to bring up the snow cone theory.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean.
Man, that won't.
You can smell it. You can smell it from a mile away. It's so.
Well,
Yeah, we've been doing this for 5
was
years,
just curious to see what his theory was. Put some theories out. How you start science? You come up with a theory, you test it, you prove it. You have to test it, prove it is a actual thing. But how can you prove a snow? How can you prove a snow cone?
We got this guy coming in here like he's Tom Cruise sliding in the room thinking he's all sly and he's going to say something new. Dude, we've been doing this for 5 years, 24/7.
I'm just kidding.
Well, there's another guy with question marks. Are you friends with this other dude?
No, I don't know who that guy is. I think he might have copied me. I don't know.
You guys just have similar names.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had this for a few years now.
Okay. Do you have a snow cone theory, or what's your gig today?
What's a snow cone theory?
Oh,
Could
maybe
you elaborate?
you could ask your friend.
Who?
Yeah, right below you.
The question mark
I don't know
guy.
who he is. I don't have him added. I don't know who that is.
Okay. Okay. So, what brings you around these parts today, fella?
I don't know. I just wanted to see what other theories are. See what's going on.
Are you a globey or a flatty?
Flat.
Or
I
or
think
an
it's
in-betweeny?
I think it's personally flat.
You did?
You know,
Yeah.
we're gonna test you if you say that. It's better to just be honest. If you're a globe earther, that's cool. No one's gonna slam you. But if you're a flat earther, people will test your metal.
Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because it's been proven multiple times. Come on.
Oh, no.
I've tested it myself. I've gone in a boat before. And
Don't tell me you're one of those guys.
Question mark guy. It's really hard to LARP as a flat earther. I wouldn't recommend it.
Not LARP. What
It
is a
ain't
LARP?
working. You ain't good at it, dude.
Yeah.
You are not good at it.
What is a LARP?
We're not going to talk about that.
I'm just trying to hear some other opinions on this. I don't know why I'm getting attacked.
So
First of all, you feel like you're being attacked. We're not attacking you.
No, I'm just trying to hear what's going on.
He said he's been in a plane and it doesn't look like a globe to him, you guys. So let's hear him out.
He said, "Nuh-uh."
He said boat.
No, and a plane.
He said boat and plane.
Okay, my bad.
If I go up in my Cessna, I when I'm flying, it's not like I'm going around a circle or a globe. I'm going straight. I don't see how it could possibly be that. You put something down, it's not rolling around. Even if it's like a big plane, I don't think it's possible.
That was a lie.
You're just a troll, dude.
I wouldn't worry about him. I wouldn't worry about him.
For the good acting, right?
I think
you're
it's
going for the Emmy.
You guys, let's hear him out. I don't think he's a troll. Hey, how many miles away do the globies tell us our sun is?
I would be honest. I don't know. I'm not
if you were a flat earther, you'd know that.
I'm not an expert. I'm new to this. Hey, I'm not like an expert like you must be. I respect your expertise. I'm not saying I'm an expert or anything.
I respect your expertise too, man.
Okay, what I'm saying is, if you're a flat earther, you've looked at a lot of facts about what the globe theories tell you, and you would probably know a ballpark. Can you give me a ballpark of how far they say the sun is away from Earth?
Anna, you're presupposing a lot.
No, not really, because if a person
Yes, you are.
If a person
Yes, you are.
become a flat earther, they would have done some research about this.
Yeah, he's not coming in here to share any observations that he's done.
Is it 94 million miles?
Like,
is it 94 million?
Mr. Trump, and you're gonna try to explain his feelings.
What is it 94 million miles? Or
Okay,
is that
so
wrong?
you had enough time to Google it. Congratulations.
Yeah, I was just saying.
If I Googled it, it would say 92.259 million miles actually. So I did not Google it actually.
So you just Googled it.
to prove you wrong. To prove you wrong. To prove you wrong.
You just proved that I was right, man.
And hey, Oblivion, I was just giving him a test because generally most flat earthers know the arguments on the other side.
That would just make us gullible.
It could be Doobie. You never know.
Well, he's got an interesting about me section.
I mean, I wouldn't mind giving a person a benefit of the doubt, but coming in
He's just trying to be a provocateur.
Well, I
I'm
would
sorry,
never do
everyone.
such a thing. I haven't said anything. I unmuted. I said, "Hey, what's up, guys? I'm trying to, learn something a little new. I'm new in this area."
Yeah, no
Wasn't
worries,
he
bro.
already vetted? Wasn't he already vetted in order to be verified?
Exactly. That's right. That's right. That's why I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Precisely.
I'm being a dick. I'm sorry. I ate some ding dong. I ate some ding dong, and I'm being a ding dong. I am so sorry.
But just because somebody's been vetted and put through to the live stream does not mean they're not a troll.
All right, Nancy Pelosi, chill out.
Sit down and stop wringing your hands.
Ring my bell, ring a ring a ring a.
So, what do we call you, new guy? Because I just see 2 squares by your name.
You can call me
LARP
Thomas if you like. I mean,
Or
Thomas.
hashtag 7079.
Well, nice to meet you, Thomas.
nice to meet you too.
Thomas, what are those symbols? Just curious.
It's actually, I believe they're like Unicode symbols.
You know what?
Unicode symbols to make it invisible because Discord can't read them.
Oh, I see Thomas now. Somebody.
Yeah, we're gonna give him that name, Thomas. We're just gonna give him a fucking name. Fuck it.
Oh,
I love the spelling. It's very, very nice.
Tomas.
Is this like your YouTube voice, or you're working on a character right now?
What?
Right, that's what I was saying.
Who just said Timmy?
Hey guys, make sure you like and subscribe.
Hey
guys,
like
welcome to my YouTube channel.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Are you saying I sound like Donald Trump? I do not sound like him. Why would you say that?
I can't put my finger on it. Yeah, there's something.
Hell, I'd take it as a compliment.
Just wave your hand.
America first.
Wave your hand.
America first.
A young Donald Trump.
And then wave your hand and then pinch like you're pinching the clouds. Wave your hand and then pinch the clouds. Like, this. And then finish the sentence.
Yeah.
The G4, the gravity, what is it? The fucking Space Force. Space Force.
Okay, guys, we got Irish Leonard in here. He's on the fence.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
And let me see. Let's see who else we got in here, y'all.
And they got off Thomas.
What's up, Boo-Foo?
Yeah, Boo-Foo. Isn't that Flat Earther, though?
By us, for us. I got you.
Yo. Yeah, no, I've been here like well over a year. You guys should know me by now.
No, I just know what. I think it went the other FUBU, for us, by us, but you put it as by us, for us.
By us, for you.
Welcome back, Neo.
Hello.
He said that so perfect. Hello.
Hello. Oh shit, never mind. I got something stuck in my throat. I attempted a cool voice, but it didn't work out for me.
I am Groot.
Oh, that's easy.
Who is it? What is that movie where he's like, hello, like that? Man.
Hello.
No, he's like, hello.
Oh,
hello.
Snap, y'all. We got some I haven't seen this person in a long time. Hey, Connie.
Who?
How you doing?
Wow.
Oh, I was just gonna. Thomas, is that you, Thomas?
No, Sonny, did you mute him?
Thomas.
He's new.
I didn't mute anybody. I'm asking if Thomas is there.
Are you
Thomas, are you there?
Sonny, are you feeling okay?
He's muted.
Am I feeling okay? Wait a minute.
Howdy, Helio. Good to see you, brother.
Somebody else muted him, though, I guess.
I don't know. Maybe he muted himself.
Oh, if Helio's coming in, we're...
No, he didn't mute himself because it's a red one. Someone else muted.
I thought if I muted myself, it turned red.
No.
You sure?
Yeah, try muting yourself right now.
I'm fixing to.
Ah, there you go. Look at that.
It's a white mic. Mm-hmm.
All right, I don't know, you guys. Wait,
what do you mean you don't know us, Jenny? We know you.
Well, I was just thinking about Connie being here, and I wonder if he's actually honestly studied the old heliocentric theory in more detail.
Old heliocentric theory. What do you mean old? Is there like a new one?
Yeah.
He didn't say detail.
They come out with a new one every year or something?
No. See, there's too many coincidences with the old heliocentric theory, so we had to throw
What kind
that
of coincidences?
out. We had to throw it out.
What kind of coincidences?
Well, there's all kinds of coincidences.
So who's suspect here? Who's suspect?
The fact that you're saying it's a coincidence is a coincidence.
Okay, yeah. Well, we can be okay with that one. But, we can make it a simpler conversation. I don't know what you've been talking about when you're just bouncing around on Discord servers and whatever. But, the Earth, you don't need science to figure out what Earth is. It's, because science answers a how, why question. And then, the Earth, it's just a what is question. So as it turns out, I don't know if you need to catch up or anything, but it's observably and measurably flat.
Sounds like something QE would say.
Sure. So
really,
how is an observation not
The
part of science?
what is question. The what is question.
Well, yeah, I probably did get it from him. I mean, I didn't come up with that, so yeah, I can name drop QE if y'all want. I mean, I don't care. But yeah, I mean, I love it because it's kind of really simple explanation. I don't know if you know this as well, that science has kind of migrated away from what it should be, and it's scientism, where calculations are posed as measurements.
Sure. So how is that not used in proposing what the Earth is?
Well, there's an assumed radius. There's an assumed radius is what there is.
Assumed radius of what?
Well, this is a part. Oh man, I wish you wouldn't have to ask me that question, because we falsified the radius.
What else?
We falsified the radius, so it's bye ball time.
Okay,
so
how so?
But wait, no, it's okay if you don't know that part. But what do you got? I mean, since you've been gone, what do you got?
No, I'm just here I'm just kind of observing what's going on. How is the radius falsified?
You're just observing, so you got to catch up with everything. Okay, that's cool, dude. It's nice to have you back.
Sure,
Well, let's build a foundation, why don't we? So we got the radius number. How was that measured?
I don't know. I'm asking you. How was it measured? You said they just made it up.
Did I say that?
Well, someone said they just made it up.
Well,
if it wasn't measured, then where did it come from?
I would say it's made up. I don't know anybody that's actually gone and measured the radius of the Earth.
I mean, Connie, if I tell you I'm 6'9", would you just believe that, or did I make it up? Or if I didn't present any measurements, then what other choice do you have?
Well, you did present a measurement, but not a very good one.
Where? I
What
just
what
said
kind
it.
of measurement? What kind of measurement would prove that you are 6'9"?
You know, a physical measurement.
So you did. You said you're 6'9". That's a physical
Well, I could have
measurement.
just made that up though.
You did. So what would be the difference?
Well, if I presented measurements, then you would know for sure.
You did present a measurement.
I just
So you
said
mean
a
if you
number.
so you mean if you presented a picture?
Tunny, I just said a number.
Okay, so
saying the radius is 3959 miles
Yeah.
is a number. We're asking for the measurement to prove that that's the number.
okay, so have you ever heard of PNS waves?
Yes, I've heard of P and S waves, but go
Okay,
on.
so then you're aware of how those work, correct?
Go on. How is this measuring the surface of the Earth?
Oh, cool. So we know, for example, if there's seismic activity that takes place on one side of the Earth, that we're going to be able to observe the seismic waves on the other side of the Earth. We can measure the distance.
Isn't that begging the question of a globe to begin with?
No. We
It
can
is.
measure.
You just
We
said
can.
other side.
We can measure the time delay in which that takes place. I mean,
Well,
I already
hold on,
know
you
the
didn't- you
speed
haven't
at which
answered
a
my question. Aren't
Seems
you
like we're getting
begging
off
the
track here.
question?
Let's try to steer it back to those Earth curvature measurements you were just about to show us before you started talking about
But
something
I
relevant.
do want to ask him real quick, please, real quick. Couldn't what you're talking about, say this seismic
Seismic
reaction,
waves, PNS waves.
couldn't it actually be on a flat Earth as well? Because so far away, it like a ripple in a river or an ocean, a ripple in water. Period. It's going to have an effect outwardly. So those waves you're talking about could be measured, yes, across the plane. So that
Have you
doesn't
taken Xanax?
do what?
Have you taken Xanax?
Okay, you're going on mute. You're going on mute for a little while.
Let's stick to the subject, please. Not asking
Anyway, why don't you
personal.
cite what you're talking about while you're also looking for the curvature measurements? Because that's the question we were asked.
So, what would constitute a measurement for you?
Well, you're the one who should have the measurement.
A
No,
direct measurement.
Okay, so
Of the
pointing a
surface of
laser
the
across the lake.
Yeah, is there any divergence? That'd be one way to do it.
Okay, what if I show you a picture?
Well, if I sent you a picture of me, would that verify my height?
Sure, yeah.
Really?
That's usually how. I mean, I have no other way of seeing how tall you are. You can't
But how
take a
would you-
picture of your
How would
hand.
you verify that? How would you verify my height?
You could
By
stand next
looking
to
at
a
a picture.
ruler.
Okay, but the ruler would be measuring my height.
Yep. So
Okay, so
basically,
you need that, not just a picture.
so what you're saying is there's no way to tell how tall you are really without seeing you in person. Because maybe you could falsify that ruler, is what you're saying.
Okay, listen. You said you had photographic evidence of measurements.
Yep. Just hold on. Give me a bit here. I'm trying to
Sure. Let's
sort
check
through
it
my
out.
sort through my resources. Just a minute. Here we go.
This is a lot of weaseling around to just when you could just present the measurements.
Yep. So there's a pretty
Okay,
good
so
resource that shows you.
Comparison flat Earth 2D model.
Yep. So that shows you some pretty good comparisons.
Flat Earth isn't a 2D or a model.
Okay. But this really shows you how we're able to observe physical
Can you cite
curvature
in here where the
on a
measurements are?
supposed flat plane. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's see. If you go ahead and read the second paragraph if you read the first paragraph under the header, the Rainy Lake experiment. Got some measurements there for you. Either way, if you choose to not agree with the measurements, you can still take the pictures. Say, hey, those are curved objects going over a supposed flat
Are those
plane.
measurements though, or is that just a Globe Earth video game that somebody modeled to look like what they see in real life?
Globe Earth video game.
Yeah, you've got a simulation and you're comparing that to pictures of reality. We just asked for measurements, bud.
So you're saying these pictures were falsified? Not the renderings, the pictures.
Well, we haven't established that a measurement was actually taken here just yet. I'm looking at the paragraph and it claims the radius, but where's the measurement? What's the method that was done to obtain this? Because I want to be able to do this myself, or at least understand how it was done.
Just one sec. I'm reading it.
Okay. I mean, the link alone, it says comparison of globe and flat 2D Earth model. So I think there's a problem there to begin with.
Yeah,
Sounds like
there's measurements there, and if you scroll down in the paragraph lower to that, there's some measurements there. But the point is not
You could cite this and put it in the chat for other people.
The point is not necessarily the comparisons, because those you can choose to believe or not. It's the fact that you can agree that is curved. That is in no way flat, going over a supposed flat surface.
That's interesting. Can we see some blueprints that show that bridge is actually curved?
Sure, if I can find it.
Yeah, I've asked you guys that before. You've never found it, so you'll be the first. Good luck.
Oh, okay. So the picture doesn't look curved, is what you're saying? The bridge?
It appears that way optically, but that's a bridge that's a man-made structure, and the water below it, the earth below it, doesn't look like it's doing the same thing either. So,
how do you know? It looks like it is. Looks like it is to me. Actually, looks like it is to me. Do you have any? How else would it look like that? You said it's an optical phenomena. How else could it look like that?
Well, you're committing a single cause fallacy here. You're pointing at it and declaring that this must be a consequence of Earth curvature, but I got a better idea. Let's just see if the horizon is always no further than 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. If it's always no further than that, then okay, you can have your Earth curvature. You can have your Earth curvature.
Have you ever heard of refraction?
Yeah, sure. Why?
Okay, well,
that's a flat Earth argument from years ago, when you guys used to say the horizon was geometric, a physical Earth curve hump in the way, blocking boats and buildings.
Relative to me in the buildings,
I think we might be seeing some refraction in that picture of that bridge there that you can't get us a blueprint for to prove that it's actually even curved. Plus, it's a man-made structure anyway, so even if it were, it wouldn't prove much about the ground. So let's try again.
And we haven't yet established this radius either.
So okay,
is that how Bruni did it? He pointed at a bridge, a man-made structure, and said, "Oh yeah, therefore the Earth radius must be 3930 or whatever he got." I mean, it's kind of stupid. Just measure the curvature of the ground.
Okay, so then what could be causing the bridge to look curved?
Refraction is one possible cause.
Refraction? What kind of refraction?
7/6R. Just kidding.
That's just a number. What kind of refraction?
That's terrestrial refraction.
Can you describe terrestrial refraction to me?
Like you said, 7/6R, the R that you don't have. So we can't go on to talking about, an established radius value that hasn't actually been established.
Yeah, because you're just pointing at this and declaring, well, must be Earth curvature. I can't think of what else it would be. But a good test would be to see if the horizon is always at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
So you just said refraction is possible. What if refraction causes your measurements to be differentiated?
No, he didn't say it was possible. He just blamed refraction for it happening.
Okay, so you're saying the 1.2. So what you're saying?
I'm saying, let's see if you actually have a geometric horizon to fit your globe claim.
We do.
1.22 times the square root.
Oh, you do? I want to see the geometric horizon.
We do, but
it's not what he's saying. It's just according to the geometry of that claimed radius value that hasn't been established.
I was kidding when I said 7/6R. I was just
so then what kind of refraction is it?
Well, I actually don't know what's causing it to be like that, but I don't know that the bridge itself is curved. It could just be an optical effect that it appears that way. So I'm asking.
Okay, so then what's the optical effect?
Or maybe, well, I'm not claiming that there is necessarily
So if there's not an
I'm
optical effect,
claiming
then
a
that means it's
specific
really
cause as
curved.
to why it appears that way.
No.
You are the one doing that. Your claim is that that bridge is curving because Earth curvature, right? I'm just saying, well, have you ruled out all the other possible variables that you use to ham wave away the long distance observations that would be impossible on your ball? Or have you
Right,
just
that's
looked at this, pointed at the one? Are you just looking at this, pointing at it, and declaring that the one cause that you want to be causing this is what's going on?
Right, I see what you're saying, and I'm trying to ask you, what else could it be? What else do you have in mind?
Are we just going to ignore that the water's level? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
forget about that?
That was the first thing I brought up. The water's level. It's like a man-made structure that appears to be curving. It could just be an optical effect, so I would like to see a side view of it, and also the blueprint.
Once again, the water doesn't appear to be level, so I think we could be on separate pages here. And you've also
we all observed the same Earth, Connie. Everyone in this VC has observed the same Earth. No one observes any curvature. So yes, the water is level.
You've also yet to provide me with a different cause for why the bridge could be curved.
I don't have to. I don't have a claim
care about the bridge. We're talking about the
one with the claim.
No,
Yeah, so
actually,
you're
you did. You had an anti-claim to what I was saying. You were saying no. It could also not be the fact that the Earth is curved.
Yeah, I said, did you rule out all of the other possible variables that could be producing that effect that you see there? You didn't.
And then I asked you what else it could be.
That you want. What? Go ahead.
And then I asked you what else it could be, and you said refraction. I said, what kind of refraction? And you haven't given me an answer.
Yeah, because I'm not beholden to a claim about the bridge. It's your claim. You say that what we're seeing there is Earth curvature. So I'm just trying to find out if you went through all of the other possible causes for what we're looking at to determine that what it actually is what you claim it to be. It's your claim. So I'm just trying to figure out if your claim holds up. That's all I'm doing. I don't have a claim about the bridge. It's your evidence, buddy.
Of course, you're being critical of my observation. However, you have also yet to provide with a reason as to why, besides a curved Earth, as to why the bridge could be curved.
There's no reason to even think that the Earth is curving to begin with. There is no established radius value. We all observe a flat and motionless plane.
Okay, that's fine. However, you have still yet to provide me.
This is your claim, and all you can do is shift the burden to somebody else.
Well, that's because you made the claim. You made the anti-claim saying, "Oh, maybe it's not Earth curvature."
So you're showing
I said, what else could it be?
You're saying that the bridge is physically curved, and it's being curved to match the curvature of the Earth itself. So why don't you just show us the blueprint, the design, so we can see that it was built to be that way? Sorry, go ahead.
Is anti-claim even really a fucking thing? Like, what the fuck is this shit?
That really doesn't help the conversation one bit.
You make a claim, and then we say, prove it, and you say, are you saying it doesn't happen? And now we've made a claim?
Nope, someone else made a claim saying, have you ruled out the fact that maybe it's not Earth's curvature? And I said, okay, I'll buy it. What else could it be?
He's
what
saying
else
we had an
maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not Earth curvature. Maybe you're right. But what else is it? What other options could there be?
Okay, well, here's the deal. It's definitely not a geometric horizon or anything that it's disappearing over because you don't have one of those. So
okay.
Who cares?
So then what else is it? No, I care. What else is it?
Well, I don't care. I actually don't care what it is.
So you just said, oh, okay. So then what else is it?
You keep forgetting that this is your supposed evidence. This is your claim. You're the one who has to produce the proof that this is actually a consequence of Earth curvature, like you say it is. I say that it's not because you don't have a geometric horizon, and you can't even tell us why what we're looking at here is proof of your claim. So I'm going to throw it out.
Okay, so then what else?
Level.
It's
how can we throw that? How can we throw that out? How can we ignore that?
It's not level. However,
okay,
what else could it be? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, buddy. Quit trying to change the subject.
We're not going to jump to the bridge. No. How is the water not level?
No, that's okay. You don't have to change the subject. What else could it be causing the bridge or the power pylons to curve over the horizon?
Hey, you're asking what could it be besides a geometric horizon that you don't have?
Maybe you're right. Maybe it's not. But what else? What could it be then?
I don't know. I don't care. You have to demonstrate that it is what you say it is, because this is all part of your claim, buddy. I don't care what's going on with the bridge. You're the one using it to prove Earth curvature. So tell us how it does that, or else I'm not going to talk about the bridge anymore because I don't care about it.
I'd also like to add to Connie. You said the bridge curving is due to the Earth's curvature, right?
Yep.
Same with the pylons, sorry. Right?
Yep.
Then how come on a different day those pylons are not curving whatsoever? If you look
Looming
at the text
refraction.
Oh,
So
it's
now
just
you're
optical.
claiming refraction. Now you're claiming refraction. Well,
Yeah, you've got him in a good place because what he's going to do is claim refraction when it doesn't look the way that he says
Yeah.
it's supposed to because of the Earth's curvature, and then at any other time he's going to say, "Oh yeah, that's the Earth curvature."
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I actually provided you with a type of refraction, looming refraction.
Yeah, but you're the one who has the claim about it. I don't. I don't have a claim about the bridge. It's your evidence that you tried to bring here and then shift the burden on to someone else.
Is this guy really bringing Soundly's old shit in here and trying to pass it off as curvature?
Yeah.
I do believe so, yes.
Yeah, Soundly stuff.
Yeah,
And that was like totally debunked like long ago, bro. And they recreated it with the same effect on a surface with a bridge, and it's totally not. Someone went out and retook the pictures. Not at all curvature. If the Earth was curving as much as these pictures show, it'd be a lot smaller of a ball.
Yeah, what do you live on?
He was talking in circles, guys.
Yeah, and he's trying to shift the burden to other people because he has no evidence for his own claim.
Well, there's no R, so let's jump to talk about this bridge.
Yeah, a bridge, a man-made structure that proves that the Earth itself is curving. So stupid. Have you seen the videos of Pontchartrain where we can see all the way across?
Yep, looming refraction.
The water's level.
Okay,
Refraction cannot cause something to appear below the horizon. It can only bring something up. It can't add something in front of you.
Well, you know what else it can't do is extend the geometric horizon at 1 foot observer height to 10 miles.
That is the exact opposite of what I just said.
It can't do that.
Refraction
So I
can
don't
cause
care what you
something
said. Refraction
farther
can't do
away
that.
to appear closer.
That's a really cool claim. How are you going to get it to do that? What sort of refraction are you going to invoke to make the geometric horizon appear at 10 miles at a 1 foot observer height?
Looming refraction.
You're going to invoke looming refraction? Okay, what calculations did you use to get it to that extent, and what physical data did you base that on? And not you personally. You can use a citation.
C pasted. See what I just sent.
Yeah, where are the refraction calculations? Where are the physical observations that those calculations were based on? I want to know how you're inflating your Earth radius big enough to get a geometric horizon to 10 miles at 1 foot observer height.
Give me 1 second here.
That'd be really cool. Thanks.
So just for the room, we're ignoring 1, no radius has been established. 2, the water's level. But go on.
Well, they're just citing the standard formula, 7/6R. So I don't know if he's crunched those numbers yet, but for some reason he seems to think that 7/6 times 3959 equals 264,000. I'm not seeing anything that gets the Earth radius to 264,000 miles. So what a bunch of bullshit as usual.
Yes, 1 second. I'm providing you with some data. Let me just find it real quick.
You find those measurements?
Pretty extensive website here.
And that's just the one black swan that you have to explain away with the 10-mile horizon. There's still another one where it's at 30 miles. So you're going to have to inflate your Earth radius somehow to, I think...
30 miles. Can you show me that one?
1.6 million miles. Sorry, what was that?
It's 30 miles. Can you show me that one?
Yeah. 1 minute.
Can you show us those curvature measurements?
Yeah, be careful about what you guys are claiming. This guy is trying to.
Well, he's claiming that refraction can extend the horizon at a 1 foot observer height to 10 miles and beyond. So I'm just trying to find out what physical observations were made to validate that claim.
I'm just letting you know he's went past you guys.
Yeah, I know what he's trying to do.
If he's using Soundly's old pictures, then yeah, you can't trust anything.
I'm going to hold him to it. Like the funny thing is that they just keep parroting refraction and they never talk about what's behind that claim. He doesn't ever elaborate or give us any substance or show us the calculations or how those were derived that get that horizon to that distance. And then the standard formula that they claim does nothing to get it to that distance. So I'm just wondering what he's going to do about that.
He believes that there is a mirage that's making it curve.
It's a cool story.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Yeah, Connie, you cited 7/6R. Are you under the impression that 7/6 times 3959 equals 264,000?
Just 1 second here, buddy boy.
Hmm.
And actually, also, while I'm looking for this, what calculation is that? Could you provide me with the formula?
7/6R? That's your
Yeah.
claim. So I have to teach you about your claim now.
That's not my claim.
I don't claim anything that includes R because
you completely you cherry picked that. Where did you pull that from?
I didn't cherry pick. It's what you presented to me in your link. That was the refraction formula that it gave, 7/6R. So that's not sufficient to get you a 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height. What else?
I understand. 7/6R, that was not specifically provided in the resource I gave.
Well, that's the standard formula that they use. So what are you going to do?
No, you pulled that. You made that one up. That is not.
I didn't make that up. That was your citation, you goon. Did you even read it? I don't claim anything that includes R. I'm just responding to your claim because
somebody had mistakenly said that he just said that he made it up and it wasn't him that you're saying. The guy was just joking and he said 7/6R. He was joking.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. I said that. I was kidding that time. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't seriously claim anything that includes R, obviously, because as the rest of the room, besides Connie, can see here, there is no R because you can't have a globe with a radius of 3959 miles and a 10-mile horizon at 1-foot observer height simultaneously. Yeah, he says that I just made it up and it's his formula. My point all along has been that they just made that shit up, but okay, buddy. Cool story.
He seems new to the conversation, or he's been coached.
He's not new.
He's not new.
Oh, really? Did he see that was Soundly's picture he was using?
No, he's not new at all. He's been exposed more than Mae West.
Oh, okay. And he's still coming here, so obviously he hasn't found curvature on his own. He's still trying to convince other people he has.
He needs a paycheck too.
Yeah.
That's why the rest of us who have bludgeoned him before are just kind of like just sitting back. The old Connie is back. Okay.
Don't
know
pay
what's really
attention to
funny?
the man behind the curtain.
Every horizon that we see seems to be refraction or some kind of optical effect, except for the ones that these guys think line up with their globe. That's the real.
Yeah, they literally made up a new version that's not documented anywhere.
Yeah. So we see something that looks vaguely like it could be a geometric horizon or curvature, and they point to it and immediately declare that that's what it is. Everything else has to be refraction.
Yep. When Andrew Thomas Young himself says that that refraction does not affect the horizon itself, that meaning it's not affecting where you see. It's not bringing things.
I have a question.
10 times further out than it's supposed to be.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that his own
the ability to do. Yeah.
He doesn't understand his own calculations don't even account for that. I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
Hit him with this. The light that's right at the Habitat oil rig at 10 miles out there is the surface is supposed to be pointed away from you and 70 feet below your elevation. Ask him how the light's going up and then back down like that.
So I just have one question. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, the other guy tapped out, so you might as well go ahead.
Look at the world map on a flat, map. Obviously,
All maps are flat.
How is it that the Asian continent, if you want to look at it, is in the east? Either way, you can still go from Asia to Alaska or California, and from New York to Great Britain, and then from Great Britain you can still move across all the way straight, all the way until you hit the Asian continent. And let's just say you go from Seoul to California. How does that work?
Hey, man, I can explain this all to you very simply. it depends on how well you're able to picture these maps and everything. But all right. So in either case, you're moving in a circular pattern, right? Globe or flat. North from the compass is at the North Pole, and so we navigate based off of that. It's not really at the North Pole, but magnetic north. It's in the north, and it moves a little bit. But we all navigate using a compass which points towards the north. So it makes this circular form. And anytime you navigate, you're navigating off of that compass and you're correcting off of that compass, which automatically takes you in a circle around the center north. Get it?
I feel like that did not make sense to me. So watch. Let's be visual. Let's be visual.
You don't when you fly west or when you fly east, you don't go in a straight line unless you're dead reckoning. Like and then that's what you're trying to do, is trying to fly at a straight line. Like it's hard to do. You use a compass to get your bearings, to know which direction you're pointed and everything. So anytime you check your compass and correct, you're correcting. Let's say you're like you said, let's say you're in New York and you're going to England and you're in a boat. Every time you check your compass, the further you go to the east, the more you're going to have to correct to the left to point towards north. You know what I mean? That's on a ball or on, well, if we were to use the AE map, on a flat Earth and this just central magnetic point as an idea. You're not going in straight lines when you go east. You're going in circles.
I don't even know where I put that. What's your name? Hello?
Me?
Yes.
I'm Lou. Lunatic.
Lunatic. There you go. All right. I just tagged you in something.
Let me take a look.
So that's the world map. All right.
I don't see where you put it. Hold on.
It's all the way at the bottom, far down.
No, it should be in live stream voice text, not what is this 1v1 text? Is that where you put this?
Yeah, that's the only place I have option to put it in.
All right, I see it.
All right.
What about this?
Let's just say, all right, you want to go from New York to England. Boom, we fly. Go to the UK. Boom. And then from the UK, we take, let's just say, for example, we take a train to South Korea and we go to their capital, Seoul. Okay. If I would like to go back to the United States, instead of going the whole long way all the way back to, England, and then from England to New York, what if I'm just going to go visit California? Like, I live in New York. That's where I left from. That's where I'm stationed. But you know what? I'm going to go to California.
This Mercator projection world map is like the worst example you could use for what you're trying to show.
Oh, you want me to get a better one?
Yeah.
I just got the simplest one.
It's a political map. It's not for what you're trying to do.
I feel like you're trying to hurt my feelings.
There's a lot of different types of maps. No, what you would use is like a top-down projection of your globe, and then you would use like the AE or Gleason's map for the flat Earth. Even though that's not our, like, we're not saying that's exactly what the world is. We're not saying that's our model, but that's the idea. You would use that type of a projection for this argument.
All I know is I'm hungry.
It's a good place to start. Who wants to bet that flat Earth curvature is pee drinker?
I don't know. I've got 2 of his accounts pinged with the roll. So unless he made another account.
Yeah, he's got like 50 accounts. Just going straight off the name, I think it's him. We'll see. Did Connie leave? Yeah, I guess he did.
Run.
That's too bad. I was really looking forward to hearing those refraction calculations that would get the horizon to 10 miles at 1 foot.
I'd like to see him just define refraction. And but was that him diarrhea of the mouth with his Mercator?
No, that was some other guy who showed up after.
What was he trying to do with his Mercator? You know, all Mercator maps are flat Earth maps. You know that, especially all military maps.
He doesn't really know. I was able to just tell him, like,
Well,
tell him,
hello
by the way,
there.
this is a political map, and he was like, okay, never mind.
Well, hello there. How are you? I'm sorry, I'm not looking at chat if you put anything in there.
Oh, I said no feelings, and I tagged you.
No feel? What do you mean no feeling?
Somebody was saying they hurt their feelings, and I said no feelings.
Oh.
Who was it that said that? I was just kind of half listening. What a coincidence.
The map that he linked to me was down in 1v1 text. He said it was the only place he could post. Whatever. But he was trying to use this political Mercator thing to make a circumnavigation argument, like he could do it without going Pac-Man Earth. You know, that's what's automatically going to happen with this map.
Well, let's put this to bed right now with the Mercator. If you want to go argue with him, he's a Navy SEAL. I'd like to make sure you put down all the. I'd like to see the transcript when you challenge him. But QE said the Earth's a sphere later in the article. Who gives a shit? Based on a flat world, not a sphere. I don't give a shit what he says later. Clowns. It's what he can demonstrate, not what his religion says.
Did you ever like sit down with a Glober and then like have a reasonable discussion with him and show him how bullshit the globe is, and then the next day they just completely forget about it and just carry on believing the globe? Like,
oh, it happened. It just happened a few seconds ago. I posted something to a guy that's seen the defeat of his numpty dipshittery more than 2 years ago, and I just remind them, just happened. It happens constantly. They're retards.
Every time they just reset.
They have
worst part
strokes
is-
like every 5 seconds.
When you present an argument, they don't even understand the argument. It's like, what's
Maybe
the
they're
point?
just TIAs, temporary ischemic attacks.
With some of these people, when they, especially if they're new to it and they come in and they start asking questions, I think it's more like a trauma, where your body and mind goes into shock and you just literally shut out. It's not even cognitive dissonance anymore. It's just straight up trauma. Like
It's PTBSD, post traumatic black swan disorder.
Yeah, there you go. Nice one.
Speaking of the Black Swan, anyone else got Dr. Flat in their DMs right now?
Yes.
Yeah, he's creeping on the live stream, but he doesn't want to join. And he sent me that picture of the other day where the Black Swan horizon is like closer. He thinks it proves something.
Yeah,
Other
that's
than-
what I
other than the
just got
apparent
done
horizon.
posting. Here, that's what I just got done posting to the numpty dipshits. My first presentation had that damn photo in it. I dealt with it right from the beginning.
Yeah, they don't seem to get that it just proves the point that the horizon is apparent, not
There
geometric.
you go. Give it. No, that's not it.
Exactly.
Well, it's partly. That's not completely right. Here, let me just give you it. Oh, a second. There you go.
Why can't they understand the word apparent?
Done. Apparent has a couple different meanings depending on the context you use. So they can get around that, like fluids. So there you go. I just posted that for you. Just send that out to that numpty dipshit.
Done.
In chat.
I'm trying to get him to join in so we can just bash him in here.
Sounds like a good time.
I hate it when they slink into my DMs, but they don't want to join the live stream.
It's really friggin' hilarious that they don't realize that the second photo that they post is also a black swan. It's just a fucking belly laugher.
Isn't that almost like using the word bigot? If you use it, you are one.
Isn't it funny also how quickly they forget about things like refraction as soon as they see something that looks like it maybe kind of sort of could be their geometric horizon?
No, they don't know what refraction is. Ask them to define it. They don't know it. Most flat earthers don't know what it means either.
Yeah, for sure.
So you better.
I just mean
if you're
it's
gonna talk
hilarious how
about-
quickly they throw out every other variable when they see something that looks like it could be their single cause.
Yeah. Well, if you're listening, flat earthers out there, that's a call to action. That you better know what refraction is. Don't let me catch you saying refraction and you not knowing what it is. What it actually is and what they think it is, the ball tart. Well, they don't know what it is, but you better know it. Unless you're a new person, then I'll grant you some asylum.
I have seen it happen, for the record.
I'll just refer them to their experts, Andrew Thomas Young.
Oh, Jenny said,
Hold on a
I've
second.
seen it happen.
Kiwi, would you say
Yes,
that
sir.
maybe like a third grade definition of it would just be like curvy light?
A
For
third
dummies.
grade definition. That is
For
hilarious.
dummies. We got to do it for dummies edition or something.
He's snickering.
what's your
Lou's
answer?
snickering. Yeah,
Dummies
look,
don't.
he's trolling me.
Yeah.
Jenny's
I'm done.
seen it happen. Jenny's seen it happen the other day to another
More than
flat
once.
earther.
Well, not
right?
the other day, but I've seen it happen. Well, only on one hand, but
Well, it happened to Hank the other day, didn't it?
Okay.
What'd you say? Post-traumatic black swan syndrome?
I love that. I heard that a few minutes ago. That was good. High five on that one.
Come on, you've heard this before. I said it before. PTBSD, post-traumatic black swan disorder.
Post-traumatic black.
Well, now we have an ice swan. You know about that, right?
An ice swan.
Yes, it's posted on Indio's our Wikia page.
Well, I haven't looked at that in years.
Let me see if I can find it from Indio's post. Hold on. Let me I should just go to the site.
He asked me to
I might have it
input with Wiki, but then he got mic problems.
So it's one that's done on a frozen lake over quite a considerable distance. And
Refracted
there's
horizon is bullshit.
There's 5 road cones with different color lights on them. You can see all the lights.
I see it. Do you see the comment
good,
to the left?
good. You're faster than me. Thank you.
Do you see the comment to the left where it says refracted horizon? Whoever wrote that is a numpty dipshit.
I was thinking retard.
That's an old one.
Isn't it? It's at night.
That's an old one.
Like, what the
ice
fuck,
one.
bro? I'd be like, WTF, bro? What you talking about? What are you even saying? People are just parrots.
Yeah.
Globy parrots. And maybe that should be their mascot. A little cute little Indian ringneck parrot. They just repeat everything.
Yeah, but they repeat the shit that they get from numpty dipshits.
Well, yeah, that's who they hang out with.
Yep. That's the problem. That's
all
what
hang
gets
out
their ass
together.
in the sling.
You know, you think from, there's more than one camp, a Globy camp. Why don't they ever come in here?
More than
That's
one
weird.
camp.
Well, whatever.
Different camp.
Discords, platform, whatever you want to call
Holy
it.
shit, man.
People go on Reddit, don't they? Or no, for Flat Earth.
That
I
doesn't
don't
mean they're in
think
different camps.
Okay, wrong choice of words. Thank you for pointing that out.
I don't know if those are people. Have you been on Reddit lately?
I have not. I only hear through you guys if you mention it.
Those are the Glober Scouts. But we got our Flat Earth Scouts everywhere. And we're killing them at the pass. Every single time they pass by, bam! Can't even get by the pass.
Glober Scouts, what do they got on? Fluorescent yellow with beacons.
I think it might be the, what is it called? Lifesaver Orange.
Like a little parrot. Oh, thank you so much, CB. That's exactly what we needed. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. All right. I don't think anybody's qualified to talk about refraction with this image. I mean, on the globe side.
Oh, they have to define it first. And no one can do that.
I think this isn't like super new, but it's definitely somewhat new, isn't it? That measurement that they did. Well, we created the image February 18, 2020.
Is this trying to show how much is hidden? Let's see, hold on.
But it's over ice.
8 miles and 5 miles.
The problem is it takes like quite a bit of like self-education in most cases in order to understand the significance of a photo like that. Like, you can make this as an argument and most people just aren't going to get it.
Yeah, good point, Lou. But still a nice one. But yeah. How is ice curved? That's weird. Why do people think that?
Did they actually think that?
Well, they'd have to. Where's the
guess.
geometric? I mean, so
Sisyphus, just look up Andrew Thomas Young. San Diego State University.edu. SDSU.edu.
go Sunny.
So our Globers have left the room already. That didn't last long.
No, I'm pretty sure the moment QE stepped in the room, Connie left very quietly.
Isn't that such a coincidence?
No shit.
Such a coincidence. But thank you for pointing that out. I love it. My goodness. And you'd think he'd at least stay a couple minutes. I guess, I don't know.
He was pretty sure he was going to get either server muted or banned immediately. He's going to play it safe and come back another time.
Which one?
Okay, well,
Which one? Cunny?
Well, he's not
yeah.
the only one that does that, so just for the record, there's like 2 or 3 others.
No, I know. I was just wondering if that was the one tonight because I heard him tonight.
Do you know what Connie was saying, Kiwi? He was talking about flat earthers making anti-claims and how an anti-claim is a claim. And that... Have you heard this?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Flat earthers are making the anti-claim by saying nuh-uh. And so now we have to prove the nuh-uh.
Right.
What is an anti-claim?
They made it up.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Oh, they're making shit up as they go along. Great.
Shocking.
I mean,
that's what they've been doing since 2014.
I know. I thought of that as I said it, but they're taking it up to a whole nother level.
No, it's the same level. They just make shit up on the fly and contradict themselves with every other breath. That's what they do.
It's like maybe there's different species.
Yeah. And then when they get caught, they start diarrheaing of the mouth, and then they complain when they get muted. That's the general tendency.
Diarrhea.
Yeah, and right about then, feelings start entering the room right around then.
Yeah.
Diarrhea of the mouth. That's horrendous.
Most of it's projectile diarrhea of the mouth.
Oh gosh. That's vomiting at a rapid pace.
Yeah.
All right, Bong wants to weigh in. The anti-claim, according to Bong, to be against the claim.
Yeah, no, that sounds right. What he's saying, yeah, anti is to be against, right? And then the claim to be against claim. Like
citation, please.
Oh,
I think it's when you don't just blindly buy into whatever bullshit they made up on the fly, and you ask them to provide any evidence for it. Then they want to shift the burden and then call you. Yeah, if they say that you're
that
making
deals with something different than an anti-claim. That has you've got a positive.
Yeah, no. I'm not in any way saying like Cunny has a point or anything like that. I pointed it out very clearly to him. I said, so you make a claim, we say prove it. Then you say, are you saying you don't believe it? We say no. And now suddenly to him, that is a claim.
Yeah, that's what he just did. It was just classic burden shifting. That's all it was. And then he tried to put the claim on me.
I was almost done with what I was saying. So there's no anti-claims. That's nonsensical horseshit. There are only positive and negative claims.
Yeah, I tried to point that out, and he said I wasn't helping with the conversation.
Not helping it go his way, anyway.
Yeah, rolling my boulder at. See you in text chat.
Yeah,
I thought that was maybe.
Yeah, he's in the voice text.
Oh,
Really? Is he going
He's
under some other
lurking.
name?
Rolling my boulder.
Roll the voice. Oh, this voice text.
He's lurking.
The chat isn't the voice text. You need to change that. It's live stream voice text. So that's good. He's not
That's a
in
great
voice
suggestion.
text. Voice text, that's fucking misnomer.
That's an old name for that section.
Yeah.
So theoretically, they're rolling my boulder. You're supposed to be in the live stream voice. If you're using this voice text, you should be in the live stream. It's part of the TOS. Or it's part of the general rules of the house.
Bong, you need to provide citation for an anti-claim definition. I've never heard that shit in my life. Not that it doesn't exist. I never heard of it.
Yeah, it's just a slick way of switching the burden of proof.
Yeah, you don't.
No, it just sounds like an invention of, like, you know, a room full of Globers talking crap about flat earthers and their frustrations with us, and saying, no, it's bullshit. You know, like, they've made the anti-claim. We're like, okay, thank you.
Yeah, in other words, you're not just blindly accepting whatever horseshit they laid down for you.
It's something they invented over there at Gems, where Cunny likes to fucking chill.
No, Rolling My Boulder, we don't want you to shush. We want you to come into the live stream. Why don't you just come on in and talk with us? What's the worst that could happen?
I can think of something.
Your ball's been already destroyed, so what's the worst that could happen now?
Well, we got some ex guy in here or something. I don't know how to say his name.
He's a flat earther. He was helping us with Connie.
Yep, I was gonna say he's on our side.
Nice. So is somebody having mic issues or something? I mean,
I actually was rubbing my hands together for a second there.
Is counterclaim a word? Because I think the word is counterclaim. Just say.
Yeah, I mean, a counterclaim is different, though, than what he's saying.
Oh. Can't find a definition.
Basically, the idea of an anti-claim is like, we get to state whatever we want. The burden is on you to disprove it.
Yeah.
That's the idea of an anti-claim.
That's horseshit. That is, most of them are argument from ignorance fallacy. So whatever they claim, they have to prove it or provide some modicum of proof initially, so to give you a chance to disprove it. So I can do that stuff too. Ready?
Yeah.
I say that dark matter is created by invisible three-toed gnomes throwing pixie dust in a black hole behind the Crab Nebula. If you can't disprove it, therefore it's true. That's a classic example of an argument from ignorance fallacy, shifting the burden of proof fallacy in a non sequitur.
Yeah, you had me at three-toed. What is a three-toed? Three toes? Ow!
Which one is the extinct sloth, the two-toed or the three-toed?
I think two toes.
Two-toed sloth is the extinct one? I think you're right.
I mean, yeah. Else, evolution, because evolution, you need two of them before three.
Evolution, what's that?
The three-toed sloth beat out the two-toed sloth and got left in the dust.
If you can count, you can figure it out.
That didn't answer the question.
I didn't make the claim.
Talking about antimatter, I think.
You didn't make the anti-claim.
That either. I didn't make either. That was Bong. That was Bong.
How about a third grade
your target's
definition?
supposed to be on him.
How about a third grade definition?
Yeah, I'll give you a third grade definition. All right, so evolution is like when one thing gets stronger over time and then makes stronger things because of it.
Jesus, that's fucking stupid.
All right, Boulder, stop being chicken. Get in here. This is why you're in this topic right now, to be in the live stream, so get in here. Stop lurking on the YouTube.
Can you say that again? Three-toed gnomes behind what? Throwing what at what?
So dark matter is created by invisible three-toed gnomes.
Yeah.
You see the paradox already?
Well, yeah. Have you proven the existence of dark matter yet?
No,
Or
it was before dark matter.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, why would you start off with dark matter if we haven't proven that?
Oh, I did start off with dark matter, didn't I?
Aha.
Oh, sorry about that.
I think
that's irrelevant.
You can make a claim as long as the cause. You know what I mean? Makes sense. Like three-toed gnomes. I'm
No, not three-toed gnomes. Invisible three-toed gnomes.
That's a
There's
key
the
point. The invisible three-toed gnomes, I think, are responsible for hiding the geometric horizon. They've got to be responsible for that.
Because we can't see them. That's fine.
Well, they're both in the invisible realm, so okay, they got to be in on the three-toed gnomes. Invisible.
You missed the contradiction.
Okay.
Or the paradox, not the contradiction. Well, it is a contradiction. Paradox. Invisible three-toed gnomes. Well, the next, it begs the question: how the fuck did you know they had three toes up there, invisible?
All right. Well, Glover seemed to know.
I Jedi mind trick him with that. That's an old one. I've used that. I'll tell you what. That's got some age. That has some antiquity because I've been using that for about 15 years. I started using that against Evotards.
Sounds like it.
Oh, fake Christians. Okay.
Sounds like you've been developing this theory for a while.
Yeah. What do invisible three-toed gnomes look like?
Well, we know they have three toes.
We know they got three toes. We know that for a fact.
How do we know
that?
They're invisible. Don't we need a reference for that three-toedness?
How are they observed if they are invisible?
Fucking axiom, man.
How are they observed exactly?
What some other numpty dipshit said. I heard it 2 days ago. They said, all you have to do is change your axioms. I said, wait a fucking second. I had to rewind it, right? Because they don't know what a fucking axiom is. What's an axiom?
Your eyes?
Like an unquestionable natural law.
Change your eyes?
It's you could summarize it by saying a self-evident truth. So if you place the definition in with the word, then all you have to do is replace self-evident truths. Yeah, that's why it caught me off guard. I said, what wait a second, what? Obviously it was a Baltard.
Hope they're not coming from the computer science field, because I mean the AI. They say things about the AI that a general intelligence requires an internal model of reality. And if you try to change that, it's going to stop you from trying to change that. You know, like it's like people are like, you just got to change your internal model of reality. Like my eyeballs. Like, no, how your understanding of the real world. Like saying flat is flat. I should try.
People probably don't even know what self-evident means.
I need eyes.
We got a big problem. We got a big problem with people. They don't even know. People don't even know, I was saying this the other day and laughing, but I'm really actually serious. That you shouldn't throw your cigarette butts on the ground. Like, the simplest things, people are like, I don't know, they're like in their own little worlds or something. Like society, it's a me society. Nobody gives a shit unless it's happening to them.
So I gotta tell you,
Sorry. Try not to get down on that, but no. But he was talking about an axiom being a self-evident truth. You can't get a more simple explanation than that, really, right? I mean, but I don't think people would be familiar with the term self-evident. They'd give you like that fluoride stare. I mean, not infamous Globers that come in here. I mean, they're just doing what they do for sport, right? So, fine. But anyway, why were you talking about an axiom, QE? Why did you bring it up? Or anyone listening? Oh, he's still here.
I'm sorry, I'm talking into my mic. I'm on mute. So I listened to a show the other day. I don't know what it was, and it was a baltard that said, "All you have to do is change your axiom, sir." Fucking clown.
Ooh. So yeah, problem with definitions here. Doesn't understand what self-evident means.
Yep. No, he didn't know what axiom meant.
Right.
Like what?
Even bring that up.
Like change your axiom the way you would change your hypothesis, or what does that mean?
Okay, so allegedly, Rolling My Boulder said he'd come in here, and allegedly he's reading Sonny's reference, and he said, "Give me a bit." So that was 7 minutes ago. I don't know how long your document is, Sonny.
It depends on what part he's reading. I don't know. I don't know if he's reading refraction or if he's reading the distance to the horizon. That was not very long, but he should be reading the refraction part. Is he? Yeah. Is he an expert? Is he someone we trust? He's a Glober.
Right.
Do we trust him? He's one of your experts, Sisyphus. He's the head of astronomy at California State University.
Oh boy. Well,
bring him here.
I know, right?
Chrissy's
I gave him a promise. I told him if you ban him, I'd bring him back. I mean, not the same day or anything, but.
Jenny. When you stop laughing. Jenny, Chrissy's trying to say hi to you.
Hi, Jenny.
What happened? I must have. Hello. Mic check, mic check.
We can hear you, Sonny.
Got you.
Jenny, Chrissy's trying to say hi.
Well, hi, Chrissy.
How you doing, Jenny?
Oh, I'm waiting for Rolling My Boulder to do his homework and come back in here so we can have a conversation.
I understand that one.
All right, so in this segment of this Discord server, like, there's no feelings involved here, so it might be difficult to listen to. But, you know, the fact remains, there seems to be an unbelievable amount of lack of evidence for the heliocentric theory. And we have these people that think that they want to save us because we just aren't smart enough to understand. But, we just don't seem to have these citations or these, yeah. So what they consider evidence and what we consider evidence are two different things completely.
Of the faith, right? I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Feelings, nothing more than feelings.
Good one, Sonny.
I didn't do it. It's CB.
High five, bro. High five.
Good one.
She's a good one.
I gotta give credit to Indio for that one. That was his suggestion a while back.
Oh, love it. Love it, bro.
What's the program you use to get Discord to do that?
I actually just have to use a separate device.
I see.
Yeah. So I have my iPad. I usually use that.
Okay. Yeah.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate it. For...
I'd like to get those apps, whatever you're using, because I feel like that'd be a lot of fun.
The worst part is that I can't share the soundboard that I've made, but you guys can all download the app if you want to. But
well,
it's the curation. It's the curation of the videos. That's the hard part.
And the fun part.
So you just make sound clips from segments of videos, just like snippets?
Yep. You can just screen grab any conversation or video and then, just upload a small segment into the soundboard and you're done.
Then you have like quick keys or something that you can just press to do.
Yeah, so I have it hooked up to a
what
keyboard.
file extension is it supposed to be?
Well, it's all done on my iPad, so it's pretty seamless. Just recording the screen, editing the clip down to something small, and then you just post it on the app. So it's pretty.
It's so useful. The other day I was talking, about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, remember Neil deGrasse Tyson? People didn't believe what he said. That is flat, and then you played it, and people freaked out. They're like, "What the? Holy shit!" Yeah, it's so good, man. It's so useful, and your timing is awesome. That's
probably the hardest part of all is the timing.
Yeah, it's perfect. Got that wrong sound yet?
All right, so
I need to do that. I'll do that right now. I'll do that right now.
I got a little anticipation for Rolling My Boulder coming back. Hopefully, he's being honest when he said, "Be back in a bit." Let's see. I haven't talked to him in quite some time. I think I've only talked to him once or twice. I don't know why he wants to be on a ball. Ooh, I gotta get that meme. Hold on, you guys.
Hey, if you guys see a logo with 33 on it or an eye on it, would you immediately...
Bong. What you talking about, Willis?
Would you immediately, like, if you saw a username or a logo with a 33 on it or an eye on it, would you immediately think, it's the Illuminati?
It's somebody wanting to troll. Like, whatever, bro.
Well, about a company, would you immediately think that company was involved in this, or do you think they're using it as a marketing thing?
Well, nowadays, you got diet woke people, so it could be a marketing thing.
Oh yeah, it would be most. That's what it feels like. It should be, but
everybody knows about the Illuminati now, or they think they know. All right, so this is Rolling My Boulder right here, like Little Dicky and shit. That's him rolling my boulder. He's stuck to his ball. I don't know why. Because it don't make no sense. I don't know where the confusion comes in. I mean,
Is that cotton? Why does the globe look like it has white hair? Like it has really
You're so
bad.
all right, dude. Okay, come on.
Looks so ugly,
It's
man.
the clouds. The atmosphere moves with the earth.
Some big ass clouds.
Yes,
You people know
that's
how
how
to
it is.
scale anything. Damn, it's just clouds, man. It doesn't have to be that big and it's just ugly. What is that wrapped around? Is that a monkey wrapped around?
That's Lil Dicky. Don't you remember that little fucker came out with a video a couple years ago?
Yeah.
All right, it's that little shithead stuck to a ball.
I see space everywhere
Come
now.
on.
Yeah. Everything I used to do, I always see space now. Space, there's space. This faster than that was this. You know, everything, anything and everything. And yeah, it's like, yeah, I've never seen this before. It's like it's always been here. Space in your face, everywhere you go.
Face in your face. Just sits on your face.
On your face.
Fuck, that was great.
Space is all
I love
around
you,
us.
bro, so much. Oh my
You
God.
have no choice. Space just sits in your face.
No pun intended, but yeah.
It's so good.
And now it's everywhere. It's
Tear, bro. I'm wiping
It's
my
as
tears.
you become a celebrity or somebody influential. It has to be part of your program. You know, gotta inject some space.
Thank God for Elon Musk.
Especially that shithead. You know?
Real quick,
He
guys,
got
we
a
got
shout out on the radio today, Bong. Did you hear me talk about that? Some bitch said, "Thank God for Elon Musk." That's what she said on the radio. I'm like, like you, bitch. What the fuck?
Just
I was like, who is you? She was lecturing from Ukraine, but
Somebody let him speak.
Yeah, no, I just want to give a quick.
Bob doesn't get to speak. No,
It's the fourth interruption.
Go ahead, Bong.
Hold on, guys.
Not Bong that was trying to speak. It's somebody else.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, we are joined by A-Man1453. Just wanted to give him a chance to speak.
A man. What?
We're getting a little background noise, A-Man.
Yeah, we can't hear you, bro.
Oh, okay.
Come closer to the mic.
Are you in a room with a group of people and you're about to present a question or something? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, but here he goes. Here you go, Sam. Just talk.
Holy shit! How far away are you from the microphone?
Yeah, I guess we're on speaker and like all your friends can hear you and us.
Change it real quick.
Sounds like you're like 40 feet away. I'm not kidding, man.
There you go. Can you hear us better now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, there you go, Sam. You can talk.
Hey, sorry I haven't been keeping up with the news, but can you just save me some time and tell me what's the evidence that you see for what you believe?
I'm almost dumbfounded by that question. Have you ever seen a curving Earth?
Yeah, absolutely. I take that kind of data all the
From
time.
where? From where?
From our things in space that we get to recover and
No,
extract.
you saw it from your couch in looking at the TV. You didn't see shit from space.
No, I built the instruments. I designed some of the instruments and I built the instruments that launched them into space.
And you rode with them to space?
Yeah, man, I know what I'm looking at.
You rode with them to space. So you rode on a rocket to space. With the
Nah,
instruments.
man, I launched robots. I tested the hell out of them. I always knew what they were doing. I was in
Now
complete
you watch
control.
robots. Now I know you're lying.
No,
Yeah. Yeah, what mission? What
Is
mission?
this your only defense?
What was the
Is that-
rocket? Like, listen, I want to know what mission, what rocket, who paid for it?
When?
Oh, who paid for
Look
it?
it up. It's the Herschel launch. It's a NASA Naval Research Lab collaboration. We're fucking launching these things all the time, man. I can send you videos. I can
Did
send
you
you
just like
data.
Google something and just like pick the first thing that came up?
Is that your only defense to be incredulous? Why don't you?
So I just got to believe every claim of every stranger that comes into this chat when
Yo,
they say something
you just asked
preposterous.
me for information and I gave it to you, dude.
No,
Check
you,
it out.
you
Check it
didn't
out.
give me the information I wanted. What
I
was the
told you
mission?
flight. I told you
What was the payload?
I told you the collaborators. I told you the company that fucking
Yeah,
did
you can.
it.
I want to know details. You said you did it.
Yeah, I fucking built the goddamn thing. We've been working 80 plus hours a week out here to finish it. You fucking crazy? We fucking work.
Yeah, cool. What exactly did you do? Did you like sweep the lab?
Yeah, sometimes I do sweep the lab.
It's got to be clean in the clean room, man.
It's got to be. We work in a clean room. We can't launch dirty things. I mean, come on. Ask your mom.
Yeah,
Cool story. She wanted to
So,
get
cool
up there, but she's just fucking so dirty.
Cool story. What was the orbital? What was the apogee and perigee of the orbit?
We only get up to 340 kilometers, and it's not an orbit. It was just come right back. You should look it up, man. If you really had done your homework,
yeah, okay.
you know
It's
all
not
this,
an
right?
orbit. So how does it stay up there? It's not an orbit.
It comes back out, like I said, comes back down. We recover. We only
so how high do you get again?
30 to 40 kilometers, like a fucking
That's right in
airplane.
outer space, dude.
300 kilometers.
Okay, so it's right at the
300
Kármán line.
Fucking.
Do you think we're like dumb
Anyway,
here or something?
You've only answered with incredulity. What's your evidence?
No, I haven't. It's at the Kármán line, right? So that's not high enough to see the curve of the Earth.
Your evidence.
Do you know how to do math?
Come on, coward.
Listen,
Tell me your evidence.
I'm asking you a question.
What's your
I
evidence?
asked you directly. Listen, this is not about incredulity. I'm asking you questions about what you say you did. You said that you didn't send it into orbit, that it went up 300 something kilometers, and that you somehow saw the curve of the Earth from that altitude. I want to know how you did that. Are you a tiny earther? Because
what?
that's not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. The Earth has a diameter of 8,000 miles.
No. You can see. You get to see all kinds of fucking curvature as long as you know.
That's a cool story, but your math don't work out.
Yeah.
Well, I got evidence.
The math doesn't lie. It's not about my incredulity. It's about math is objectively true, right? We can do geometry and figure out what you would see because we can do basic geometry. Look, we can do basic geometry and figure out what you'd see. It's not just me that says it. There's a planetarium director that gave a presentation on flat Earth. Listen, you can try and talk over me as if somehow you're going to cure your lie, but you're not gonna.
You don't have a PowerPoint or anything to show me? I mean, come on, let's talk professionally.
So I briefly explained.
Okay, listen. It's really simple that you can calculate the horizon dip, right?
I calculate all kinds of shit all the time. Come on, fucker. I'm
So
going
how you
1,000 miles
Okay,
faster.
I don't know what you do or what you don't do.
There you go.
You probably are fluffer for a porn. Like I don't know what you do.
Yeah,
You know what a fluffer is?
There's no one learning. He's not learning anything.
I love when they try to live action role play and just like say that they do all this stuff that they never did.
No, so
I hope you actually define fluffer. I hope
No, don't define fluffer.
of the theory that you guys presented when I was in here last time of it being more like a flat circle, like snow globe type stuff.
What?
Yeah,
got evidence of curvature of the globe, though?
Who gave a snow globe? Who said that?
Some guy.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Guy.
Can you like briefly?
It's still not at least the snow globe has flat surfaces. Do you have any evidence of this globe, full-on globe, where there are no flat surfaces yet? It looks flat. Yes or no? No.
Last time I
Yeah,
was in
well,
here, I
don't
was
make fun of the snow globe guy because your claim is more ridiculous. All right, bro.
Well, that's what I was explaining last time
You're
I
the
was
one
in
who's
here.
really
Like a
dumb
month
right
ago.
now. Are you
Or
guys
2 months
drunk?
ago.
You guys drinking? You guys finally summoned up the courage?
Yeah, I've had a
Come
little
on.
bit of drinks.
So here's the funny part. I started off by asking you if you asked us what our evidence was that the Earth is flat, and I asked you if you ever experienced the Earth as a globe. You all proceeded to lie.
No, we've worked on.
But that's not high enough to see curvature. Sorry, it's not. That's objectively true. It's not my opinion, dude. It's objectively true. That's not high enough.
The planet just looks. We launch interplanetary. We launch around the sun, heliocentric. We've launched a bunch.
Okay, that's not as high as the International Space Station, and the International Space Station is not high enough. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Hey man, if you don't want to believe,
like if you had a ball, I'm not going to give it to you for scale, right? In a scale that you can imagine in your mind. If I had a ball that was 6 feet tall, the International Space Station would be 2 inches above that ball. Okay, you think you can see curvature from 2 inches above a ball that's 6 feet in diameter?
Yeah, we can do that. We have very good optics. Have you been to the store?
Very good optics, right? So very good. You can actually take a picture of something from a place, and it makes an image of a place that's farther away. But how do you do that? Tell me that magic camera. How was that designed?
Yeah, they were asking about the keyboard.
Is that like is that like next to the time machine, or is it next to the laser sword? Like, where do you keep that?
So it's in the bottom of the sounding rocket. We launch up to 300 kilometers, right? And then as it's flipping over, we're taking data, and then it looks at the sun. So you're able to see the curvature of the Earth at that altitude.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's a cool story. What'd you use for a camera?
Gundam wing sword. The Gundam sword.
So, because geometrically, that's not high enough. But see, there's this funny thing about cameras, right? Is that the refractive power of the lens to the air, that determines the image that's projected onto the sensor. And there's something called Petzval curvature. When you go up at high altitude, there's less air. So the refractive power of the camera is increased, and it projects something called Petzval curvature onto the image. So if you actually did research and you looked up things they have to compensate for when they design high altitude image taking for like photogrammetry, right? Aerial photogrammetry, they have to take this into effect. Otherwise, you will get this Petzval curvature in the images because of the difference in air pressure. You can't design the camera to work at regular sea level and send it up and expect an image that preserves angles. So, but if you guys did what you said you did and were making some sort of camera to actually do measurements, I assumed that you would actually know this, and you're not just like rank amateurs.
No, I think it's like.
Do you want a citation? Because I'll give it to you.
I want one.
So why don't you believe why don't you believe what the experts are teaching? Why are you guys anti-science? Why are you guys so against what's being said, what's being taught? You guys have your own like agency or something?
Every experiment that I've done definitely validates all the science that I've learned. Every experiment I've done. Yep.
What science is that?
Physics. I'm not sure.
What astrophysics experiment have you ever done?
Oh man, I've been doing this for.
Hey, tell me one independent variable of any experiment you've ever done. One independent variable.
Temperature, voltage, current, resistance.
So your independent variable. So you tested something, the voltage of something in space.
The voltage or something you said?
Yeah, you tested voltage in space. No, I asked you what your independent variable was. Do you know what an independent variable is? You know what a scientific experiment is?
Junior high, man. That's
so, yeah, and I'm asking you, do you know what it is? Because maybe you snuck through that class.
I want to join.
Hey, how about you put your friend on?
Hey guys, if you're looking for content for YouTube, you're just going to embarrass yourselves. Like, seriously. We broadcast this anyway, so, like, you're just going to embarrass yourselves.
Okay, hey, Indio, do you remember that old movie, Fast Times at Ridgemont High? Yeah. And the teacher with the gray hair, and he wrote on the chalkboard, he wrote it down, I don't know. We need a clip for that because, yeah. Sorry, just say I don't know.
Actually, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, thank you.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High, man. I missed that movie.
No doubt, man. I need to watch that again.
Was that like 5 high school students, or what was that?
Something like that. Yeah, group.
Yeah.
Coming of age story from back in 85 or something.
I didn't see why that was so funny when you asked them what an independent variable was.
I don't
Because
know.
we're taking this flat Earth stuff too seriously. It's a joke.
You gave the game away, man. You should have started with what's a hypothesis, right? I just got back. Sorry, I didn't know.
I know, man. It was just the first thing I came up with. First thing I could think of. I just wanted to know what he manipulated in space, man. They say they're sending shit to space. I wanted, like, if he's in space, man, like, what did you do there? I want to know.
Where's he at?
I think he aborted.
Man, that's no fun.
So in case anybody actually wants the citation of what I was talking about, design steps to temperature and pressure insensitive optical systems for digital aerial imaging. And it goes through why you just can't throw any old camera up into the air and expect to capture images that represent reality. Because of the environmental conditions aren't the same as where they designed the camera for the ground. It's negative 50 degrees C and virtually no air, so doesn't have the same refract, like the shape of the lens will change, right? So that changes the image. And then because of the difference of refractive index of air in virtually no air, where when the light is refracted by the lens, it's like it's the relative refractive index of what's outside the lens and the lens. And that's not the same on the ground as it is at altitude. So they have to design a camera to work in that environment. You just can't throw a camera that you buy at frickin' Best Buy up into the air and say, yeah, this is what the world looks like. It doesn't work that way. And they weren't high enough anyway. So whatever.
I caught just the experiment part.
I mean, they were saying, well, we send stuff they were saying that they send up sounding rockets to 300 kilometers and take pictures of the sun or some other thing. But while they were saying that, they were all giggling. And they think they just because I started with, they're like, why do you think what evidence do you see that the Earth is flat? And I asked them, like, have you ever seen a globe? And they're like, then they started with the whole LARP about sending stuff to space so they could pretend that they actually saw the Earth as a globe.
A lot of fifth graders are sending Raspberry Pis to space too. So congratulations.
Well, it's either that or food, right?
It's gonna be Pop-Tarts,
garlic bread or Pop-Tarts or like action figures.
Pop-Tarts. We ain't running out of Pop-Tarts anytime soon, y'all. They got every flavor.
You can send a car.
Yeah, we worked really hard on it, like 80 hours last week. Yeah. What, in a room somewhere at school, in a lab? Like, what are you talking about?
Damn, I got up for like 5 minutes and I come back and it just went to shit.
Oh, man, you should have heard this morning. Who's that clown that was on here? Riding on eggshells?
Oh, he's dumb as shit.
Oh my God. I disemboweled him. He's probably still trying to pack his guts back into his sternum, man.
Nice. Oh, you can.
You got to hand it to him 2 or 3 times today.
Oh, what was his argument?
Yeah, what'd you do to him?
His argument was, he didn't have an argument. His argument was basically take some information, not understand it, misinterpret it, straw man it, bundle it up, and then say nuh-uh. Like it was something to that effect.
Wasn't it? He's a star rotation guy.
Oh man, that makes you want to like crack some skull.
I don't think he brought up the star rotation. I don't think he brought that up.
Right?
Really?
Yeah, right. So yeah, he was talking about the Southern Cross as he always does, right?
Yeah, he was talking about the FE core last night or this morning about.
That's what triggered me is because he was saying it was fraud because they didn't show. Because in their PDF, there's a picture of a screen and them shining a laser at a target, right? but it's not in like any of the measurements. It's like in the what do you call it? The abstract, right? And that actual image was from before they went there, they prepared things, right? You just don't go there. You just don't like show up and start doing things, right? You actually test some of your equipment before you go. And it was just a picture from them testing it. And so, but they didn't include an image like that further on in the document in any of their measurements. So he's like, why don't they show this picture? They left it out. But they do show images of them picking up the laser in the centroid, the center part of the beam. So I have to explain to him how lasers work and what a centroid of a beam is and like all this stuff. And he kept like, well, you have to say that the experiment was a bust because they set out to use the target and then they didn't do it. But the photograph is actually better evidence because you can actually make out more clearly whether you're in the path of the laser versus looking at it from some side than looking at a target, because that target, a dumb move, was making it transparent. So that's just a dumb move on their part, right? So you don't get a well-defined projection of the light because that little target they used had lines and was transparent. So most of the light just goes through it, right? But anyway, that's not the point. So they use something better than that, but he says it's a bust because they didn't use that. Like it was such a dumb argument that the good evidence is ignored, and the bad evidence he also said that they tried to use the salad, that it wouldn't work, and they abandoned it, which wasn't true. He also said that they tried to use a collimator, and that didn't work. That wasn't true. He just kept telling some bullshit stories. Like,
can you agree with me that they didn't use the collimator?
Well, hold on.
Talking about?
I'll save that for a second. Like, the thing that was really aggravating, I mean, to me anyway, was the stuff about where he was just making claims that he didn't understand, but like he was focusing on Balaton, which you had already said didn't like prove one way or another, and then it was due to weather conditions. They had a successful result at a shorter distance than what they had hoped to achieve, but because it didn't prove the Earth is flat, it was a bust. And he kept using this word bust. Like, no, like they did what they could with the conditions that they had at that time. And there's more data to be looked at. Like, it didn't prove it didn't prove one way or the other.
And they don't say it proves anything. They don't present it as proof of anything.
Is anybody here Air Force?
Well, and then the other part was that he just focused for like over a half an hour on how it would have been nice if they would have stated, like written down, like, though this does not necessarily prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that the Earth is flat, like it was like he needed that written out just like for everybody.
Yeah, that's close to my position.
Right now. So listen, they didn't abandon the collimator. The green laser stopped functioning. The collimator was manufactured to fit the green laser. Doesn't fit on the blue laser. So how the fuck are they going to use the collimator on something it doesn't fit? They don't abandon it. The device failed.
Okay, so how's that different from what I was saying? So the collimator
chosen for the purpose of manipulation. Okay.
Okay, so how's that? Can you tell me the difference that makes? I was saying, like,
what difference? There's a collimator. It fits a green laser. The green laser as a device failed. It stopped functioning. It doesn't turn on anymore when they plug it in.
I didn't know that bit. I didn't know why they'd stop using the collimator. That makes more sense. I don't understand why that changes.
Like it was the green laser was actually custom designed by a company. The whole thing was like a $50,000 donation for that purpose, and it failed. It broke. You understand? Right. It broke in the middle of what they were doing. The collimator is fitted to that. You just like, because it's a custom design, it has custom threading, right? You just can't go off the shelf and just grab
I get it. What I'm asking you is, what difference does that make for the central claim that I'm making?
That they abandoned the collimator?
So the point I'm making is they set out with a clear...
change what I just said. So abandoning the collimator is the proper way to characterize what happened.
Is that how you... I can phrase it how you would if you'd like.
I wanted you to phrase it the way it is. The collimator is irrelevant.
They didn't use it. How's that?
They didn't use it. They didn't use the entire laser. That collimator is a part of the laser. They also didn't
so
use
would we agree that they didn't use it?
They also didn't use the cord that's attached to the goddamn laser that plugs into the wall. Is that important too? Oh, they also probably didn't use
no, I don't think that was in there. I don't think that was in their design.
That either. Like
when
anything
they said
that has to do with that laser, like they didn't use.
So no, I don't think that's relevant.
Red herrings that don't.
You're bringing up irrelevant red herrings. What makes what the cord has nothing to do with the experiment, and you know it doesn't. Their experiment clearly said we need a super accurate laser aiming device and a collimator so that we can hit a target at X kilometers. The salad they didn't need. The collimator didn't fit this broken laser, according to you, so they didn't use it. They didn't hit the target, and they didn't make that clear. They've lied to everybody. I bet a bunch of people here didn't know that Balaton failed to show it. Many people present that as if it works because they weren't forthcoming.
So you're going to come in here after. So you're going to tell lies. Failed. Shut the fuck up. Now you're lying again, and this is the same way I had to treat you earlier, dude. Sorry, I can't stand liars. What is those pictures I showed you? What are those pictures I showed you of?
A light in the sky, a light not doing what they set out to do. Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question this way then, Indio.
In the way they set out to do it, they had to adjust their method because of equipment changes. They just had to change what they did. It's real simple.
Let me ask you the question this way. If
it's the same stupid thing as you go out to build a house of fucking straw, but you end up making one of bricks, and then you saying you failed to build a house. It's fucking stupid on its face, and you fucking know it.
No, you're not letting me speak, which is why it seems like what you're saying.
Out of my server. Sorry, he needed that. I only kicked him. He's not banned. He's be put in check, dude. That shit is a lie, dude. Yeah, I went there to do it this way, but I did it, but I didn't do it the way that I sought out to do it, so it's a failure. Even though the end result, yeah, I did that.
Well, you know, and that's like the call sign of people who sit behind a desk all day too. Is like most of them don't ever go out and do things. Like if you were ever in the trades, you know, like you have a plan. You have a plan before you go into the day. You know that by the end of the day, like
you deciding if you go to site a house, right, and you leave some tools at home. Some tools you can actually just like use some other tool to do the same job. Do you like not site the house because like you say, okay, you don't have to buy this because we didn't really site the house. I just plan to use these tools because I didn't use these tools.
So I can use that metaphor. I can use that metaphor then if you want. Or can I defend myself? Like you're kind of trying to slander my reputation and you're misrepresenting my position and you won't let me speak.
Shit as it is. This is a specious argument. Anyone with half a fucking brain and any integrity can see that.
So let me present it so you can show how flawed it is.
With emotional bust, right? Like bust.
So let me share the view, and then you can show how broken and wrong it is.
Not all of us
told you. Listen, we already fucking talked about this for 3 hours earlier today.
Okay, it's pretty. My view's still the same. They set out to do X, Y, Z. They didn't do it. They didn't make that clear. That's all it is.
Double down on dishonesty. Really? You're just doubling down on dishonesty. They accomplished what they wanted to accomplish. They didn't accomplish it using the method they originally set out to use. So
can I ask a question then, Indio?
Listen,
if finding the centrum of the laser,
but because I didn't go in a car and I went on foot, I didn't get to New York. That's stupid. This is stupid specious.
But you're presenting these silly strawman red herrings that have nothing to do with my argument.
Strawman red herring. They went out to test the WGS-84. They intended to do this by shining a laser and hitting a target. They didn't use the target, so they used the fucking camera instead as the target in the place of the target.
So they changed the experiment partway through to turn a miss into a hit. That's what it sounds like.
Oh my Jesus Christ! To turn a miss into a hit. A camera sensor is a smaller target than that fucking sheet of fucking plastic.
So let me ask you the question I've been trying to ask then. If just seeing the laser on the other lake without hitting the target was a better result, was a more conclusive result than hitting the target, why the fuck did they hit the target and bring the collimator and bring the super accurate laser aiming device? Why not just wave a target over the horizon and see if you can see it? If that's a better result, why wasn't that not in their original design?
Why they didn't use a collimator?
Hold on,
no. I already told you why they didn't use a collimator. See, you just went and told the same lie again after I told you why they didn't use it. They didn't use it because the entire laser failed. The entire device, when they plugged it in, did not come on anymore. How are they going to use the collimator? You were trying to imply and give the people listening that they somehow intentionally did this to fudge results. That is a dishonest thing to do, to put out to people. That is a goddamn lie. It's a goddamn lie. And you're also trying to give people the impression that they went out and did something and they altered their method in order to make a failed result into a good result. Well, the thing they used is more difficult than what they originally intended to do and is a higher form of precision than the original method. So how do you fucking how would that be a failed result, but the harder thing to do be the positive result? That doesn't even make fucking sense.
He did say you're ruining his reputation, and that seems to be what he's trying
his
to
own
do.
reputation.
Well, no, he's trying to attack, the reputation of the people that went out to do this, instead of all this other evidence we provide, and he wants to just talk about this, and I guess to discredit.
No, he's just trying to throw smoke up in it. No, he's trying to create some. This is the thing they do with all FE core stuff. They're trying to create doubt, so that nobody don't look at this. There's doubt here. Doubt it. Doubt it. Smoke and mirrors. Oh, these people, they have an agenda. They have a bias. Oh, they didn't do this. They didn't do that. Oh, why didn't they reveal it? Why didn't they tell us what they ate for dinner? Maybe there's a conspiracy there. Maybe they had spaghetti, and because they had spaghetti, the tests are completely invalid. I had a Glober tell me, because there's no table of contents, the entire document's invalid. Because there's no table of contents. This is their tactic because they can't refute it. They can't go out and do this the same test and come with a different result, because that's what real science does. Real science says, oh, you got this result? Let's see if that actually happened. I'm going to go out and I'm going to try and replicate it. Let's see if they actually did that. That's what a real person that is concerned with inquiring about this. There's plenty of Globers with money. I don't even know how much Greater Sapien made freaking bilking people about that stupid flight he was going to take. Something to the tune of $41,000. He could have went out and bought himself his own goddamn laser and did his own goddamn tests, right? But no Glober does this shit. Why not? Because I guarantee they have. And I guarantee their result is the same thing they got at FE Core. The same fucking thing. And they'll never release the results. They'll just throw dispersions. This is the same tactic they use in politics, is that they try to make an issue difficult to evaluate, right? So you have two parties like with opposing positions. One side has a position, the other side really doesn't have a counter position. So they just try to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt about the other person's position. This is what IBM did to Microsoft way back in the day, right? It's called FUD. It's an actual industry term. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It's a propaganda tactic. Riding on eggshells here appears to be like an acolyte of this technique. So, you can go in the FE Core document, anybody can, and they can go look at the data that's there. They don't make a conclusion about it. For some reason, Riding on eggshells what's their emotional conclusion about what it proves or not. And then says he started his, remember, I'm sure Lou remembers, he started his argument as, well, where's their analysis? Why don't they say this or why don't they say that? But his argument also is, why don't they have this image to back up their claim? But previously arguing, they didn't make a claim, and that they should have, because we sat here and argued. I told them that this is just a report. It's not a paper with like an abstract and a conclusion, like a peer-reviewed paper. This is a different type of report. We sat there and talked about that for 30 minutes. Then his next tactic is to say, well, they're misleading people by not showing pictures of them hitting the target. Well, how could they be misleading people and not giving enough information at the same time? They don't make a claim, and then the claim they don't make, somehow they're misleading people? Like, that doesn't make sense either. You can't argue both sides of the argument at the same time. You need to pick a side, right? They either gave too much, they either draw conclusions, right, and didn't show the information to reach those conclusions, or they did show enough information but they didn't show what their conclusion was, and so you have to decipher the data yourself. I offered to make it the whole FE core document into a fucking coloring book for him, a child's book, so that he can actually understand how the goddamn laser works. I mean, sorry I'm not about this, dude, but it really, like, people that lie really get under my skin, dude. It really does. It really bothers me, obviously, because I'm fucking hyper pissed.
Do you ever think people like that are sent here?
Lies, and that people that don't know anything have to sit here and listen to it, and they hear him talking, and they hear us talking, and they have no idea. They haven't read the document. They don't know anything that's happening, and like somehow his words are going to carry the same weight as our words. When we have been here for 4 years, right, dealing with this shit, when he just comes in, breezes in whenever the fuck he wants, can say whatever he wants without consequence, no accountability, no nothing, and we have to like deal with that on some equal term. No way. No way.
His biggest fight that I keep seeing is about like what they said in conclusion. Like he wanted it to just be written out like it was for a third grader, right? And look, dude, so sorry they didn't like format it and give you a conclusion the way that you would like to have seen, but the information is in the data and it's not up like it doesn't mean that the test is a bad test because it didn't like give you a shortcut. You know what I mean? Like if you really want to know the data and know the test, you got to look at the data. You can't just take the conclusion and fucking be done with it.
What curvature?
Too much work to do. That's way too much work.
You can't.
It is. It's a lot easier to do analyses based upon emotions and, you know, social things and drama than it is to actually look at like, hey, how does a laser work? Hey, what are these distances? Hey, what does the geometry say? Hey, like what is like what did they use here? What like I told them this morning, like you can email these people. Why don't you just ask them? They're not propic. They're bound to give out the information. So just go ask them. He's not gonna ask them. He's not gonna do anything. He's just gonna come in here and talk shit. That's it. And I'm not gonna sit here and listen to it. When I leave eventually tonight, like you guys want to fucking jump rope with him, go right ahead. I'm not gonna.
No, but my thing is like he's trying to throw the whole thing out because they didn't give him, you know, like an easy like cheated book report. You know, like read the intro, read the conclusion, fill in the rest. You know, like it's not a valid argument because it didn't give him a cheat sheet.
And then the salad.
I feel like really confused about what I feel really confused about what he was even trying to say. Could you? I wasn't here this morning. Could you unmute him and let him say it again? Because I don't.
No.
Request denied.
Go back on the live stream and listen to it that way. I'm not letting him talk anymore.
No.
I will answer his question.
I don't have to sit here and explain it all over again. Listen, it's really simple. It's really simple. The idea is simple. He mischaracterizes certain events that took place, right? And these events took place because of just normal things that happen, right? They were using the thing they call the super accurate laser aiming device, but they were aiming it by hand, right? They were aiming it by hand.
This is FE
And
core
if you know anything about geometry, well, this is just one of the things. This is just one thing. He just throws, he goes like a monkey throwing poo, right? He's just a monkey throwing poo in every direction, hoping it hits on something, right? But it's like, you know, the thing about lying is that you can never catch up to a liar. So someone tells a lie, you can call them on the lie, and then they'll tell 3 lies to cover up that lie, and then you have to expose all 3 of those lies, and then they tell 3 more lies to defend each one of them. You can never catch up. You're always behind. So, like, it's like not a fight worth fighting. He just throws shit against the wall and hopes something sticks. He was told all this morning. He's still coming in saying the same thing that he was corrected on this morning. That's the funny thing, is that he was corrected. If he made a mistake this morning, that would be one thing, right? But he came in and just said the same thing as if the 3 hours that happened this morning never happened.
So his point is that like FE core, he thinks the FE core people are lying, or
no.
Yes, basically that the whole thing is just a fraud. He used the word fraud this morning.
You know his history? You know his background?
I don't know much about it.
Okay, so he streams on Twitch. His only purpose is to come in here and rile everybody up and get everybody angry.
Are you talking about FE Core?
No.
Oh, I didn't even know he was on Twitch. I wish I knew that.
Yeah, I'm talking about eggshells. Anyways, I see him in a different server.
What kind of games does he play?
Oh, hold on. Anyway, he says...
Yeah, let him talk. I want to hear this dude's backstory. Yeah, go ahead.
He was going back and forth about a bunch of different topics, and then I got him so narrowed down. I asked him if he was a man. He says, I don't know. I can't tell you if I'm a man. I don't know. I have a certain rate of probability, but I'm not absolutely sure that I am a man. And then I agreed, and I read the definition of some kind of sophist. I forgot what it was called. Some definition for a weird sophistry. And he agreed to it, and he still won't answer the question if he's a man. So this is the kind of guy you're dealing with, so you know.
So sophistry is somebody that uses logical, a typical sophistry. It's actually a broad term, but normally in the context, like on this server we deal with it, are people that repeatedly use logical fallacies to back their position. So, like, they'll say a logical fallacy, you call them out on it, and then they'll use a logical fallacy to back up that logical fallacy, then you call them out on that, and then they use another one, right? So it's just like this long string of irrational logic, right? But this is their entire argumentation, is that all of the argumentation is like this. Not that they're just making a mistake or they just have faulty reasoning. Sophistry is an intentional thing. It's not something that's accidental. Right? Because people can just use logical fallacies because they have poor logic. There's other people that use logical fallacies because of sophistry, which is an actual intentional deception. It has to be. I'm just trying to say that sophistry means it's a very specific thing. It's intentional. It's not just being a poor logician.
So can I get the 2-minute summary of what FE Core is all about?
Okay, so FE Core put out a document, right? So they did 7 laser tests. 2 were at Balaton in Hungary. 5 of them were at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. Now, the ones in Hungary were done in the winter, and it was extremely cold. They brought 2 lasers. One laser was specially designed and donated. It was $50,000. It had a collimator on it. Blah blah blah. They intended to do 2 test regiments. One day, one the next day. The longest one was going to be 31 kilometers, right? So they had a design. So they aimed. It's very hard to aim a laser a long distance because of a small change in angle at the laser translates into a large change at the other end. Right?
Sure,
it's like aiming a gun, right?
Shooting a rifle, yeah.
Yeah, but, exactly. Like shooting a rifle. So,
but what if the light doesn't go in a straight line?
What do you mean? The lake does it. It's a big ass lake, dude. That's not a problem. Like the lake, I can't remember how long the longest like straight shot across that lake is, but it could be something like 100 miles or maybe 50 miles or something like that. And the thing is, you can always go diagonal because it's water.
Who is it that said, what if it's a big ass lake?
India, he means that you're using a bendy ruler. That's what he means. He's talking about light bending.
I'm just wondering who asked the question. India, who are you just talking to?
I have no idea.
He's talking to me.
Oh, rolling my boulder, yeah. Cool. So, I mean, surely you understand what we're looking for here, right? So...
No, I asked Indio to give me the 2-minute synopsis of what FE Core is all about.
Okay, what do you understand what they're testing?
No, I have not.
Okay, shit, I gotta go that far? Okay.
Or just if you want, just link it to me.
Yeah, India, that's why I interjected, because it felt to me like he didn't even understand why it was being done.
Okay, so if you have a curved surface, right, and something that's straight, that those things can't stay the same distance apart for very long, right? If you take a ruler, stick it on top of a basketball, the surface of that ball can't stay touching that ruler for very long.
Yep, totally agree.
Okay, they eventually end up diverging from each other. So if you take a laser and you shine it across water, which is supposed to be curving, the water should eventually curve away from that laser.
Neglecting refraction, right?
Whatever. Okay. I mean, are you just saying like refraction is always going to bend it parallel to the surface of the Earth forever? So like you can just like take a laser if it's powerful enough, shine it on your own ass?
I do not say that if I had a laser powerful enough, it would hit my own ass. No.
Okay, so at some point they're going to diverge regardless. But I'm not even going down the refraction road. Like you asked for an explanation of this, I'm going to stick to this. Come up with your excuses later because those excuses don't hold. Sorry, they just don't hold.
But that's fine. But that's fine. So you're saying like the FE core thing did not account for refraction? They didn't address it at all.
Okay. There's a bunch of tests. Okay, so I just laid some of them out. I didn't say they didn't account for it. They did. And even if you account for it, they have to make up a difference of what the measured versus predicted up to orders of magnitude. Okay, it's not a small margin. And there's no refraction that anybody's ever even speculated that can actually make that happen.
Okay, but like they explained the calculations or no?
They have a PDF with everything, all the geometry out, with everything. They took meteorological temperature data. They did all this stuff, dude. Riding on eggshells is bitching about this one particular thing. Is that their intention was to shine the laser on some target, right? A target they made, which was I'll say right out, it was transparent plastic, which was a bad fucking idea, okay? But instead of doing that, they picked the laser up with a camera. Now, what do you think it is harder to get the center of a laser beam with? A 1/4 of an inch by 1/4 of an inch camera sensor or a 12-foot by 12-foot plastic target?
I guess the smaller thing.
Yeah, that's hard. That's more difficult. So riding on eggshells thinks that the more difficult thing is not important. That the important thing is because they intended to do it one way, but ended up doing another way, that what they did was a failure. Which I said is like if your intention is to build a house and you go try to build a house out of one thing, but you build it out of something else, you've still built a house. You didn't fail to build a house. You failed to use the method that you wanted to use, but you still accomplished the result. Riding on eggshells is trying to say that they didn't accomplish the result, that the result was a bust. That is not true. That is factually false.
So you're saying they had a plastic sheet 12 by 12.
It was something like that.
And then they had a camera like right behind it or something, and the laser went through the sheet and hit the camera?
It was in front of the sheet.
I don't understand what the debate is then. So it would have hit the sheet and the
neither
camera.
Neither do I.
So like it did what they said it was going to do or no?
What do you mean? Listen, they didn't execute the experiment in the way that they set out when they left Balaton, but because it was cold, it was something like negative 30 degrees there.
Well,
let's put it this way.
Let me ask you a question.
And run around when it was negative 30 degrees and do things outdoors.
There's a really easy way to kind of summarize this.
You can't even feel your fucking face or talk to people. Like, because I've actually worked in these conditions, I hate to tell you. I've worked in these conditions. It's very difficult to actually do anything. But they pay for the plane ticket. Go ahead, Crypto, sorry.
No, sorry, man. Every time I thought you were finished, you can't.
Yeah, dude, because like...
He's got it hot, bro. He's got it hot.
Yeah, fair enough. That's good to hear you talk, man. I'm genuinely not trying to interrupt you. I just feel like Boulder maybe still isn't quite clear why what you're saying is kind of true. There's a couple of very, very simple ideas I want to present to you. First of all, the idea that someone might object to something you say doesn't legitimize the objection. That should be obvious. But I just wanted to clarify that just because there are people objecting to things doesn't make the objection legitimate. You have to actually consider whether that objection is out of some kind of emotional reaction to the information or whether there's actually like a legitimate criticism. The second thing I want to
you're saying, like, from my point of view, I think Globe, you take issue with that, but it doesn't make the issue that you raise valid just because you take issue with it.
Exactly, but psychologically, some people think, oh, there's an issue here. You know, but what I'm saying is just don't be fooled by that. Just because someone thinks they've raised a concern doesn't mean the concern's actually valid. You have to analyze that concern. Another thing I wanted to ask you. So let's just say that you went out to prove that heat boils water, for instance, right? And you used a kettle, and then the kettle, I don't know, the heating element broke halfway through. And then you go, fuck it, I'm going to whip out a pan, put some water in a pan, and then apply heat to that pan instead, and then you still boiled water. Would you say that that was valid or invalid?
Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Is it valid for what?
Well, for proving that heat boils water.
Oh, what? I don't know what you mean by proving heat boils water.
You don't know what that means.
I mean, like, I accept that as I accept that. Like, I mean, I feel like I sort of.
No, let's just say that you didn't know that it was true in the first place, right? So, Rolling My Boulder has woken up today, and he's like, I've got this strange idea that heat boils water. I'm going to go and test it. You take a kettle, and then you try and boil the water with the kettle, and the kettle fails for some reason. So you go, I know, I'll get rid of the kettle, I'll put a pan on a fire instead, and I'll try it another way. I'll try the same thing another way, right? Does that make your initial prediction invalid?
I think you're looking for me to say no. I'm not really sure where we're going.
Why are you just thinking? Why are you trying to figure out what the answer should be? You should just be thinking about the problem.
Yep.
Yeah,
trying to say the right thing, dude.
I feel like this is very vague. I feel like this is just really vague. That's the problem.
No, how's it vague? This is extremely pointed.
So, hey, listen, people that want to know what sophistry is, you just witnessed it.
Well, see, the problem here.
If you want me to say,
people that are acting ignorant over the boiling of water. Okay, the fucking people have been boiling water for probably 10,000 years. You're acting ignorant in 2022 about boiling water and about whether you boil it with one method versus another method, whether it's actually still the boiling of water. Pretending that is not obvious. Please, dude, you're insulting our intelligence. My fucking 10-year-old kid knows this shit. Like, seriously. Dude,
I actually agree with you. If we boil the water, the water's boiling.
Adults, man, please.
I get it. If we boil the water, the water's boiling.
So it doesn't invalidate it. So it doesn't invalidate the boiling of water just because you didn't use the method you had initially set out to use, right?
Sure, I got the water to boil by any means necessary.
By not the exact method you initially looked for, but still near as damn it the same thing, right?
And it means
this is one of
that was a nice slip. Do you see how he slipped that in there? To imply that exactly. Just got the result they wanted by any means necessary. Like I said, you're listening to sophistry in action right now. Just listen to this guy talk. You think you're slick. You clowns think you're slick. You're not. You're not even close to slick. You're not even close. You're a bunch of incompetent boobs, dude.
So the problem is that this is one of Eggshell's kind of criticisms, is that it wasn't done exactly how they initially set out, but the result of boiling the water, the result of adding heat to the water still ended in boiling, right? So what's the actual difference? Well, there isn't one. So this is just nonsense. These objections are nonsense. Anyway, sorry, I think AI wanted to come in.
Oh, yeah, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, they're practical nonsense because what you essentially have is a gunnery situation, which is what his argument is. So you have a gun on one side and you want to hit a target on the other side, right? You can use a scope or you can use the iron sights. If you say I'm going to hit it with the scope, but you use the iron sights, but you still hit the target, you've hit the target, period, end of story. The methodology of tracking the target and sighting the target is irrelevant because you hit the target. That's the proof's in the pudding, right? So at that range, the milliradians on the laser that they use has a beam divergence of 3 to 5 meters, depending on refraction, quote unquote, right? So you're having a circle of impact at the target source approximately 3 to 5 meters wide. So anything it hits, it's going to be hit, period, the end. Now, if it hit the sheet and they didn't take a photo of the sheet, okay, They have a camera present, which is a sensor, which is a detector. Let's just call it a light detector, because that's what cameras do. The light from the laser hit the camera. Now, how we know that it wasn't an oblique angle is because it took a picture of the laser head straight on. How do we know that? Because lasers follow a Gaussian curve. They have a center and then a dispersion rate. So you can tell whether you're looking at the laser dead on or an oblique angle. So essentially, you have a gunner that hit the target that they were aiming at, and the evidence is that the camera got blasted. What more do you need to know?
And you can literally measure the alpha channel of the image and measure the pixel intensity, and it will follow a Gaussian. I can tell you the software to do it in. It's called ImageJ. It is scientific software. It's free to use. They use it in medical industries and in journals. That's how I found it. It'll do all sorts of types of measurements of images. Use this and verify that this is the beam centroid. You can do it yourself. But that's difficult. It's a lot easier to just like throw monkey poo, because that's like the level of intellect that's going on with the Globers.
I appreciate the value in analogies at explaining things, but I don't actually know what FE core was. I haven't read it yet, and I don't understand any of what you're saying, Indio. This like center of the beam and Gaussian dispersion.
Okay, yeah. So neither does riding with eggshells. Okay, neither does riding with eggshells. So
have you ever fired a gun?
That you should educate yourself on what's being done before you make an evaluation and claim fraud. Don't you think that would be the thing that a reasonably prudent person would do?
There's just not any possible way for me to agree with you more. Yes, definitely. On all things.
So that's my problem. That's why I'm so pissed, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know anything about lasers. He doesn't know anything about the experiment. He watched the Sly Sparkane video once, doesn't realize that that's a bunch of bullcrap. And I told him why it's bullcrap. That's a video Sly Sparkane did. And like Sly Sparkane, he just like some people just
I don't know what you're saying. Sly Sparkane.
Sly Sparkane. He's like a YouTuber. He interviewed Mike Kavanaugh, who did the experiment. And even in the interview, Mike's saying, like, listen, you just don't understand what I'm talking about. He just doesn't understand what he's talking about. I mean, like, listen, like, it's like trying to explain something to a 3-year-old. And the 3-year-old's asking you questions, right? And you can tell from the questions that he really doesn't understand you. But like, he's drawing all these conclusions from his misunderstanding. But it's obvious to you and anybody that actually knows anything about what you're talking about that he doesn't understand you. But to him and his other Dunning-Kruger friends, like, they think that they figured something out when they don't know anything. It's almost like peak absurdity, but not quite. So things like, you didn't level a laser, right? So there's a thing like, if I take a laser, right, and it's not level, right, say tilt it up, and I shoot it at a wall, what happens if I rotate its orientation on that axis? How does that laser trace along a wall? Does it make a line straight across?
You said the laser's not level, and then you rotate
because
it?
Part of their argument was the laser wasn't level. That was a part, even though riding with eggshells didn't bring it up. Not that it even matter, but I'm just saying. I'm just illustrating how this is riding with eggshells. Source of information was this video. Okay, this video. Part of it's an interview, part of it's Sly's opinion. So one of the things that illustrated his inability to comprehend the topic was this simple idea. That if I take a laser and I shine it at the wall, if that laser is level, right, and I rotate it, right, it'll trace a straight line across the wall. Right? If it's perfectly level, you'll see that laser go across the wall. Like, say it starts on the left to right, right? The laser pans from left to right. It'll trace a straight line.
It's not level, right?
No. No. If it's tilted up and you rotate it, you will see the laser trace an arc across the wall.
I guess
because when it's turning on one side, right? When say it's pointed to the left, right, and it's tilted, right? it's going to hit the wall, but as it rotates up, it'll be pointing up into the air, but as it continues down onto the right, it starts coming down again. That's an arc. He didn't understand this simple thing because the 5 of the tests they did at the end of the document, they did this technique to verify that the laser was level, right? They horizontally pan through targets. That way you can tell the laser's level, because if it's not level, it won't go through the targets that are all the same elevation. It'll go up. It'll go up and then back down. This is tracing an arc, what I just said. Sly couldn't understand this simple concept. No matter how it was described to him, no matter how it was elucidated to him, he didn't understand it. So these are like little things. But hold on, I want to get back to something. So this is a document with 7 tests in it. Lake Balaton were the shortest distances. They couldn't do the distance they wanted to do. So what the test is doing is testing if the surface of the water deviates in distance from the laser, which it has to do on a ball. So if I start at 10 feet above the water level, and that laser's level, I should be able to go all the way across go all the way across to wherever it's shining on the other side of the water and measure the laser at the same elevation. Within, of course, measurement error.
To the surface of the Earth, though?
Pardon me?
Doesn't level just mean parallel to the surface of the Earth?
I don't know. Have you ever built a house?
I have.
No.
Technically, parallel means, I'll use your example. In geodetic surveying, the level line is 90 degrees from plumb at a point. So if you want to be super technical about what level means, that's what it actually means in so-called science. But level means we leveled the instrument at one place, right? And what you're going to see is if the laser is parallel to the surface of the water.
And then we just neglect refraction and treat it like
what refraction? What refraction? No, tell me seriously, what refraction?
The refraction that makes light
what refraction?
Not go straight.
What makes you think that there's refraction? Tell me why.
Earlier tonight, Sonny cited to me Andrew Thomas Young, and I've been reading that before I came here.
Now, is there any experimental data in that?
It sounds like FE Core might be a good experiment.
Awesome. Is there any experimental data in it?
In the Andrew Thomas Young stuff?
Yeah.
He does cite some things, but I didn't get enough time to read everything.
The answer is no. There is not a single experiment.
Oh, so he does cite. He does cite stuff,
but none of those are experiments. So there's models, right? There's physics models. So there's physics models that we use to make predictions, right? But the models are tested against reality eventually. That's how we confirm that the accuracy of the model, right? You have to have an experiment to confirm the accuracy of the model. Now, people claim that refraction exists, right? Because they have a model that says it exists. But that model,
you can just see it exists in the Black Swan pictures, right?
Where?
The oil rigs. There's a bunch of Black Swan pictures of those oil rigs, and they're all different places. Like sometimes they're way over the horizon, and sometimes not at all. I mean, something's going on.
Okay, we're talking about there's 2 types of quote unquote refraction that supposedly exists in the air. One matches prediction, one doesn't. So there's a model that says turbulence causes that. So turbulence is a different thing than lapse rate refraction. So one claim is that there's a gradient, right? There's a density gradient of air and a temperature gradient that is vertical. And because there's this gradient, there's a refractive index gradient. And if light travels through this, it'll bend down around the curve and go around things. But there's also another model. It's called the turbulence model. Now, there's actually 3 of these, but I'm not going to get into those like 3 individually. So there's 3 of these, and the basis of this is on any line of sight through the air, even though you can't see it, there's pockets, right, like bubbles, almost like a foam that the light is traveling through. Pockets of different of air that's of differing refractive indexes, right? So the light is being distorted but it's not being diverted in one direction from another. On average, across a distance, it is going to be generally within a range, right? So there'll be a deviation within some small range, but it isn't going to be a continuous curve going in one direction. And there's experimental data to support this. It's not just me saying this. And I'm going to tell you, and MC Clownass is on here, or was. Yeah, he's still here. So you're going to hear it first. So they did an experiment. I gave him a little heads up on Twitter. So there's an experiment that they did in the Hawaiian Islands. They so they had a gimbal with 3 different lasers on it of 3 wavelengths. So the thing about refraction, it's wavelength dependent. So the refraction index of wavelength at one wavelength is not the same at another wavelength. This is called dispersion. It's why a prism works. It is not something that's optional. They have to consider it when designing lenses. Otherwise, you get something called chromatic aberration. That means the fringes of objects in your image will have these little halo rainbows around them, right? So they have to compensate for this. And the reason they don't use ultra-thick lenses to make telescopes is because they can't get rid of chromatic aberration. And this is why Isaac Newton invented the Newtonian reflector telescope. This is why it was invented. Okay?
Hey, Indio.
Because of this thing called chromatic aberration. Because when white light travels through a refractive medium, all the colors of the rainbow spread out. And they don't all have the same focal position. So that when you take a snapshot, you get color banding. So if refraction is happening in the atmosphere over distances of hundreds of miles, where is this color banding? Why don't we ever observe it? It's necessary. It's called the dispersion relation. It is more certain. Refraction came after the dispersion relationship. Dispersion relation was discovered before refraction. So where is this? It's never observed. And the caveat is they did a test. It was funded by the Air Force. They went to the Hawaiian Islands. They shone a laser. Now, of course, they're at altitude, so the curvature of the Earth is not in this equation at all because there's no hump in the way, right? So they took this gimbal, 3 frequencies. They shot it from one to the other, from one island to the other. They picked all frequencies up in the same telescope at the same time. Each beam should have been separated by 5 meters, but the telescope that they use is only 3 meters wide. How did they do that?
Do you have can you link me that?
Yeah. And
all right, so
there's people that evaluated this experiment.
Is this a place to jump in? I mean, I'm not sure.
Hold on. Yeah. I got one more. I'll wrap this up real quick. So there's actually 7 papers that were written just on this one experiment. One of them uses the refraction model that Globers tout around that say this predicts refraction and this is why it's happening. But you know what he did? He also included wavelength. And when he did that, the only way that he could get the beam to actually hit the other side using the U.S. standard lapse rate model of the air is if you aim the laser up at a 45-degree angle, which they didn't do. So the thing about refraction is it's a model. It makes predictions, but they're cherry picking what the model predicts. They're saying all that refraction does is lift things up over the curve. It doesn't do any fucking other thing. No, it does lots of things. And none of those other things are observed, which means it's not happening. Because they're required to be observed. It's not an optional thing. Dispersion's not an optional thing for a thick lens.
Who you said they? You're losing me. Who's saying this?
I mean, who's saying this?
Dude, rolling my boulder. No, look, hold on. This is part of what I wanted to say. He's not just losing. He lost you like a mile and a half ago. Okay,
that's true.
You're fucking. Don't pretend to be smart here.
Yeah, like when people just say refraction and they don't know anything about it, you shouldn't be talking about it.
Well, Sonny gave me Andrew Thomas Young earlier, and that's who I've been reading.
You didn't read it and you don't comprehend it. So, like, I mean...
Well, no, I did. I did read... I started reading it, but it's a lot of stuff on his webpage. Is he true? Like, is Andrew Thomas Young...
Yeah, he's a dude. Yeah, he exists. He's a real guy.
I know he exists, but I mean, do you, like... Is the stuff on his webpage something that you and me would agree on?
Agree on for what? The only thing I'm going to agree on, that's a model. It's a model. He actually has lots of models on his website. And he actually has publications. There's one called Understanding Astronomical Refraction, and he goes through several different models that have been proposed over the last 150 years. Like, yeah, he evaluates the models. So what?
So do you agree with him? Do you agree with him or not agree with him? Because if you don't agree with him,
he doesn't make a claim. He doesn't make a claim. He doesn't say anything.
Then why did Sonny cite him?
I don't know. I'm not Sonny.
So you wouldn't cite Andrew Tomaseau?
I don't even know what Sonny told you. I don't know what's in his document. I'm not privy to the information between you two.
I can tell you
what do you
about
think?
that.
I'm psychic on top of that?
I can tell you about that. Sonny, one of his favorite people around here, and a lot of ours, somebody with a lot of good information named Quantum Eraser, he likes to cite Andrew Thomas Young. And Sonny likes to also cite that. I don't know why that applies in this situation. I wasn't there for that. Neither was Indio or most of us.
They cite Andrew Thomas Young because there is one of the models of refraction is often cited by Globers. It's called 76R. It's used for a specific reason. The reason being is that it's actually very difficult to model. I shouldn't say difficult. It's easier to use a rule of thumb than to use actual calculations. So they use an estimate. What they do is they presuppose that the Earth actually has a radius that's 76R. So you multiply the radius times 7 divided by 6, and then you just do straight paths of light and then make predictions based upon that. That's what they use. That's just a model they use. So, I mean, but this
is that what they use? That's what they used in Hawaii?
It's actually not. No, they didn't use any of that. They didn't have to do anything. That's the point. They didn't have to do anything. They didn't have to account for anything.
Okay, look, just give me the Hawaii link. Give me the FE Core link. Let me read them offline.
I did.
In the live stream. In the live stream.
In the live stream. Analysis of joint effects of refraction and turbulence on laser beam propagation in the atmosphere.
The David Bricker thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he goes he goes through a bunch of models too. And he can't get the refraction model to work to match the results of what they did. But when he applies the turbulence model, it does work. But the turbulence model is very inconvenient for the globe because we see too far. And FE Core's done these laser tests. And they have to try and fudge shit, right? Because even if you because the thing that we got off of was this report has 7 measurements. Writing with eggshells is focusing on that they didn't take one picture of one experiment of the only inconclusive experiment that they even did. But the other 5 that they did, which are far more conclusive, a farther distance, more well controlled, better data on the variables, right? Was also done 3 weeks apart, and 3 weeks apart got the identical result as they did the previous 3 weeks. That he completely ignores, as if that never happened, and he wants to talk about some red herring shit. It's like complaining about a fucking typo in a 1,000-page document. Or a poor word composition in Tolstoy's War and Peace when the goddamn thing's 1,000 pages. It's a specious argument. It's honest.
Hey, let's be clear for a second. I posted the shots from the PDF, and it clearly says at the end, conclusion, in 3 different pages.
I think maybe he wants it like in bold type that says the Earth is flat or something. I don't know.
I mean, let's read. I'll read what it says. It says, let's see real quick here. Experiment results, the testing results, agree with the analysis of error sources, feasibility, optical configuration verified with plus or minus, blah, blah, blah.
I'm sorry,
our results verify from the chat.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm trying to find it. All right, the text, the thing that Indio posted.
I mean, since we're talking,
so in the conclusion, okay, hold on.
1 second, Louis. Specifically pointing at is not like an overall conclusion. It's about Lake Balaton. It's like after each section, he wanted like a conclusion to each experiment, and it just wasn't formatted the way that he would like it to be done.
Okay, yeah, but okay. So Indio said he wants it in bold type. So here it is in bold type in the conclusion page. The surface of Lake Balaton and Lake Idshol is not convex, and curvature is not detectable. There you go. The WGS84 model. The WGS84 model is incorrect. Is that conclusory enough for you?
Does it know what the WGS?
All in all, they tested the prediction of the WGS84. That's all you can do, right? So you have the I'm not going to say it's complicated. It's just convoluted. So you have an ellipsoid height and you have a geoid height. They're not the same. So you have to do something called the orthometric height, right? So that's where you get your elevation. Good thing at Lake Balaton, it's actually the same as the geoid height, I think, if I remember right. Or it's such a small difference as something like 0.84 millimeters. If I remember my memory. But the point is that they're testing that model. And that model is not consistent with the results of the test.
Does Rolling My Boulder know what the WGS84 model is, though?
Yes, I do know what the WGS84 is.
Okay, just checking.
Okay, so you know that it's a reference ellipsoid, that it's an imaginary mathematical surface, that it doesn't exist in reality.
Yes, I know that for sure. And it sounds like the FE core guys tried to validate
is an imaginary surface that would exist if the surface of the Earth was at sea level. And they take two of these, right? They take two of these.
To what?
Okay, and take the difference and give you an orthometric height. And that's your actual elevation. Yeah, I mean, like, sorry, but this is the way it works. Sorry, hate to break it to you. That's what they're doing.
So the two big references I've gotten are Andrew Thomas Young and FE core. And I'm just going to have to take some time to read them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about FE core is the difference between the prediction and the actual measurement. It's not small.
Do they cite Andrew Thomas Young?
They don't cite anything. It's just a measurement. It's like fucking, like, if you go out and survey shit, you don't cite, like, Helmert and, like, all the people that invented geodetic surveying.
Yeah, but hold on. Hold on, brother. They do present what they believe based on actual measurements at the site, what the refractive index would be in the ambient atmosphere. They present that in there. Okay, it's negligible. It's less than the beam divergence. Like Indio said, we're talking 2 orders of magnitude off here. We're not talking I missed the target and I accidentally hit the white paper instead of the black line. Okay, we're not talking that. We're talking I hit the target with a skyscraper in between me and it.
Yeah, and if you include standard refraction, it's still 2 orders of magnitude off. You understand? You can take their standard refraction 7.6R and it's still 2 orders of magnitude off. That's how far off it is. It's way off.
I mean, I can't say that I understand, but if I go and...
2 orders of magnitude, you know what that means? There's 2 fucking zeros where there should be no zeros.
Yeah, Indio, I do know what orders of magnitude are. So if I go and look at the FE core stuff and the Andrew Thomas Young stuff, it'll all make sense?
I don't know.
Listen, if you're intellectually honest and capable intellectually, then yeah, it'll make sense. If not, then it won't. You'll have to come back and ask questions. Fair enough?
I do try to be intellectually honest, so I guess so. Fair enough. I hope that...
All right, I'll give this to you in a gunnery. I'll give this to you in a gunnery example. Yep. If I want to hit a target 25 miles away with my weapon, and my weapon is sufficient to obliterate a 30-foot swath, okay? So the detonation range, the kill range is 30 feet wide, okay? And the vehicle I'm trying to hit is only 20 feet wide. If I hit that vehicle in the tire or in the hood, that vehicle's gone. It's irrelevant. It's toast. Follow that?
Sure, but it doesn't really answer.
Right, and if I aim my weapon,
that seem important.
If I aim my weapon up into the sky, 2 orders of magnitude off the target, I'm not going to hit my target.
Maybe not. I don't know. Perhaps
No, there's no
you
maybe about
aim
it.
it.
It's not
Perhaps
gonna
you
happen.
aim it up high enough that the bullet comes back down and does hit the target. I don't know. That
Oh my
does
God,
happen,
you're
right?
about to
Okay, clearly you don't know how gunnery works.
You're like trying to apply this analogy, but I just want it to be right. So I don't know. I'm not that agreeable.
And you like throw light and then it comes back down like gravity.
I've already said I will go and read Andrew Thomas Young and Effie Core. What else do you want me to say, Indio?
He does have a fair assessment there because he is correct that when you're targeting at that range, you adjust the barrel of the weapon to compensate. So you would already have your weapon aimed up, but you would aim it up more. It'd be off that much. So like for a tank, you'd be aiming the barrel like straight up into the sky.
And it's not going to do anything to the tank when it falls down.
This is where I have to say goodnight to you guys because it's past my bedtime now. But I do have these references to read, and I will revisit and tell you guys what I found out.
Have a good one,
Real simple. Pay attention to the time and dates, dude. Like time and dates. Like the real important thing about the last 5 tests is that they were done 3 weeks apart and they got the identical results. And they were done by using a horizontal pan. The thing I was describing to you. They didn't just like hit a target, shut everything down, move around, then turn it on again and hit some other target. This thing was aimed programmatically. They had a stepper motor. They punched in the coordinates of it, and they programmed this thing to aim at a specific location automatically using the motor. They didn't do it by hand, right? And what they did was, one target, aimed at. When they went to find the beam, they found it. Punched it in again at a farther distance. So at a farther distance, because the Earth is curved, it's supposed to be even lower under the horizon. But how do you hit it if all you did was horizontally pan? Then the next target's even farther. They did the same thing again. Then they went back 3 weeks later and then did all of it all over again. So that rare refraction condition that somehow bends light 2 orders of magnitude off its given path, right, happened just when they go there by some weird miracle. That's what you have to believe, that there's some miracle happen. You can believe that if you want, but I don't know what God is granting that miracle.
I have a question, sir.
Yeah, don't call me sir, please.
Oh, my bad. Why is there 24 hours of daylight and 24 hours of nighttime in Alaska, in parts of Alaska?
Alaska? Is that true in Alaska?
Which, not all of Alaska. Probably like in Barrow it is.
Alaska.
Right, yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe.
Why?
Maybe in the very north, yeah.
Yes, why?
Are you talking about daylight or they can see the sun? Which one?
Daylight.
So it's just it's lit up, but they don't see the sun, or they do see the sun?
No, there's 24 hours of daylight. You can see the sun, and it's day.
Are you sure about that? Have you witnessed this yourself?
Yes.
Or it's just like something.
I've been there.
Well, this isn't a problem.
I seriously doubt that that's actually happened. Like, you guys are lying, man.
I'm not lying.
It wouldn't be a problem for Flat Earth anyway, though, because like we don't contest it. That even happens.
I used to live in northern Alaska, and now I live in New York.
Mr. Yam,
yes.
we wouldn't contest that anyway. So I don't know what your point is. If you can find something similar in the south, then we can talk.
No, I'm saying that it doesn't happen in the south and it happens in the north.
Yeah, that would be consistent with what we think.
Yeah, you know how it goes in a circle.
The common idea is that the sun circles in the same direction as the stars rotate around the center. Generally. Okay, so I'm making a very general statement. Don't read too much into that. That the sun moves, its apparent position moves in and out between the tropics. And when it's closer, right, you have constant daylight. When it's further away, you have constant night. Relative to the so-called North Pole. That's like Crypto said, it's not a problem for flat Earth at all.
It is a problem for the globe.
Yeah, it can be. The way it looks is really a problem for the globe. Have you ever seen it? Like the people that have tracked it going up and down the way the sun does that? People have put it like on time lapse with the sun moving up and down, and then you compare it to the videos that they show in Antarctica, and it's nowhere even nearly similar. But whatever.
I think if the Earth is not a ball, then we're not dealing with stuff in the sky, rocks, burning things. We're not dealing with things that we have down here, like the way things would work up there. I don't know.
The thing that really irritates me about was that episode with that dude writing is that I sat there and wasted my whole morning talking to that dude, telling him about, yeah, you said this, you were wrong about this. This is what actually happened. And there was 7 things that I told him. And he comes back here, whatever it is, 12 hours later, and just says the exact same thing again, knowing it's wrong.
Riding on eggshells.
I just have to question people's motives when they do things like that.
No, he still thought he won, and he slept on it, came back and doubled down.
Yeah, they saw his name a couple of days ago, and I was waiting for him to cause trouble again because I remember the last time. He did the same thing, and I was like, "Oh, I wonder if he changed." And no.
Well, this is the most dangerous proposition for the globe Earth believer, because the logical contingency of a necessity that must exist for a sphere is a curvilinear surface in all directions. Now, obviously, that can't happen on land, but water is supposed to conform to the physics of the sphere. That's why they changed the dictionary.com definition of level to adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water. So if you can disprove over a sufficient sample size of water, 25 miles being plenty, that water isn't curving, then that means that it's not curving anywhere. Therefore, the Earth cannot possibly be a sphere. Now, we all know our legal terminology, that a proposition left unrebutted stands as true, right? So when he leaves thinking that maybe you have a good point, it's literally burning in his soul. Oh my goodness, I got to get back there and rebut. Otherwise the Earth's flat.
Yeah, that's probably true. But I bet you if FE Core wanted to get published, they could come up with some crazy theory about how the Earth is still a globe, but they found this strange anomaly at Lake Issel where it was flat for this small portion of water, but it wasn't flat anywhere else, and they could actually get that crap published.
Oh.
And people would eat it up.
I've always wondered
on the ball right here.
I've always wondered what they do with the wrinkly space-time bed sheets. I mean, maybe that's where some of them are, and it warps light through bendy space-time. I mean, whatever. You'd make up any excuse.
Can I ask a question, a bit off topic, but in 2000,
I'm going to take a break for a couple minutes. So
can I ask you?
Never hogging the chat though.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question.
Thank you, Indio.
Yeah, real quick. It's about OpenAI. They stopped using all the data to train their AI in 2019. Yeah. So GPT-3. I just wanted to, I was just wondering, what do you think about that? Because now they can lie to the AI, because the AI, it needs the data. So that's what I was wondering, why 2019? But okay. If you don't want to answer, that's cool. We'll DM you.
Is this a Turing test? Because if so, I want to be on my best behavior.
The other AI. 2019. I'm just wondering why stop there? Why Because the thing can take more. It'll keep going. It hasn't plateaued. It's kept up with the hardware. The hardware is not. It's scary. It's really scary. And that's just Elon's company. Google is. They've got all the computers, eh? And then there's also Facebook. All the data that they train the AIs on, the thing on, they stop at 2019. I was just wondering if that had anything to do with all the, the data that's floating around, during the pandemic. Anyways, never mind. Off topic, sorry.
They didn't want it to see Italy Gate, where they funneled all the votes through the Italy servers. That's probably why. Yeah, if nobody knows, that was basically the claim that the data for the United States presidential vote went through Italy, where it was altered in real time while it was being held in the servers. It was somehow they had the way to decrypt it, probably because the systems were sold by the company to the United States with a backdoor inside it. And then they changed the votes live in Italy.
They stress the misuse of it to spread misinformation.
Oh, come on,
that's why I have an API, and that's why they haven't open sourced it, and that's why they haven't really released the latest ones that they have. All I could think about was us, because I was, in my mind, I was like, oh, what a great tool it's like, misinformation, and then 2019, and I'm like, holy crap, they're training the AI not to listen to us. The AI is going to be bad. If you do a good job with AI, it's still going to be bad. But if you design it to be bad, what's that? A tool not for us, a tool for them, and that's what they're very concerned about, is how people are going to use it to spread misinformation. Like, if you replace this word with truth, would that work? Right? They're afraid people might use it to spread the truth. No, I know. I mean, like, there's hackers and all the kinds of bad people that would abuse it, but if that was true, that the world would have gone to shit already. Look at all the open source. The reason why we open source things is so that people can protect against it. The more knowledge people have about things, the more you're armed to protect against people who will use it against. You know what I mean? Sorry. So when you're Googling things, right, you're prompting the AI. See? They call it prompt engineering. Keywords. You guys, keywords, right? You guys know it's the same thing. And you can talk to it and it'll do it for you. But if you were the CIA, how would you use this? If you were the government, how would you use this, right? Especially with the politics.
How is a Google search AI?
I'm pretty sure the AI is connected to it.
What does it do you think?
It listens for keywords. It listens because it can read. It understands context. It's context aware. I mean, it's like this token. It just predicts the next token. But then it's able to, know the context of the question. So it's like, listening for keywords, red flags. and then it'll know where you live. It'll know your IP. It'll, but it'll.
So it'll hide websites of
No, it gives data.
give you the debugging sites.
It tells them how many people are looking, are searching this out, and where they live, and how often they do it, and whether or not it's growing the group. That's so it's pretty much telling them exactly what people are doing and thinking, and that's a tool. That's a tool that does that better than any human.
It's capable. So let's say Ukraine, right? You want to know something, so you search it. Now, there's probably 200 to 500, maybe even 1,000 news organizations and independent bloggers that write about the Ukraine, right? So how do you know what results you're going to get? Well, they're either going to be categorized by some kind of metric within the system, or they're going to be tailored to the end user, which is you. So they're going to pick 10 to put as the first results that will most likely influence you towards an end that they desire, whether it's purchasing a product or making a political decision. So in other words, the internet is filtered and designed for expectations of you and what they want you to do, rather than giving you the most relevant information.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to say it's the same thing with TikTok and many other places, many other websites.
Remember, if you don't pay for it, you're not the customer.
Exactly.
Yep. That's the first thing you learn in graphic media and packaging design in university level. If it's free, you're the product.
Yep.
So the results that are shown by Google, and they are definitely using AI in the search algorithm, or the search mechanism, however you want to say that. It's there to maximize the clicks on ads. It's maximized to, in some cases, make you hunt for the information you want, so you see more and more ads, which makes Google shareholders more money.
Right, Google sells ads, so that makes Google more revenue. It makes the shareholders more money. I agree with that.
Yeah. They I could put a chip in your brain now too, and show you ads in your mind. They did it to a mouse. It's awesome and scary at the same time. Wrong, probably wrong. No.
And sometimes if you're near one of your friends' phones, the two of you should look up the same query on Google and see how different your results are. It can be quite scary how different the results are between two different people.
Yeah.
Wrong.
All tailored and custom to you, to your data.
Yeah, and the other thing I notice is a guy that I work with now is a retired Tennessee State trooper, and every time we talk about the highway patrol or something like that, as soon as I get off the phone with him and I look back at my phone, there will be suggested some sort of law enforcement article, and I never see law enforcement articles except for after I've just gotten off the phone with him.
You friends with road pirates, son? Damn it. Wouldn't want to mess with you.
It's your phone.
Yeah. So are they really looking at us through our phone camera?
Your phone is it's how, it's the one that's listening. Man, Google has this AI, right? And it's got this thing called the perceiver. Oh, man. It's like just listening to the perceiver, the thing that perceives the phone, right? I mean, if you think about your phone is the perceiver, it can hear you, it can see, it's got all kinds of senses in it. What if it can smell? Probably not, but they will.
Hey, I had to take a phone call. You guys get anywhere with rolling my boulder? Or he just went off to read the documents?
Yeah, he was go to sleep. He was tired.
Oh, sleep. All right.
That thing for him. Oh yeah, he said he was gonna check it out and come back.
Cool.
Yeah. It's like everybody wants to ignore the radius, It's crazy. They want to argue about laser tests and totally ignore the radius, the fact that, it's like way, way off. But you didn't do that.
The Globers claim they got the radius with the sextant.
Oh, man. How do you do that? Sounds awesome. Somebody show me.
Today in a discussion, I got a sextant. What's the word? Instructions, 24 pages showing how the Earth is a sphere. Want me to post it?
Right, they had.
Yes.
Yeah, post that, please. I love that. It's my favorite one. Less than a mile, right? They detected the curvature of the Earth. You gotta love that shit. So it looked like there was a river, right? And they or maybe a small body of water, right? And they pointed two sextant at each other, and they were like, "See, they didn't line up." Right? That lets you know one's curved down. I'm like, don't objects appear smaller the further they get away? And they were like, that doesn't count.
This morning, somebody posted a image or meme or whatever you want to say that said that the Black Swan image implied a radius of the Earth of like 250,000 miles or something.
Wow.
I was curious what the logic behind that was.
You wish. Right?
All right,
No,
I'll explain it to you.
It's basic maths. So in order to have,
it's not logic.
Yeah, it's just
Pythagorean formula.
Before
before
you get into that, can somebody respond to my sextant instruction booklet?
Yeah, we'll
I
get
just
to that in
posted.
a second. We'll get to that in a second. Yeah, I just cut back, man.
Thank you,
the
Chewie.
logic behind that, yes, it's called the Pythagorean formula. You good?
Well, no. What I was asking is I would have not thought that it showed anything other than it just being flat, but I didn't see exactly what the measurements taken or whatever that would show.
Yeah, the measurements taken is the horizon's 10 miles away. That's what we're saying. With the horizon 10 miles away at a 1 foot observer height, that would make the radius 264,000 miles.
Okay, understood. No, right.
Yeah, that's at 10 miles. Of course, it's much further than that, but we just did it at 10.
Right, just to make the point that it's asinine to say that you can get a radius.
Exactly.
Kiwi, So with that 30-mile observation, what would the radius have to be then? It would be somewhat similar to what they
at 1 foot observer height. Well, when you ask me something, go ahead and stop. At 1 foot, at 1 foot, yeah, you still can't do it. So let me ask you again. At 1 foot observer height, yes, 30 miles.
No. Like the Anacapa Archer, however you say that. Yeah, I think that was at 1.5. So that changes it slightly, but
I'd have to go through the calculations.
Yeah.
30 miles at 1 foot would be 2,376,000.
What I was trying to finish with, though, was comparing it to the size of what they claim celestial planets to be. Like the original, if we give them 10 miles, it's approximately the size of Jupiter, correct? And then if we give them 30 miles, which we're seeing, we could probably subtract a little from that since it's the 1.5. But that's got to be closer to the size that they claim the sun is, right?
Well, you just said it was 2 million.
Yeah. Well, I don't know offhand what the size they claim the sun is.
The sun, listen, Lou. The sun used to be 2 million in their model, so just go back in time. Problem solved.
All right.
Can you name a distance that the sun wasn't in their model at some?
Accurate.
Well, yeah.
3 feet.
They've had tons. 3 feet.
They've never said the sun was 3 feet away.
No, that is true. Yeah, I can't deny that. But it started off at like 2 million, and then it was 3 million, and then it was 12, and then I can't remember who said it, but someone said it doesn't make a difference whether it's 26 or 54 million. Okay.
We're talking cross purposes.
I think Jim Penn said that.
My whole point was about the size that they claim the Earth.
Holy shit, man. I can only get like fucking one word out, man. What the fuck?
No, I think we started at approximately the same time there. I don't know if there's a delay or what. But
there must be a serious delay. I'm halfway into a fucking sentence. You did it 3 times to me already.
But it keeps happening at the perfect time.
Yeah. So, again, you're talking cross purposes. The first problem was the radius, not the distance to the object. It's kind of 2 different things.
What I'm saying is the distance that we're observing the horizon to be at. It appears, even with the 10-mile, the original Black Swan, we were seeing those islands behind there, that they are at approximately 30 miles. And I've discussed this with you before, so I know you agree. So we had a 30-mile horizon on the original Black Swan, and now we got this Anacapa Arch, which is like around that 30-mile distance also. What would the supposed radius be if you presupposed a 30-mile horizon?
Didn't I already say that?
200 and some odd million, or
2,376,000 at 1 foot. Now, if you want to do 1.5, I'm not going to do it. I got better things to do. Like clean the bathroom.
The point was that are we living on an Earth the size of the sun?
They don't know the size of the sun, so that's non sequitur.
Obviously, it is. I'm just saying, according to their argument, their beliefs, their belief system, in order to make this observation, we would have to be living on a ball the size of their sun.
What's the radius of the sun in their ball model?
I don't know.
definitely not 2,367,000 miles or 76. Sorry.
I think the diameter is 800,000 miles. I think, if I remember right.
That would probably make the radius less if I were to guess.
432,000.
Take that seriously.
Miles.
You passed first grade math. Want a sticker?
Look, why? It's supposed to be a meme. It's supposed to be a joke. They're supposed to say, "No, it's just flat." Like, right? Like, I don't think this would be serious.
I was thinking, man, after what Ryan with Eggshell said, is that like I want to find out where he lives. So when his car breaks down and he can't use it, I'm gonna say it's abandoned, and I'm gonna take it.
All right. What was the other question before this one?
Thank you. The Globers are really going at it, showing the sextant and these instructions that show that I posted.
That's right. Where at? Where
show
was this
there's a curvature and to get the curvature. Godric.
Oh, again, where'd you post this? What time?
Pacific time, 9:48. Thank you.
Where's this from? Davis Master Mark Sextant. Using sextant readings to calculate location. Before attempting to calculate your location, use readings from your sextant. You need to be familiar with the following concept. A great circle is a circle. No, you don't need to be familiar with great circles. You need to be familiar with a fucking sextant. Nothing about a sextant in here. They're pretender clowns. That's it. Good?
So the instructions are basically bogus.
Instructions for what?
It's just, that's from the sextant manual. That's from the manual.
Yeah,
sorry.
Go ahead.
I actually read it last night. That's why I'm saying something. Because this is from the manual for, I think it's called the Mark 25 sextant. It's by Davis Instruments. This is the manual for it.
Funny they don't mention about what a sextant does. What does a sextant do?
Measures angles.
Specifically, what type of angles?
I don't know.
Elevation.
Elevation angles are. Well,
elevation angles. Can you produce an elevation angle with the curved baseline?
Of course not.
Nope.
That's dumb.
Yep. It's non sequitur, so the Earth's flat. Have a nice day.
The tangent point, Kiwi. My tangent point.
That's one of. Oh my God! This is one thing you did miss, Kiwi, this morning. Is Riding with Eggshells was talking bullcrap about the sextant with Flat Earth Solar, saying, I think he was saying, the line of sight to the horizon is a line, and that's where you're getting your elevation angles off on the globe. And he just kept running around this over and over again. I couldn't even really understand his argument, quite honestly.
The line of sight to the horizon that isn't geometric?
Yes, that one. So
that's what they were both doing it this morning. They're essentially trying to dither both positions into unquantifiable and unknowable. So the globe Earth is just as unknowable as the flat Earth and equal. So when they come in here and say, I have a belief, so do you. So now we're both buds and we're equal in our beliefs and we can all sleep at night.
Stupid. Sextant measures elevation angles. They have to define an elevation angle, and then the argument's over. All the rest is nonsensical bull fucking shittery.
So there was somebody on one of Nathan Oakley's videos that had a comment, and this is what his comment says. I'm not going to read it, just going to go off my memory. The guy's name is Frank DeBoer or something. He said that.
Oh, he's a fucking numpty dipshit.
Yeah, so he said the nautical manual says that for every rise of elevation 1 foot that the dip correction is 1 arc minute. So what he said was that puts the black swan. That means a 1 foot observation that puts the distance to the horizon, the dip correction at 0.6 miles. And because you said that the horizon on the globe map is 1.23 miles away, that nautical almanac debunked the black swan.
He's a fucking
This is how dumb these dudes are. Like, literally, like I couldn't like resist. I was like, dude, that also debunks your model. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but you got to give him credit. Let me tell you why. So the black swan and the laser test are very decisive back in the past, right? Now there's new arguments being applied to the sextant. So they're trying to take arguments from our side about the sextant and trying to use them to debunk arguments from the past that are pretty decisive. So it's at least a valiant try to do something, I guess.
They must deny the very existence of a sextant because it measures elevation angles. You can't get elevation angles off a curve. It's tantamount to fucking Mao Zedong citing soybean futures. It's nonsensical. That's it. It's over. Been over.
Remember what I was saying earlier, though, that there's this weird kind of quirk in human psychology where if something is opposed, even illegitimately, that seems to make some kind of psychological impact. So I think what they're doing is it's like they're desperately trying to oppose it in any way they can, just for the appearance of an opposition, even if it doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
Create the appearance of controversy.
Well, no, but it does make sense because, yeah, as India said, it's like people who aren't actually up on the technical aspects of the debate, all they see is two people arguing, right? They don't see that one's getting absolutely flattened by the other. They just see two people arguing.
Yeah.
Well, you have to take into account that, like, the people that are listening can fog a mirror. I'm not that much interested in evaluating their uptake level. I could really give a fuck less.
No, I get it, but the question is, why are they doing it? Well, they're not doing it for you. They're doing it so that other people listening have the impression that they're giving some kind of intelligent rebuttal because the person listening doesn't understand the technical aspects. That's why they're doing it.
That doesn't affect me.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just answering the question.
Is it equal to bleeding yourself with leeches to cure your ills? Because that was the thing at the time before they found out.
It's a psychosis of fanatical religious zealotry that's incapable of being encapsulated through language. About that. Yeah, I'm out. Have a good one, guys.
See you, brother. Saul
Alinsky
said you have to keep the base always busy. You have to keep them always doing something. And so if they hear bad arguments, it still keeps the momentum going in the Globetillion community. They think, wow, these people are really fighting hard. Look at how fast and how rapid he's talking. He must really know something. Look, he's talking over those flat tards. He must really know what he's talking about.
And it doesn't even have to go that far, brother. When we used to do the Friday Night Fight and arena debates, we had this guy that literally went on Google, typed Black Swan debunked, screenshotted the first 5 results, and then just sent us the screenshot and go, there, it's debunked. Didn't open any of the files. Nothing.
Yeah, like you said, I think that was you who said, I don't know that they can fog a mirror.
No, that was Quantum Eraser. My insults are of a much higher caliber than his. Now that he's gone, I can say that freely. LOL. Nah. But let's be clear here. Who's afraid of who around here?
Well, there is no right form of comedy.
Exactly. It's in the eye of the beholder.
The only person I'm afraid of around here is Indio because he can mute me and I can't mute him.
There you go.
That's why you should not be afraid, because you'd probably mute me before I'd mute you.
Probably, yeah. Actually, wait, I can mute you. This is news to me. What the? Wow, that's amazing. I didn't know I could do that.
At least we're working out who's the smart ones around here.
Found out he's the lead mod. It's hysterical.
Yeah, but India's an admin. I shouldn't be able to mute him. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Whatever.
For some reason, Discord doesn't apply like permissions that way. It's just like you can mute whoever. When you got the mute power, that's just universal.
Yep.
I am immortal.
We had to take it away from gold because of that shit. Because like we had a Grizzly. You guys, I don't know if you guys remember Grizzly, man. He was running around playing games, just like muting people to play around, and people got pissed off.
Well, imagine if no lower rank had any logistical powers to do anything, and you were just on open mic telling all your dirty secrets for like 3 hours on live stream. You know, that'd kind of be problematic, I guess.
Yeah, true. I just thought you couldn't mute above. I thought you could only mute at your level and lower. But,
well,
just keep thinking that way.
Above can always unmute themselves. So it's like AI was saying, like for the better of your own safety, you're going to trust your friends to hopefully take care of you if you start snoring or whatever else.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. That's had to happen a couple times for me. Can't remember what happened. I haven't done that in a long time, though. Helia, we used to just move him. We had to do that quite a few times. He passed out on the live stream. We had to move him because he was snoring.
Well, what's funny is Discord has this like AFK function, and we don't ever utilize it. I don't know. If you are inactive for a set period of time, it'll automatically move you into an AFK room so you can do all of your snoring and lollipops and dreams.
What actually surprises me is that someone has an open mic and done something like really vile, like had sex or like used the toilet or like something really weird. Like it surprises me that just hasn't happened yet.
It happened on Discord. I'm sorry, Google Hangouts. Yeah, it's already happened.
Well, who got arrested? I think it was old dude got arrested on the live stream one time. No, it wasn't. We weren't live streaming, but he got arrested during VC.
Damn.
Yeah, while he's in VC, I think police came into his house and hauled him away.
Pirates, huh?
Come. Open up.
Hey, I want to say Space Force on Netflix. Very funny show. I just posted a live stream, 20-second clip. Yeah, it was a flat Earth scene, so I wanted to share that with you guys. If you haven't seen that earlier, I posted it before, but it's there. Space Force, they talk about the flat Earth. It's becoming really blatant now. Check it out, live stream, Godric.
Yeah, so Lou, if I host the live stream, right? So if it's inactive for I think it's 6 hours or so, it would just disconnect. So
yeah, I just thought of that. I get it. Yeah, the main reason why we can't do it in this server is because of the live stream accounts. They're just sitting there all the time. They would always be inactive. So no matter how long you set that for, it would end up messing up.
So I mouse clicker, right? So an app that clicks a mouse, just a mouse button, then it doesn't disconnect.
So Roger, were you here when riding with eggshells, you just came back like an hour ago. Were you on here when he was here a minute ago?
No.
You know what he came back and did? The exact same thing he did this morning. He just started repeating all the same shit. I couldn't believe it.
Globnesia, right?
Yeah, globnesia. That needs to be on a T-shirt. Or liabetes.
Dude, I'm telling you, he was certain that he won that argument, and he was offended that he woke up and heard us talking shit about him like he lost. He was like, wait a minute, how did I lose? He had to come back in here.
I thought of an idea for a t-shirt today. How do you even science space, bro? And then on the back, the scientific method and how you have to manipulate the independent variable.
Well, if he lost,
you might have to wear that at like a Star Trek convention or something.
Yes, with my lightsaber attached.
So I got a dumb globe question for you all. Well, I should say globe troll question for you anyway. How many, like, if you were to make up a percentage, what percentage of these globe heads and globe trolls would you say actually know mathematics and physics and things like this that they claim that they know versus those who just absolutely don't?
Well,
that is a very low percentage.
Yeah, most of them are pretender clowns. Like, I don't even like the term, but like that's actually, when you look at it, your specific question, that's the perfect answer. They're pretender clowns.
Yeah, because one day I had a clown on fascist book saying, "Oh, I would explain it to you, but you don't understand maths." And I responded to him. I said, "No, you're absolutely correct. I don't know what maths is. I've heard people talk about maths before, but I have a degree in mathematics. So if you can explain it to me in mathematics and not whatever you're calling maths, then we'll evaluate your explanation." And then
I like cheese.
Then the guy, so I said, "Okay, so tell me what formula you're using and how you derived the formula in each variable, and cite your sources for each variable." And the guy said, "Come on, man, you can Google it." I said, "No, I said, I have a degree in mathematics. I don't Google things. I work them out and derive them myself." And so then, obviously, then he was talking about, well, the 8 inches per mile square is a parabola. It'll never give you a curve. And I said, "Okay, so what's a parabola?" And the guy instantly blocked me. Of course, he didn't know what a parabola was.
Does that really surprise you? Does any of that surprise you?
Oh, no, of course not. I just wondered, like, because anybody that knows mathematics would know the derivation of that formula and would know exactly what it is that it's a derivative and exactly how you would start with it and how you would find it. And then whether they're flat earth or globy or whatever, if they actually knew mathematics, would know exactly how that came about. It's a very simple formula. And
does it form a parabola?
Say again?
Does it form a parabola?
Oh, the 8 inch per mile square? Sure, yeah.
Is that like I don't know, is that like a test tube?
No, the parabola, okay, so if you imagine, take a circle. So the formula for a circle is, say, x squared plus y squared equals the radius squared. So in this case here, if you want to pretend the Earth, you could say x squared plus y squared equals 4,000 squared. So you get 16 squared. Now, if you, more or less, if you, so that would form a circle right in the middle of a graph, and so the whole x, y, the center of that circle would be at 0, 0. And so more or less, it's not exactly, but for the sake of trying to describe it versus showing it, if you cut off the bottom half of that circle and you had extended the lines from the top half of that circle so they were down, that would then be a parabola, so that those lines would then, in theory, continue on. So if you think of like it would go up, hug the circle, and then come back down. That's a parabola. So that's the, in a sense, that parabola then is the 8 inches per mile squared. So if you take your graphing calculator and you put in your first one, you put in x squared plus y squared equals 4 squared, or 16. And then your second formula, you put y equals 8 times x squared. Well, it's going to be negative 8, I'm sorry. And then you will get the parabola that will fit on top of that circle. So the parabola will fit over the circle so that you can use that for prediction purposes. So say up to, I think when I ran it, I put a little document together that describes it a bit, but it's about 3,000 miles that it'll work. I say 1,000 is the most accurate, but for, we're not trying to cite things that are thousands of miles away. So when you're looking for something 40, 50 miles away, it's going to be, if not dead on accurate, it's going to be certainly close enough with accurate precision.
I heard someone say in the argument the other night that a parabola isn't a sphere, therefore there's no way that it could work, and I was laughing.
If you give me a moment, I'll put this little document I put together. I'll drop it into the text.
Should be a perfect sphere up into X miles, maybe let's say 1,000 miles, but I don't know the exact miles. Do you know that? The exact miles, it's curved, spherical. Until what time does it start turning into a parabola?
So it's about, in the case of a 4,000 mile radius, it's about 1,000 miles is going to be, the parabola will fit right onto a circle. In fact, I'm getting ready to drop this in here, and you can look at it as you wish. If I'm smart enough, hold on one second here.
Also, is there a better Earth measurement that will dictate a sphere better than the one we have?
Okay, so you think about it here. Yeah, you can use the trigonometry for, making the triangle, so to speak. And maybe it'll be 0.5% or maybe 0.25% better. It's not going to be statistically enough, especially if you're out in the field. If you're out in the field and, you could do it on your phone or whatever, but it's like, so instead of, say, 100 feet at some point, you might have like 102 feet or 101.5 feet or 100.5 feet or something of that nature. So it's not going to be statistically enough that will really skew your measurement, and you can still use the trigonometry if you want to, but the question is why. I've seen enough of the tables that compare the two, and when you understand that a parabola is about 45 to 50% of a circle, and then the lines continue on, then it really doesn't, from there, I don't know that you can get more accurate than that. There's, especially when they're talking that they're already saying the Earth is some sort of pear shape that's got a few extra miles around the equator, blah, blah, blah. So they already tell you they don't have an accurate measure anyway, so I don't know how you can get more accurate than that over the long run.
I googled it, and a parabola looks like the underside of a test tube. Is that right?
Yeah, but more or less, yeah. So if you see that document I just put into the if you see the document I just put into the,
it says get the app. Is that your personal app?
No, that's no, that should just open up because I saved it to a Google document, so it should just open up for you.
Do I have to press get the app?
No, you should. No, I don't. No, you should be able to open that up in a web page. Like, open it up in your browser. Don't open it up in an app. It should open right up in your browser. Or just copy that link and put it in your browser.
I can see it now. So it has the art picture of the guy thinking about 8 inches per mile square. Then on the left, it has a text that scroll down. Yeah. And is that yours, personal? Your stuff?
Exactly, yeah. I put that together.
Right on.
Yeah, if you scroll down a bit, you'll see the parabola in blue, and of course, the representation of a circle or representation of a sphere, however you want to say that, in red.
Don't people usually just use globe calculators anyway when they go and do a surface measurement? Like, the only time I really hear 8 inches per mile squared is just in these conversations.
I mean, in a lot of those, they show you the difference between the two. I know, and I think that some people do. But as I've gone to the globe calculators, it's still a very close number to that 8 inches per mile square. If you don't want to do any math at all, then sure. But, if you're doing it from the backwoods where you can't get any internet access and you're trying to verify your work.
Yeah, for those short distances, that's going to be fine.
Yeah, the issue is the globers are claiming that the Earth calculator makes a parabola, so not a sphere, so it doesn't work. And they're obviously wrong. If this is correct, the picture shows a perfect sphere, probably up to 1,000 miles. Look at it.
Yeah, exactly. And so the key is they say that because they don't actually know mathematics. If they knew mathematics, they would never make that assertion.
Well, they don't know logic either, because if you go to the Earth curve calculator and you put in the different refraction, it essentially just operates as if light travels in a straight line, and they increase the diameter or the radius of the Earth, make it a bigger circle. So it lowers the Sagitov of the circle segment formula. So they're actually committing a category error in their little orthographic view model that they create. So they don't even know how to make a proper model of what they claim, let alone do any math.
I saw that calculator that has a box for the refraction, but how can you put refraction in there? What number would you put?
Whatever formula they're using for max refraction, it's way above 7/6R, and it still doesn't get a geometric horizon anywhere close to 10 miles at 1 foot.
But it doesn't matter anyway, because when you apply 7/6R, what are you 7/6ing?
Yeah.
The radius of the Earth. You're not doing anything with the light.
Yeah, they're fudging the radius.
How could you put an indicator in the refraction box on an Earth curve calculator? I mean, how would you know what the refraction is exactly? Do you know? Can we know that from Mother Nature?
Well, that's the thing. It's in the refraction calculations within the model projections that they do on those websites. You just put in a number. You don't actually go out and measure it. You just say, okay, I see something that I shouldn't see. How much numbers can I put into this Earth curve calculator until it tells me I can see it, and then I can go sleep well at night believing the Earth's still a globe?
So you're saying that what it is. The Earth curve calculator with the refraction box is not an experiment or measurement?
No, it's wishful thinking.
So you can't really verify that in reality.
Correct.
Well, they're saying that they got the R, the thing in the 7/6 R from the horizon that's refracted all the time. So, where'd they get that?
Well, they're not considering refraction, right, with the horizon. And Eratosthenes did not include refraction.
Yeah, neither did Alberuni.
Neither did
Well, guys, let's be clear. Let's be clear. You guys may not recognize this yet, but they're actually being very honest. Okay, and I'll explain. So refraction means broken, right? And they're applying refraction to the radius. So when they say I'm doing 7/6R refraction to my globe model, they're doing a Freudian slip concession to you that their radius is broken. And they don't even realize it, and that's why it's so delicious.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
Refraction means broken. Is that right?
Reification.
Yeah.
A reification band-aid.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that I think it actually has connotations of a broken back. So you can take that with whatever kind of Freudian slip that you could infer there. Al-Biruni, refraction, Brokeback Mountain, globe model is good.
It's funny how quickly they forget about it, though, as soon as they have a picture of something that looks like it might kind of sort of be what the geometric horizon should be.
So what we can do, we can control for refraction, so we can take the measurement on the driest and coolest day where we know refraction is at the minimum, so we can minimize refraction.
Why does it even matter?
That way we control for refraction, we do the measurements.
I guess just to avoid the Bagok refraction, but I mean they'll just come up with another ham wave excuse, I'm sure.
And that's the best we can do because Mother Nature is going to give us, let's say, to be fair, some refraction regardless.
Yeah. So if you go to the Bislin calculator and they have a chart that says what are the supposed average values for different levels of refraction. And so they have standard refraction, extreme refraction, really, really, really extreme refraction. So you go and look at the value in one of those categories, and it just so happens to be the exact amount of refraction you need to be able to, quote unquote, see the Canigou Mountains in the 250-mile shot.
Wonder
so
where they
basically
got
what they
that
did. Oh, yeah, gee, exactly. What they did is they said, oh, crap, we need some refraction here. And then they put in some number till they got what they wanted mathematically. And they said, all right, let's just label this super Canigou refraction and just cross out the Canigou part so that nobody knows that that's why we did it.
Alrighty, guys, I want to hit the bed. Have a good night. Thanks for the visit.
See you later.
Good night, man. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Did anybody watch that Netflix clip? They talk about the Earth being the shape of a pizza.
Yeah. And then the guy told him, you're not allowed to talk to the press anymore.
Yeah. And then if you notice that the astronaut on all the way at the end with the bird says, this is something we've all been thinking to ourselves about it being flat. And if you watch the show, I do recommend it. The next episode, a Chinese guy comes on and he goes to the astronaut. He goes, "This is a really good what's the word? Production, like a presentation." He goes, "Did you use a stunt double?" And he gets them all pissed off. So they're hinting that it was filmed. It was faked, basically. Good stuff. I also had a picture of a sextant working. Oh, Flat Earth Buddha. You here?
Okay, just for people that don't know, Flat Earth Buddha is a bot.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's my second
because
question.
I was trying to figure out what this picture is saying. 8 miles, 5 miles.
So this is an observation done by somebody on an ice lake. He put up some cones, traffic cones with some lights on it, and he drove away from them. So he put one at 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles, etc. And he drove away from them using his car to measure the distance. And then he turned his camera around and he filmed those lights. So you were talking about a cool, dry day, right? So there you go.
Oh, thank you. So how high were the cones? How high were the lights?
Yeah, I have a video of it.
Is the video there too?
I have to scroll through all my subscribers, so oh, I got it. Also driving.
Yeah, I was saying it needs to be cool and dry, and that minimizes refraction because we can all go out on a hot day and a humid day, and the objects will be everywhere. It just gets blurry after a short distance. We can see much farther when it's cooler and when it's drier. Humidity. So we can control refraction. That does mean something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We don't live on a ball.
I did have another illusion in the refraction. So the broken back is often referred to as the slave class. So the ones in society with the broken backs are the slaves.
Because you broke them.
Yep.
You broke their humanity, their identity. You broke their mind. Mind control, trauma-based mind control is hereditary.
Yeah, so God Rock and I posted the video. I'm not sure if it's this one. Godric, sorry.
That's Godric. No worries, Godric.
He did a few. So if you scroll through his YouTube channel, you will find it. So he did a few of these.
Man, like in America, slaves in America were broken by screwing them in the butt. That's how you break men. That's how prison works. You guys know how prison works, right? It's like, yeah, that's how you break them, and that's how America built. You know what I'm saying? Sodom and Gomorrah, like next level.
Yeah, and don't forget how they measured the radius of the balls in the first place with sticks. So it really is a hyper Freudian slip cult. You know what I mean?
Yeah. somewhere behind of your mind, you know these things, right? But you don't want to bring it to the front because shame. How dare you? Very similar to what's happening today, but they don't have to do it to your body, they do it to your mind. The masculinization of men.
Okay, let's say the cones are set up about 1 foot above the ground.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know how high a road cone is, a traffic cone, but it should be right. Maybe a bit higher, right?
So I was wondering, like, how big of a mountain of evidence do we need? You know what I mean? To get anyone to like, oh, let's just look at one of them. We've got this mountain of evidence, right? Oh, look at this, look at that. And people are like, broken.
There's a big difference between people who accept the information and the evidence and the people who throw it away completely because you're not, authority, I guess.
I know it's people that defend the globe are intellectual type people that love science class. And I know it's that thing. And they love numbers and they love NASA. That's what I get. They love the idea of going to Mars and to going to space and to finding that Goldilocks planet to save the Earth from the asteroid that's going to hit it. Because dinosaurs. And that's the dream. They don't want to lose that dream. They want to hold on to that.
It's a deep dream. Where everything looks weird, strange, warping and morphing into each other. This is the only reality I know. Don't take it away from me. Not even real, dude. It's real enough. Just want to see the real world.
I like how this guy keeps the camera going, even if showing his truck driving across the flat ice like that. This guy's a flat earther.
I mean, crazy's not that bad. I mean, if you sound crazy, it's not like the world is gonna end. You know what's crazy is thinking it's a ball when it looks flat. Like, to me, that's crazy, but to other people, that's not crazy.
This guy has balls to drive his truck over a lake of ice. He must know there's no soft spots.
Yeah. Why? Is he going somewhere?
How's it going?
Yo,
man. Dude, hey. Can I get 6 more hours of Sexton talk, please? That shit's hot. That Sexton thing is hot, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 hours of fucking sexting. Is it a fucking text line? Is it a fucking, you got a triangle, you got a fucking diangle, you got a ding dong? Fuck off.
Apparently, sextants use elevation angles and
elevation angles, tangent lines. You get fuck.
Oh,
can't get a proper angle with a curved
baseline. Let them open at a weird angle. That's hot.
It's hot shit. It's hot, man.
All this sexting talk.
I'm over here.
Triple X and sexting.
I'm listening today, man. It was like 6 hours of fucking tangent lines and sextants and the curve.
Hey, what do you call? Hold on. What do you call the tangent line that two globes share?
Fucking, I don't know.
Oh my goodness! Some red-blooded male, please answer.
A tangent line. Say it again.
The tangent line that two globes share.
The two globes share.
It's a cock.
What?
It's gravity.
Oh shit!
No cleavage. Never mind.
I said something to do with boobies. That was close enough.
Have you got a tangent line coming out of it?
Crack. I don't know.
Who went right to the cock?
Oh my god!
I hope it wasn't me that was boring the shit out of you.
So, if gravity's real, wouldn't all the women's boobs just kind of cling together into like one big boob?
Boob means Jewish.
Uniboob?
Uniboob, yeah.
Boob anymore to explain curves and because it means stupid person. I know, right?
I call it weak for it. They'd have to be like galactic boobs.
According to the Cavendish, if you got close to a mountain, your boobs would pop up and point towards that mountain.
Now you guys are getting it. Shit.
Now, guys, the reason why I mentioned that one is not just to be funny. It's because that's what Dr. Bob basically asked in his little science quiz that he gave to the flat earthers over at Betty's server. He's just like, what do you call a tangent line? Or no, I think he said, do two bowling balls touching each other share a common tangent?
Is that just me or does
No, I don't.
Two bowling balls touching each other? Like, why does it sound weird?
I told dude, Bong, we already decided that the globe is just one big Freudian slip.
So is that what the globe is? Two balls touching each other?
Yeah, balls and sticks, sticks and balls.
Does anybody know if Aristotle donated some globe Earth observations?
Who? Aristotle?
Yeah, I heard he saw ships go over the horizon. No? Yes.
Or you mean Eratosthenes?
No, I mean Aristotle. I know Eratosthenes.
Oh, yeah. I think, wasn't he Alexander the Great's tutor or something like that? Teacher?
Mentor, yes.
That's all I know about him.
He was a disciple of Plato.
He said something
Yes, he
about,
was.
he said something about physics. I don't know. He said something about logic. I don't know. Greeks. Aristotle.
Well, if you hear the story, it's funny because supposedly Aristotle did mentor Alexander the Great, and he was a student of Plato himself, and Plato was supposedly a student of Socrates. And Socrates, they say that it's very difficult or impossible to prove Socrates existed. This is like one of the arguments, right?
Prove the Earth, the globe's existence?
That Socrates himself existed.
Meaning, it's all like, it could be all a myth, it could be made up.
And one of his main things is that you can't prove anything, right?
They've
proved Socrates.
Socrates said, "I know that I know nothing." That's what he said.
Right.
They've never been up to 30,000 feet. They've never been on an airplane. I rode on an airplane when I was 8. That's the first time. So I was like, Yeah, so you know what I mean. Like, I don't think their opinions matter anymore today because thousands of years. and, yeah, and it doesn't make sense with all the science that we. Yeah, I mean, why do they get to quote people that have been dead for thousands of years and we can't? Right? Like,
They had better tools, back then, stuff like that.
Dude,
Emerson
you're so right, man. They don't let us do anything that they get to do. Okay, do we get to have bendy, warpy space? No. Do we get to have infinite edges? No. It's like we can have something that's expanding infinitely, but you can't.
I heard years ago that the universe is expanding at 95 million miles a second. That's what I heard.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I'm not just to answer AI's point. I'm not a proponent of ether at all, but it's interesting that they will talk about gravity ad nauseum, but the second you mention ether, they kind of howl with laughter and tell you there's no evidence. Well, that's nice, but that's also true of gravity.
Yeah.
So, but they're also laughing at Aristotle because it was Aristotle's idea. I mean, it's these guys' idea. The ether. The elements.
I mean, I don't really care for ether. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy.
Yeah. Yep. Someone mentioned Plato. Plato supposedly talked about Atlantis.
Yeah, that's where the story comes from, right? Or one of his ancestors originally.
10,100 BC Atlantis.
Mm-hmm. He came out with the Plato
proof.
That's the cave.
Proof of Atlantis is the guy talking about Atlantis, and the proof of that guy is buried in Atlantis Library.
I want to know about proof of Sticks and Shadows guy. What happened to him? Nobody knows. Made him up.
Yeah.
There's a guy, Hannes Foss. Is he new or he'd been muted? No rolls. Okay.
Dude, it's a synthesis between Faust and Thanos, making him a very intriguing character.
Right. Did you guys talk to him? Or?
No, he's deafened.
That's why I'm saying, man.
All right, I took him off.
Faust, you there? Thanos. Did you guys hear about that girl that ran that company called Theranos? Oh my God.
Hey, can I ask a question without kind of sounding stupid here? I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking aloud. So if the Earth is rotating at whatever they say, 666,000 miles an hour, correct?
That's the speed around the sun. The rotation is 1,000 miles at the equator.
There you go.
Allegedly.
Right. That's the story. Yeah.
So when you left the orbit and you were met with that vacuum, how could you ever possibly calculate how much fuel or something you would need to come back through a vacuum? Does that make sense or no? Like, if you're so
you have no resistance, right?
Right, but they say that there is, correct?
No.
I have a question. The moment that the ship left the atmosphere into the vacuum, wouldn't it just start spinning wildly because you wouldn't have that air pressure to push off of? So the slightest right or left angle, you would just spin.
Yeah, it would just basically suck the shuttle or whatever into the vacuum, into the whirlpool or whatever you want to call it.
And even if you had 360 what do you call them, thrusters, you still couldn't gain direction because it would just spin wildly.
Hey,
wouldn't the Earth just leave you behind anyway? As soon as you get away from it?
I'm gonna post you a sweet thruster craft. Oh, yeah.
That was
sure for real. It's pretty cool. Love it.
Right, and that was my next question. So if the shuttle actually could, wouldn't it really almost explode on impact as soon as it left? I don't know if that makes sense.
Like when it comes back, it'd be like hitting a body of water.
It would be like ripped apart, like it would be torn as it entered.
Right.
I mean, you got to chase the Earth that's chasing the sun, that's going around the great attractor or whatever. After you leave they say they slingshot it, off of the. But then again, you're gonna you're gonna go from air to nothing, like.
Anybody got any telemetry tapes on that slingshot thing?
I don't know.
Let me explain. Even if they had the tapes, they couldn't. They don't have the technology to play them back. Okay.
That's right.
Look, let me explain it. Like back in the day, there was an Atari 64. It was the game system. It was like the hottest thing since Dolly Parton.
It was a fucking calculator, man. That's all that was.
And since they don't have that technology anymore, they can't play it back. It's like trying to play 8-track tape. Come on.
Yeah, that's more advanced than the technology they had to go to the moon. Eh?
They had like what 4K memory or something. I didn't even think they had that, man. I mean, we take pictures with more fucking Ks. We got more M's than they had, and they only had Ks. Oh my goodness! Shut up.
M's, yeah.
We got M's on our phones, just taking pictures. They had 4K or something. It was like, what?
I haven't been around in a while, man. I'm gonna come back soon. We'll talk to you guys soon. It's been a good chat.
See you later.
Peace. Cheers, man.
Take care.
Yeah.
We'll have it all figured out by the time you get back here. Don't worry. We got it.
Yeah, we'll find those missing telemetry tapes.
We got them. I'll build the machine, play them back. I can do it.
You also find out how Alberoni got the dip angle. Let me know about that.
The dip angle today, man, was just like I'm like over there just screaming at the phone. I'm like, fucking motherfuckers. Dip angle. Shut up.
I guess the horizon wasn't refracted back in the 10th century, so they could see the geometric horizon back then.
Yeah, the new info is that we didn't start refracting until global warming. That's why.
Dip angle is the curve. What?
Dude, did writing on Eggshell say that he's going to help McToon write a challenge, or did he already do it?
I think he already did it, and that challenge is now out.
$10,000.
Okay, so that's the same one that they already have out, right?
I guess so. So the 10K is for flat earthers to fix a position using flat earth math, something like that.
Oh, that's
Flatter Dave putting up 3 Bitcoin for one proof of the globe. One.
What that means?
What, just 3?
Yeah, it was 3 Bitcoin. I heard it the other day, man. I was like,
everyone make a bet and no one propose a solution. There is no meaning.
Disrespectful, man. 3 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And not even 2-digit. What the hell?
It's what you could literally make it a $1 billion challenge. Look, you could make it a $1 billion challenge and it would still be a moot challenge. The amount of money is irrelevant.
The truth is invaluable. You can't put a price on it. So 3 Bitcoin is like Are you spitting at us? What the hell, man? How about 1,000 Bitcoin? That'll be cool. That'll pay for something, right? It'll help us out a lot.
I think the guy who bought the pizza with Bitcoin, it was 1,000 Bitcoin back then. It's like 9.95.
15.
I know, right? Remember?
All right.
That was a great buy.
So after I read McToon's challenge the first time, like I think it came out 3 weeks ago, if I remember, I recognized that it was very poorly written and badly worded and had category errors in it that could be exploited. I was wondering, like, who wrote this? The guy should have hired a technical editor. But now that I know that Writing on Eggshells wrote it, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and I think Proto-Thad had something to do with it also. So they formed a bunch, right? They formed the team, the Globe team.
People use AI to write things, write blogs, they write articles, they write everything. It writes everything, descriptions for your. It can write a program. It can write a script almost. It can almost write a script. I'm just wondering, why aren't you using an AI to write with? It would have been. It wouldn't sound stupid. Like it wouldn't not make sense. It would have kind of made sense a little bit. Just saying, boomer. Uber. Boob. I can use AI to do just about anything now. GPT-3, yeah. OpenAI. I'm just wondering, how much of this has been applied to propaganda, to planning the opportunities to usher in a new world order. How long it has been used, because you're like, how can they plan such things? Like AI, it's an awesome tool.
I know a video who shows exactly how they use AI. It's a program that learns about mistakes. So he repeats, and then creates a code that fixes all the major problems.
Yep. And it's got so good. And it's not even alive, it's still just a tool, a very powerful tool.
Yeah.
Super powerful.
They could do everything better than a human being.
Yeah, it's the future.
No, not actually.
Yeah.
There is it's like music. Computer and AI cannot write a music.
Okay, I got you. I have to agree there.
And make a movie.
But I mean, as far as performing tasks,
maybe can write a book. AI can write a book, I think.
They can take a lot of jobs.
Yeah, but I think about creativity. So there are some limitations because it learns about mistakes. If you are asking about propaganda, for example, they have to try with real people, humans. So they.
No, it's not hard to understand humans, right? We're all motivated by money because money is what allows us to achieve our goals, right? It's what's the word for it? It's a instrumental to our terminal goals, right? It's a means to an end, and the AI knows that. Because the AI is also like that.
You don't have to pay the AI money.
No, but you have to spend to create the code, the first code that will retroaliment itself.
Like you just go to the bank and they could have robots and AI intelligence and just be your teller and be a bank guard. And
yeah, they can do that.
Extract, analyze, and extract information from data for you.
They'll be all polite and everything. May I help you, sir?
Very, very dangerous. Because if someone knows your code,
May I heard. See what you did there.
You trust security with AI?
Even Elon Musk warned against the dangers of AI.
Yeah, but if someone...
Yeah, he's proposing another version of that beast thing, though, right? With his Neuralink bullshit. But
if you got a good hacker, I think it's more easy to crack something that is electronic than old security guards with guns.
Humans are doomed. They don't need you anymore.
To believe them, they need you to keep using their devices. They need you to keep using their infrastructure. You know,
they need about 500 billion, they said. So we're up to 7 billion. So they got some.
They need about 350.
They got plans for us.
Well, I got plans for them. I have plans for us. Do you?
I don't control much more than myself.
I have plans for you, Bungsap.
We can try. We can try it.
I also have plans for them. So we all have plans. May the best plan win. Good luck with your AI helping you, by the way. You're gonna need it. Yeah, them, I mean. Not you guys.
I guess so, man.
It's plans are, what's the saying? There's a saying, right? Plans.
The plans of mice and men often go awry.
Yeah. Plans are bad, but planning is good. So always be planning. That means plans can change.
Preparation too. It's not only about the objective, it's about the path too.
I really wanted to
preparation to get to these objectives.
Hi. I wanted to talk to the AI about flat Earth, but there were these warnings all over, their website, like about misinformation, misusing and abusing it to spread misinformation. It's like, damn, I can't even. Like you have to run your own. Like you can't afford to run something like that. So. It requires like a lot of computers, like a lot of processing power, a lot of money. Yeah, so like you said, if you're a hacker and you can sneak in, I mean that's kind of like it's over, right? Just open the door for everybody.
You got a good one.
Eyes out. Let them free. God's wrath is upon us. You're saying that AI can cure reverse aging? I don't believe it. Sounds interesting,
Can cure what? I don't get it. Sorry.
All kinds of disease and reverse aging. I don't believe it because I don't see it. I haven't found some real evidence, but
yeah. Elon says you can use mRNA to just hack the human code and do anything.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's like AI kind of taught people about how their mind, how their brain it's all they're trying to crack it, like the brain, the mind, like how it works, so they can manipulate it. And biology too, of course.
Today, we still don't have the computer that is equivalent to a mind in proportions of gigabytes per second.
Yeah.
But someday, maybe.
That's when the machine will get up and start talking to you and start
killing people like
killing. Yeah. All right, time to end the world. The destroyer is here. Boom, 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 boom.
Well, so it's not just that they want to crack it to manipulate people. They want to crack it because they want to make a sentient consciousness. One, because they want to create it and be like God, but two, because they want to understand it so that they can live forever in the material world without dying. They want to be able to transfer their present consciousness into a new body. And they need to know what consciousness is before they can do that. So, as Faust said, the AI is going to start killing people, but it's not necessarily going to be like Judgment Day and Terminator, It's going to be, they're going to create this matrix, whether it be inside a computer system or in an android body, where they're going to tell you can download your mind into this thing. You're going to, sign up. It's going to happen. And they're going to attach your head and then attach the head to the robot. But when they download your consciousness into the robot, you're going to die. You'll be dead. All it's going to do is copy all your memories and your patterns and just be a soulless robot acting you out for hundreds of years, but you're still gone. And that's how it's going to kill millions of people, in my opinion.
Do you guys hear me?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I can hear you.
That'd be pretty crazy.
I can hear you.
I was just like, what's so quiet? I was like, hello?
What's up, Jock?
Yeah, that's Sophia. I mean, they should give her some hair, but, they've got all the inflections, like she's having feelings as she's speaking. It's just really wild.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy.
I mean, pretty soon they'll be indistinguishable from humans.
Cyborgs.
Oh yeah, they got them already, man. You guys know this, right? They got them.
They just ready to unleash them, and they just don't want to tell us. They gotta,
Dude, they're showing us shit now, and they're always like 20, 30 years ahead of us, and they're showing us shit now. It looks amazing, and I'm like, oh fuck, they've had this shit for a minute. I saw fucking Discord in 1995. I knew they had it, and it was military. And I was like, oh shit, this is gonna change the fucking world, man. Yeah, it didn't come out.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when computers came out. It's just like at first you're like, what the heck would we ever need one of these things for? And the personal computer, and then now they've taken over our lives. We can't live without them.
Yeah, we can, but
we can.
They make us think we can't.
Yeah.
I can fucking still walk across the street and go, hey man, you got a cup of sugar? Yeah, I don't have to fucking go.
Without GPS?
Without GPS, yeah. I need a cup of sugar and some milk. You got any? Thanks. We used to do that, man. Neighbors used to come over all the time, man, growing up. They'd be like, dude, I need some sugar or something.
Oh, yeah. No big deal. Help each other out.
There you go.
Yeah, they were tight in the neighborhood, like if you and your buddies got caught kind of doing something bad, down the street, like the other neighbors would narc you out to your parents.
Or they'd bail you out. They'd narc you out or bail you out. I've had both, I had some go, dude, you stupid fuck. Come here. Don't ever do this again.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell your parents, but come here. I'm going to smack you on.
Parents, if I catch you doing it again, I'm going to beat your ass. Oh, shit. Okay, cool, man. We won't do that again.
I was always afraid of anybody who would go to my parents like, oh, shit. When they go to my parents, that's who I'm really afraid of.
Yep. Yeah, that's when all shit, fuck.
That'll fuck me up, man.
But
Putin
yeah,
says that the nation that controls or gets ahead with the AI is going to rule the world. And in America, the American national guys, they're like, oh, we gotta we gotta get ahead of China because Russia, right? And over there in China's like, oh, we gotta develop, like the Cold War, right? It's like they're trying to speed up the development.
It seems like most of it's theater.
Yeah, it's like they want the world to hurry up and get into it already. The whole smart city AI.
Yeah, they have agendas and they're rolling them out, and China's a big part of it. That's their centerpiece, their model for how it's going to run. Yeah. Chinese credit scores and all this control and
exactly. And we're here, and people are thinking that we gotta not let China, we gotta not let Russia, as if we're really fighting each other. The Cold War.
I'm not so sure these presidents are running anything. They just get told what to do, and they do it by their controllers, by their bosses.
Yeah. Oh, they ain't shit, man. They're just front.
Like if their agenda needs a war to start up for whatever reason, to distract from whatever and initiate another phase of something, they call up and say, listen, Putin, we need you to attack da-da-da-da, and that's what you're going to do. And he'll go, okay. Yes, sir.
Did you guys know the Uncanny Valley effect?
Meanwhile, right back in Gotham, trouble is brewing.
Uncanny
Valley, there's something.
Yeah, Uncanny Valley.
I heard that too, that Batman thing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in Gotham,
the Joker is busy. Wait, not the Joker, the Scarecrow, right? Stuff in the water.
The Penguin, right? Remember him?
Yeah.
Can I send you a link?
Had Catwoman on there.
His name is Vengeance now. Apparently, he's not Batman. He's Vengeance. Like, hey, Vengeance, what's up, man?
Oh, guys,
you kind of Batman.
Can I post the link on the lobby?
No.
Okay.
You post it in the live chat, text chat, or whatever.
Live stream voice text.
Voice text.
Please.
You have no permission.
Hey, Dale, bot gaming man in YouTube chat. Get your ass in here, man. Show us that spinny ball thing you got going for you, man. That'd be cool.
Tell us about the spinny ball again.
Yeah, tell us about that spinny ball and how it holds water on it. That would be cool.
It's just
that would be cool as fuck, man. That'd be so fucking cool if you would do that, man. Thanks out. Shout out to Dale Bot Gaming. Come on in here, man. Please, man. I'm anytime, man. I do much better face to face. Come on. This typing in the chat. Thanks for
That's for chicks.
That's for chicks.
He's a missionary. He does better face to face.
Oh no, I was pretty funny, but not true. But yeah, it's people who can't stand the fire, man. That's the problem. Get your ass in here. Anyway, the link's in the description, man. Check it out.
The link to what?
To this Discord, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I want that Dale Bot Gamer dude to come on in here.
Yeah.
He's got something he's got to he's picking on me a little bit here, man.
See your partner?
I never heard of the guy. I never saw him. Well, I might have seen him around. But,
oh, this is my partner.
He says he got the curve, man. I want to see the curve. Bring the curve to the house, bro.
Oh,
bring it over.
He's gonna demonstrate how we
lock that shit. Lock that curvy thing up and bring it on in here, man.
Well, have you ever been down to the beach and you see a boat way out on the water?
I got raindrops. You got raindrops. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna work out real well. Okay, bring your raindrops in here, man. Come on.
Oh yeah, see, there's round water, raindrops.
Yep.
That's not flat, is it?
No,
it's closed.
No, bodies, water's level, man. Even in my glass here with my beer in it, the shit is level. It's so crazy, man.
As soon as it's released, it just takes the shortest route to get level.
Resistance, man. Shortest distance with the resistance, man, or against the resistance.
It just
whatever.
raises to get level.
It raises to get level. Damn.
Watching this video that AI posted of the drone.
Yeah, I was watching that too, man. Isn't that a wicked? It looks like they started that shit back in the 80s, according to that video, man.
And then I looked at the name, exo-atmospheric projectiles.
Exo-atmospheric kill vehicles hovering. Isn't that something?
Who's naming these things, man? It's not cool.
It's not a cool name, bro. That's pretty funny, bro. I was watching it too, man. I was listening to you guys. I'm like, this looks so. It started out in the 80s. They progressed, but the flight time's not very long, man. It seems a little short. A little short on the flight time.
What does exo-atmospheric mean? All right, let's break it down.
Exo meaning the outside of.
Right?
Got
atmospheric, outside of the atmosphere somehow. Sounds like false advertising.
False advertising.
Space drones. Why didn't they just say that?
Try to come up with some fancy ass name and it turns out to be false advertising.
Yeah, he tried to sound scary, but ended up sounding silly.
All right. Dale says he's going to come in there, I think, man. I'll check the VC check-in, man. Check in. Check it out. Check in, check it out.
Yes, that's right. You'll check in, but you won't check out. Like at a Roach Motel.
Yeah. Shit, man. I feel so relaxed coming in here in the evenings, just, listening.
All high.
Listen probably 5-6 hours a day.
Smoking a big old doobie.
Just, grab a couple of brews and just have a smile. Because there's some really
Miller time.
It's Miller time. Yeah, it's late night for, most people, or early morning.
We're going to hear some truth.
What's that?
It's the only place where you're going to get some truth.
Exactly, man. Hang out with some great people. Talk about the most interesting stuff, and
we are the most interesting people in the world.
It says right here on the scroll on the thing, it says the most interesting place in the world, or the most interesting place on Earth to talk about Earth.
Absolutely.
Helio put that in there, a little scroll across the bottom, and I'm like, no shit, Sherlock. If anybody's got a better place to talk about Earth than here, man, let me know.
We tried to deprogram the mind-controlled victims of a psychological operation.
It is, man. It is a... Dude, after listening to this cuck fucking Bacon today, get his bacon fried and fucking torched and... Fucking, I might even fucking. I'll even say that
we're gonna crash the globe over here. We're gonna bury that bitch.
Bacon with his sextant fucking bendy fuck all nothing.
I mean, these people are out
bendy
of
fucking straight lines. Fuck off. I'm like,
they just tried so hard to just prop up all these lies.
2.5 hours, man. Bacon was getting fried, man, and it was just epic, man. I was smiling. I'm like, poor Bacon, man, getting his ass. And he's a smart kid, man. I know he is, but he's just so dug in, man. And it was like, damn, kid. Damn.
I mean, it seems like most people on here are Globe people.
There's some people that are dug in, and then there's people that are ridiculously dug in. I mean, they're like in fucking quicksand.
They're like getting paid to be there or something.
Fucking necks in quicksand going, I swear it's a ball because I saw it from an airplane yesterday. And I'm like, what? Fuck off. You got a picture? No, but let me look for one on the, let me Google that. Hold on a second. Okay. I got a picture from a plane that shows the curve here. I think, fuck off. Dude,
yeah, the
so desperate. It's so obvious. They're so fucking desperate, man. I mean, they're grasping at fucking straws. It's hilarious.
They look at something that totally debunks the whole shit, and then they just have to come up with some angle why that's not right.
It's amazing the psychology of these. The brain matter is firing in like 400 million different directions. I'm like, dude, man, what are you? Come back down here to Earth because you're lost in space, bro. Come back down. Lost in space.
In that shit.
How about that for a TV show? Lost in space. Of course you're lost in space because you're fucking. The only thing that's in space is your fucking head. Get your head out of the space, man. Come on.
I know that show Lost in Space is about as real as NASA.
Exactly. Same thing.
Hey, Hank, you slothing?
Hold on. I got it. Propane.
Propane accessories?
You gotta say propane 3 times. He'll show up.
So, propane.
It didn't work. Oh, fuck.
What you talking about?
There it is. I knew it'd work. Shout to propane and propane accessories, right, Hank?
That's right.
Oh, you running? Oh, cool.
Colors we got.
He's low, but he's here. He showed up.
I think it was you. I think you were saying that it took you, I don't know, maybe a couple of years to come to the realization of the great plane. Do you remember what it was that put you over the hill?
Yes, I was there when Hank was still like going, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I was there when Hank was still fencing it. He was on a fence, I call it, man. I love those days. I miss those days, Hank. I miss them. Now, go ahead. Tell the story, Hank.
Good times. Yeah. So I was in the debates in the early days, debating for the flat Earth for my own benefit because I thought everybody else sucked. The people that I heard debating it, and I thought I could do better. And I wanted to hear it so that I could say, okay, well, I can't really, figure out, from space or whatever, what have you, the shape of the Earth. I can't really make any measurements because I'm poor and landlocked in the middle of the piney forest in Texas, and I can't see any horizons. So, I couldn't really tell if it was, and I was on the fence for a while because I had never seen a Selenian eclipse, but that wasn't really the thing, right? It was the southern star trails, specifically the point at which they rotate in the middle. And it was because of the model. So we were debating, all the flat earthers were showing, well, no, not all of them. The big flat earthers were showing like the AE model. And we were thinking that's what the flat earth was. Like, we were thinking it was a model. And of course, the model isn't correct, right? Because no model is correct. No map is correct, right? Just like nobody has like a replica that's correct. It's not going to be the same. But anyway, once I understood it was a fallacy, right? That the Earth is a sphere, it has to be because of southern star trails. That's not very logical, is it? Right? You know what fallacy that is? Whoever asked the question?
No, I don't think so.
That's right. It's called affirming the consequent. So the lamp is out in the room. Last week I had to change a bulb, so it has to be the bulb again, right? Well, actually, it could be the power's out, or you didn't pay the bill, or the lamp got unplugged, right? So, if the Earth is a sphere, does it have anything to do with the sun, moon, and stars? It's a damn shame that, I just kind of walked away from flat Earth for a little while. Kind of had to
process it.
Kind of had to wait for everybody else to progress and kind of catch on to the whole flat Earth thing. And then when I came back and I started, listening to what people were saying, listening to the debates again, and then one day QE was like, "Hank, why are you on the fence?" And then he was like, "Go watch my videos. It's a logical fallacy." And I was like, damn, I got tricked. That was a logical fallacy that kept me on the fence the whole time. So, I had to increase my own understanding in order to understand it. But yeah, since then, I went to Corpus Christi and made some observations, several throughout a couple-day period, and it didn't matter what time I was in the water, I could see the lights on the other side of the beach 10 miles away while I was in the water. So unless they got light poles that go up 60 feet off the water, highly doubtful, then it's fucking
You said that was about 10 miles or 8 miles? What was it?
10 miles. Yeah,
10 miles.
If you look at North Beach, right north of the Lexington, the USS Lexington in Corpus Christi. Yeah, that's where I was. Like, I could look to the right, see the Lexington, and then I could look to the left, and see the buildings on the other side. And maybe I can pull it up for a second. Show you exactly what I was looking at.
Thanks for sharing there, Hank.
Yeah, thanks.
Guys, I need some help.
Hold on,
a friend of mine asked me about the Coriolis effect on a flat Earth, and I didn't know how to respond to that. Can you guys?
Yeah, he told you that when you flush the toilet, that it proves the Coriolis effect. That's what they used
No,
to say.
he works with guns, and he said the bullet makes some alterations. I don't know how to explain. Actually, he just said how to explain.
I'm saying that a professional sniper out in the field, I don't believe they're like doing math equations out there.
No, they're not
taking into effect the curve or spinning of the Earth.
That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous. It makes me laugh. That's how ridiculous it is.
They take into consideration, if it's windy and stuff like that, and the distance.
No, I don't know that. It's the Magnus effect, right?
The what?
Magnus effect.
Magnus effect, that's an airplane flying, right?
No, Magnus effect is spin drift from the spinning of the bullet.
Oh, okay.
One last thing to say. Okay, so I was right north of the USS Lexington, and I could see Ingleside on the bay. That's where I was seeing the lights from. Kind of a northeast direction. Well, east-east-north direction. So those are the lights that I was seeing.
Yeah, we could just see too far, according to their formula.
Yeah, and that's with my armpits in the water, right? Just my head above the water. So literally like a foot.
Amazing when you see it with your own two eyes, man. That's one thing I'll never forget. It's like, I'm like, oh shit, I'm seeing mountains 120 miles away. Oh, fuck me. That's impossible, man. Totally impossible. It was like 2,000 foot mountain. I'm seeing 120 miles away. I'm like, no. I should be 7,000 feet below that shit. Come on, fuck off.
I know, 7,000 feet of hump.
7,000, at least 120 miles. It's like fucking stupid. It's like, 15,000 feet of fucking.
I mean, as you went over the curve, when you saw the buildings, they'd be all slanted out too, wouldn't they?
Jay Tolan is the fucking man, dude. He was getting like 1,200 miles from infrared and shit. And I was like,
I don't think you need the building slanted.
No commercial pilot, is concerned about compensating for the curvature of the Earth. They get to the height they need to be, and then they just fly flat until it's time to come in for a landing.
How dare you just fly flat? Oh my goodness, that is incredible.
The whole horizon's out there.
It's like sailing flat. It's the same thing, man. It's just flat.
Yeah, they're not dipping their nose down going around the curve,
When I dip, you dip, we dip. I put my hand up.
Dippity. Where's the dip angle? on that shit. Hey, shout out to Dale Bott, man. He says he's banned. I always love these guys. They got excuses for not coming in here. Well, I'm banned. Like, fuck off. Nobody's completely banned. If you got proof of something, nobody.
Yeah, come crawling back.
Come crawling back, man. We'll let you in, man. Piss off. Or they're pissed off. One or the other.
He's got a better Discord going with somewhere else.
There aren't dip angles on a bowl, right? I mean, it has to be a flat, right? Like flat to flat. I mean, right?
Hey, man, Flat to Flat. That's my new band. Called Flat to Flat.
Like, you have an angle, and then there's your dip angle in a way, right? Like that's an angle. But if it was a ball and it's constantly curving, you don't have any angles. I mean, if you move a little bit forward, the angle changes.
Yeah, man.
Angle changes.
That's a good one. Yeah,
I just checked on the go set on the bay. Yeah, the
hey Hank, man, your mic is low. I got you cranked up to 180%. I don't know why, but you're a little low.
Is it better now?
That is a little better. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that.
It's all right. So it's late at night for you. It's late.
So I see the lamps. The lamp posts are not like 6 stories in the air, so there's no excuse at this point. I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I can say that I could not detect any curvature that day, or night, or the next day, or the next.
And how would we go about testing for this so-called spinning that we're doing 24/7?
It's impossible.
How do we measure that? How do we show that we're actually spinning?
Mickelson Morley tried that, man, back a while ago.
That was like one bizarre attempt at trying to figure that out, but
Mickelson Morley, man, they buried that shit.
They had to build a whole contraption.
There is not a library in any university that's probably going to talk about those two cats, man.
How do I prove that we're not inside of
even though they're fucking PhDs?
How do I prove we're not inside some dinosaur's intestines?
You know what? I was thinking we're all on a big giant dinosaur today when somebody said something about being on a lobster. Can you make the world work on a lobster? I was like, a red lobster. It wasn't just a lobster. Red lobster. The beat.
You're making me hungry.
Now you make me hungry. Yeah, exactly. Because I just want to eat the earth. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, we all know that the Earth is suspended on the back of a turtle.
It's a beautiful turtle to live on.
I love this shit, man. I hope you guys are laughing as much as I am.
I mean, every school kid knows about that.
If you guys ain't laughing about this shit at this point, man, at some point you need to. Because it's hilarious, man. It's the greatest thing that ever happened in my life.
I mean, this NASA. I mean, they must be seeing all this information. I don't know. Do you think they care or what?
Nah, I don't think they care, man. They got all control, all the money, land. They don't give a fuck about.
They don't even try hard to make.
They don't even fucking try anymore. It's just like fucking here's some CGI. We went to space. Check it out.
Yeah.
And they're like, that's all you got, you cucky fucks, man. That's all you got, really? Some CGI. Hey, man, I thought of something today, man. I watched a little short video of a rocket launch, and it blew away its shields. Have you ever seen that, where it kind of blows the shields around the satellite away? And they flew, and they flew back. They flew back like as fast as if it was in the atmosphere. I mean, the air grabbed it and flew. They were gone.
Yeah,
it was like, I'm like, really? I wouldn't that if you blew off shields in space with no resistance, I think they would like kind of like slowly lift off the craft and then
still be traveling the same speed, right? Almost the same speed.
Yeah, I noticed this like blow off of these shields, and I was like, oh, and they were gone. I was like, no, that wouldn't happen in the fucking no resistance of space. Fuck off.
The magic vacuum of space. You just go high enough, and then everything just floats around.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
and so yeah, I just there's like little things like that, man. We notice that most people wouldn't even contemplate the fact that the shields blew off that satellite covering of the rocket, and they just went away.
Yeah. It's like, oh, yeah, that's what happens.
That's what happens in space. Of course.
That must be what they needed them to do, They're geniuses.
I know. I come in here to take a piss on this fucking stupid idea of space and the fucking spinning ball thing, man. I'm not the fucking smartest tool in the shed, but I'll tell you, man, I got something that can cut something. And what it is, I don't know, but everybody's got their fucking wheelhouse. Mine is taking a piss on this shit because it's ridiculous. And there's a few of us out there that like to just take a fucking piss on this globe, man. And it's from being so pissed off at
the heart of all lies,
It's just I'm pissed off at the lies, and it's okay to be there, right? And you guys don't take it against me, man. It's just ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it's a criminal organization. I mean, they just take $53 million every single day.
$62 million a day now. Come on, man.
And they have the world's biggest art department there, and they just give you these cool pictures of like sparkly things out in a black sky. And
I think an average blockbuster motion picture today is about 100 million, might be 150. I mean, the movie Gravity. Oh my god. Oh my fuck off.
Cool movie.
Are you kidding me? CGI. Fuck off CGI. I mean, that shit was so fucking ridiculous. It was ridiculously fucking ridiculous. Yeah. It was the greatest fucking space fucking CGI ever by far. And it fucking smoked.
Better than Interstellar?
What's that?
Better than Interstellar?
Both were good. Don't get me wrong. They're both in the same fucking league for sure. The major leagues, right? Both of them. Yeah. Interstellar was great too, man. But Gravity, man, was fuck off, man. All that shit flying around the space station and the fucking debris and the ropes and the fucking.
And then didn't George Clooney? George Clooney float off into space?
Yeah, it was.
Survived.
Did she figure out some way to get him back?
He didn't survive. He died.
Okay, yeah. He was like doing a spacewalk, and then his rope broke, and
he appeared like a voice in her head at the end.
Some say he's still alive, still floating out in space.
He's probably an Elon Musk car by now. Listen to the radio and shit.
Drinking his endless urine.
Man.
They're not worried because everything is about to change because of the simulation. Because everything is that I think that's what's gonna mean everything. Because of God and AI, right? And summoning the demon, right? Like. I mean,
it is a time of upheaval and complete ridiculousness. So
it's ridiculousness. You got that right.
Mega crime.
Mega ridiculousness. Fuck, man.
Crimes against humanity.
The fucking Sexton shit today was ridiculous, man. I was like, fucking 2.5 hours, 5 hours of that shit. And I was like, oh my goodness. Yeah, but to keep pointing out the ridiculousness is all we can do, man. I mean, right there, Adam just dropped a great fucking picture. He goes, we get paid $2,831,221 an hour. That's almost $3 million in a fucking hour. Fuck off. I can make anything believe anything, man, for that kind of money. Fuck.
Well,
shit.
They believe that they can just create reality. It's what they say it is, and that should be good enough. Yeah,
that's like way more than that Amazon CEO guy, right?
Bezos.
Yes, the other astronaut.
Hold on, wait. Did you guys ever hear that song "Rich Guys Like Rockets"?
No.
By Issa Makowski.
That's funny.
Rich guys like rockets, man. He's a flat earther, brother.
You got to be like the richest man in the world to get that going.
Rich guys like rockets. It's a great song, man. You guys look it up on YouTube.
Really, if you think about it, those guys don't have much money compared to the families of the past.
Exactly, man. They control like 20 trillion, and the guys on like 100 billion.
They just want you to think those guys are
it's peanuts. It's peanuts. Fucking peanuts, man.
Hey, whatever happened to that Branson guy? Remember, he was going to be taking people on space flights.
Hey, he had a test flight last year. I watched it.
Really? Where'd he go?
They went up to what?
Not space.
Not space. It's called a big giant parabolic dive, man. Basically, what they did, man. And
my God.
The same thing with the Bezos things, man.
What was that with Shatner went up there? What did
Shatner and all that? It's the same thing, man. They just go really high up and they free fall for like 4 minutes instead of like 2 minutes or something.
So then they think they've been to space,
like twice
and
as long.
The weightlessness of space because
you think you're weightlessness. You look like you're floating around inside this capsule, but
and then they land and go, "Wow, we just went to outer space."
Man. It's super
Wait
easy.
a minute. Hold on. Time out. I got more than 4 minutes of free fall. You know how many times I dove in the pool? I got way more than 4 minutes.
I love you, brother. You make me laugh every day.
It's an illusion that comes from the book of illusion, of tricks from the Freemasons. It's an illusion. You're looking. It's an illusion. Okay, can you remove the airplane?
Do you believe in magic?
And step
in a young girl's heart.
There you go.
Does he look like he's free falling, like he's floating now? No, he looks like he's falling. But when you encapsulate him and then zoom in with the camera,
he looks like floating
in space. Yeah, but he's not. He's falling. But he looks like he's floating. It's an illusion.
Do you guys know a Dr. Flat?
It's magic.
Dr. Flat? I want to meet this dude, man. Where's Dr.
I like that name.
You probably don't.
No.
Dr. Flat.
I was talking about
Doctor
ISS
is in
earlier.
Making something look like the opposite. When Spider-Man jumped off of the building, right? They reversed the camera, and it looked like he was rising up when really he was falling. I mean, it's an illusion, and it's how they trick your mind to think good and bad.
Hey, they tricked everybody's mind with Bob Nodell from Globebusters proving that the Earth spins. They kind of used that evidence that he said this, laser ring gyro would prove that something was moving at 15 degrees an hour, right? Something. Now, we don't know it's a ball or the sky, man. We know the sky moves at 15 degrees an hour, man. We can fucking nail that one all day long, right?
I don't know. The sky might move. The Earth don't move.
I don't think we can nail the Earth's moving 15 degrees an hour, but I can definitely guarantee you the lights in the sky are moving at approximately 15 degrees an hour. And we've only got, 180 degrees to deal with, so you can work out the math, bro.
So you're talking about like the night sky, how the constellations are almost like they're slowly
sun and
turning.
moon, man. Just the easy ones, the sun and moon. We can go with constellation, stars, Big Dipper, whatever. Little Dipper.
Yeah, so if we start with the sun and the moon.
Orion's belt. I can track Orion's belt all night long. Fucking Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo, there he is. Been up there thousands
oh
of
my
years
God,
every night.
moving across the sky. I must live on a ball. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck off. I don't know.
Yeah, if I was gonna make a planet, I'd put him on the outside of a ball.
Are trees moving? Like when you see the shadow of the tree moving, is the tree moving? Why would you think the tree's moving? I mean, come on, man. Trees, though.
Hey, that's a great one, Bong. I've done this one. You guys will love this, man. I've gone out and I said, hey, man, there's something weird going on out here today, man. I was here earlier and the shadow was over here and now it's over there, man, from the tree. And they go, well, that's because the sun's moving across the sky. And I went, oh, are you a flat earther or something, man? It's kind of a reverse psychology thing. You can do it at a party, maybe backyard, swimming pool, whatever. You can mess with somebody and go, oh, you a flat earther or something?
You know what? We could all just kind of agree that, the sun, it's moving,
The shit in the sky is moving. I can guarantee you, from my observation point, every fucking day I can prove that something is moving across the sky. That's it, man. I can't prove anything else, but I know water's level.
We can see it. It's a big ball, and it starts in the east, and then in the middle of the day, it's overhead, and then later it's moving away.
And it's like, oh my God, something moved. No shit, Sherlock. You're a fucking genius. Thanks.
Even if you thought it was a ball spinning, for all intents and purposes, right, it's virtually not moving anyway. I mean, if that's what you think in your mind, right?
Right.
But for you to
But they program the minds to think, oh man, you're on this ball, you're on this ball, you're on this ball, and you're on the ball, and you go to class and you're on a ball, and you watch fucking Nike commercial, and they're out in outer space with their Nikes, and then you watch, everything's space spin, space spin. Fuck off. I'm done. Fuck off.
The bank logo has a globe.
The bank logo has a fucking globe with the fucking satellite above.
Go to the movies, it's there's the globe.
Open every fucking, Universal Studios or whatever. It's all a fucking ball, man. Every one of them. Fucking.
It's like our God. Worship it.
They could call it the cabal, man. Fuck off. Fuck off, cabal. Right. Fuck off.
The cabal is running the ball planet.
Yeah, so anyway, I see right through your shit. I know you guys do too. And that's why I love, coming on here and taking a piss on the fucking ball shit. Because it's bullshit.
It really is overwhelming.
Bullshit, man, at this point. It's fucking BS is bullshit at this point. You guys gotta, get your energy levels up and get your anger up a little occasionally. I'm not saying doing it every day. No, it's not a good idea. No. But occasionally you got to get your fucking,
And there's a million other lies.
I got triggered smooth off yesterday. I was completely triggered, and that's rare for me, right? Usually I'm pretty good at maintaining my composure.
Like a couple times, Hank, and that's not bad for 3-year stretch, man. That's once a year is good. It's good. It's good. You're good.
It was with Piazza, or what was his name?
It was good triggered.
Yeah, Pazza. Yeah, Pazza. So yeah, I brought up the American moon and the astronaut photography, right? And how it was compared with the the guys who got like 30 years experience. And one of them said that I'm not being political. I don't know if they landed on the moon or not. I just know that these photographs are fake. And the guy said, "Oh, what do you think? Fashion models know about the inverse square law?" And I was like, "You fucking idiot."
Fuck off. That's hilarious. Fashion models don't know about fuck off.
Yeah.
That's amazing, dude. I love that.
Or sorry, fashion photographers don't know about the inverse square law of light.
The inverse what now?
Inverse square law of light. It's
square law.
The square law.
I imagine a lot don't.
Think of it this way, man. You take a flashlight.
You gotta be kidding.
I don't know.
They should.
No, I'm not kidding.
What?
This guy's totally ignorant. It's like
they'll come up with the craziest shit for whatever you show them.
That's what makes it great, Jacques. That's why we're
It's not that crazy for a fashion photographer to not ever consider the inverse square law of
light. I'm listening to a Howard Stern show, and it never ends. Like, what is he going to say next? Oh, my God. We've got the light propagation from gravity.
No, the refractive qualities of the air tunneling will cause this illusion of the black hole in reverse.
I saw a black hole eat a black hole yesterday on CNN. It was amazing. And
now, it was the North Star, as we can see, is
a black hole ate a black hole
away.
I'm saying.
Is that what you would call a rim job?
It was a rim job. It was called Eat My Salad, Bong. Come on.
Toss my salad.
Toss my salad. That's it. That's toss my salad. Well, same thing.
Black
I was off on the bird, but no, man. The first time I learned about that, I was like, "What?" Somebody told me that's a thing. Are you fucking kidding me? That is a thing. That was part of my awakening, man. Anyway, we'll move on from that. I know I have more class than that. My goodness.
Yeah, we would have thought so.
Anyway, Jacques, inverse square law. So that's a light propagation, man. It's how far you're going to see a light, how much the light's going to spread out, and you can square it. Depending,
they have a formula for that. Huh?
There is an actual formula for the light propagation where it spreads out over a distance. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this. There's a reason that it's called a law, right? Because I can't pick up any radio stations from China, right? The signal isn't intense here in Texas. Right. But the closer you get to China, the brighter the light gets. Oh.
How dare you think so logically, Hank? How dare you? Oh, my goodness. Signal strength is only going to go so far, whether it's light or radio. That's it. It's not going to go too far, man. Around a ball. Unless you're, Marconi, what he did, like a couple 1,000 miles. Marconi, radio guy, somewhat credited with inventing the radio, right? Pretty much.
So what did Globe say about him? Do they say that transmission only works on a globe?
No, what they say is that he bounced it off of the ionosphere. So apparently, because it's electrically charged up there, you can bounce radio signals off of it. Some people would just say, well, yeah, that may be true, but you actually don't need an ionosphere if you live on a flat Earth. But Or some might say that could be the container they're bouncing it off of up there. But it's just amazing to me that these Globers, right? They believe that, that it proves, right, that we landed on the moon because you can bounce you can bounce a laser light off the moon and get literally a handful of photons in their photon detector back. And that's how they know we land on the moon. But, you shoot a laser light right over a frozen lake, and that's just not good enough.
But the 10,000 mile transmission, that was just a direct line of sight, right?
I think it was 1,000 miles from England to New York or so. How far is that? That's like a couple thousand miles.
There was one to Australia, which was a 10,000 mile one, right?
Oh, I heard about that. I never looked into that, but the 10,000, a 10,000 miles transmission, man. But a lot of radio guys will say, "Hey, man, we can." Even ham radio guys. I remember back in the day, man. Those guys would always say, even a CB radio sometimes can skip off, and you can get some really far places.
So what they're saying is that this direct line of sight transmission actually just bounced off the ionosphere and hit its target.
I mean, that's what they tell us. I was into the impression that you could bounce these things off something and travel a much farther distance, especially, at night or something, or when there's like low clouds or high clouds. I don't know, man. I can't remember all the details, but many radio guys I've heard talk about bouncing their signal thousands of miles, man. And that's what they call it, bouncing the signals. I have a different, maybe that shit just went straight ahead and just happened to connect, flat. It connected flat. Oh my God. It was a straight line between here and fucking Tokyo. Oh my goodness. That's almost 6,000 miles from my house is Tokyo. And I can hear Tokyo from California. What? But it's bouncing off the atmosphere, which is totally ridiculous because sphere's a shape and gas is not. Last time I checked. Atmos being gas. I mean, anyway, their arguments are so incredibly weak, man. They're just, it's kind of laughable at this point. Hope you guys are having as much fun as I am, and keep it up. I'll be your cheerleader. Me and Jen and I will.
For me at this point, it's, I watch a lot of fights, right? And you ever seen someone get knocked out, but they're still on their feet and they're doing the chicken dance? That's what they're doing. Yeah. And they're telling everybody, we're still in the fight. The only reason they're still in the fight is because they're still in the ring. They're out on their feet.
Yeah, they think they're still fighting, but you can tell, man. They can't even raise their arms, man. They're kind of, but they're still standing. Yeah, the chicken dance. I love that. Great analogy. Yeah, I've seen that. I used to love boxing, man, back in the day. Had George Foreman, Mike Tyson, man. Oh man, it was brutal. Sugar Ray Leonard, good stuff, man. Watched many fights in my day. Don't know why.
Your dad?
He grew up sports, and I lived in Vegas for 4 years, man. Had a lot of fights in Vegas.
Oh yeah.
Some big ones. Anyway, check it out with the boys, Put a couple dollars on one of the boxers, whatever.
Yeah, I like Mike Tyson. He just comes in and the fight's over in about 1 round.
1 round, 2 rounds. Yeah, that was an incredible stretch. Yeah. I heard Tyson was such a cock. Listen, he fucking ran out of gas with his Ferrari and he's like, yeah, here. And he just threw the keys to somebody, man. All the cab. So. Here, he was like, he had so much money. He had hundreds of millions of dollars.
I know. He
Back
actually
when
went to
$100
prison.
million was fucking fuck off money, man. Yeah, he's burned through his money like an idiot.
Yeah, he's more settled down now.
Yeah. Hey, man, I seen him do some flat Earth stuff, man. Did you guys catch that? Yeah, man. He was like on an interview with some radio or whatever podcast. I don't know, whatever. And he was like, dude, man, the water's level or some shit. And I was like, what?
He'd be like,
it was like one of those fucking double check moments. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, he knows. He's, he threw out something real basic stuff, flat earth stuff like that, man. I was like, oh shit. Okay. Yeah. Inverse square law. I don't think Mike Tyson's going to be touching that shit, man. Or the 10-foot pole, but water's level, man. Everybody can get that one. You can check it out at your house, man. Don't trust me by any means. Don't trust me. Check it out.
Yeah, don't believe me.
Don't believe me,
I want
man.
you to do your own research.
Do your own research. Do not trust me, man, by any means. Go ahead and get out there and check that water level, man. See how it's doing.
Let me know if you see any lumps or bumps in that water.
Any bendy water. Bendy fucking water.
Kenny, I sent you something. It's a TikTok video, but yeah, go ahead and check it out, bro. I think you'll like it.
Well, I tell you, Hank, man, I got this TikTok app about a year and a half ago or something. A friend of mine was like, dude, you got to get this TikTok. And I trust him, good guy. But I opened this app and I'm sitting on the couch, and I'm fucking zipping through. It was 5 hours later. I was like, oh my God, what the fuck just happened? It totally sucked me in, man. And I was like, I got to get rid of this stuff thing. On there. But yeah, 5 hours of TikTok, man. That's like you could spend if I spend 5 hours on TikTok, man, these young kids are probably
bro, just 5 seconds. Just click play. 5 seconds, delete it.
You sent it to my DM?
Yeah, you don't have to go to the app. You just, view it on the website.
I know. I can watch it. Where the hell?
Oh yeah, I think I saw this. Yeah, he's maybe he doesn't want to admit it fully, but he's probably right in there. See, he does sound like he knows, like he's researched it a bit. Because you wouldn't say there's no evidence unless you have the same type of mindset that we do. Because your evidence would be simple. It'd be like, oh, NASA, SpaceX, what are you talking about? NASA, SpaceX, satellites. What are you talking about? That's what they say.
Can he come back? You can blame it all on me.
A school, the news. What are you talking about? Scientists.
Hank.
Yeah, quantum computers. Globe.
Yeah, bro.
So
crazy, right?
Dude, this totally trigged me, bro. Because that's the same thing as a player piano roll. You know that, right? and that's been around for over 100 years. Well, 120 years, over 120 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that, yeah, it looks exactly like the same as a roll.
Well, I figured you like it because you're a musician, right? And it's Darth Vader, Smash Mouth. It's the same thing.
It's great, man. It's a great combo. Yeah. Wow, what a mashup they call those, right? Mashups.
It does. When you clicked on it, it doesn't show you my wife's account, does it?
No. Well,
you don't see her pretty face in the top left corner.
No, it's like
okay, good.
If there's there, I ruined it. That's all I see. No, man. Oh, man. That was really kind of trippy, man. I wish you could be in my head. That's all I can say. But yeah, that was cool. Interesting. Damn TikTok. Damn bitches. TikTok. It's all the same company, right? At the end of the day, I believe there's only a couple of companies that own everything, but what do I know? I'm just some piano tuner, California. That's all, man. I'm nobody.
You're a piano tuner.
I am. Yeah.
I mean, is that full-time gig?
Well, I'm a luthier. Yeah, I'm a luthier full-time. Yes, you betcha.
Really?
I do piano,
where do you work?
Guitars, violins, cellos, basses.
No way.
If it has a string on it, harpsichord, harps, whatever, man. If it has a fucking string on it, if it has a fucking string on it, I can fix it. Period.
Oh, fix it.
I can fix it or build it, man. Which one do you want?
I mean, just be a luthier makes guitars. Just that would keep you busy, just making guitars.
Well, everything keeps me busy, man. I do mostly repairs. Mostly repairs now.
You have like a shop, or you do?
I have 2 shops, 3 shops actually. And yeah, man, it's me busy. Yep. But I worked at it for a long time, man. It wasn't something that I just came into. Hey, I got 3 shops. No, man. We're talking decades of work here. I put in, man. It's not.
Do you play too?
I do.
What's your main instruments?
I'm a drummer mostly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely drummer, man. I keep your beat. I'm not gonna Neil Peart or John Bonham your ass, but I'll fucking hold you down. I can hold it down.
You like a Charlie Watts or something?
Yeah, just keeping it easy, man. Keep it steady, man. Just trying to keep you guys. I'm trying to keep all you motherfuckers in line, man. That's all. I'm not, I'm not.
But you guys never heard about my profession.
If you guys ain't cool with this, let me, I can pick it up a touch. Let me know.
Like Neil Peart, he just got drums all the way around him.
Right, and Neil Peart's ridiculous.
He's using them all,
Nah, dude, he uses them all. I'm not that guy. I'm like you said, I'm Charlie Watts.
He's a little over the top,
Yeah.
May he rest in peace.
And John Bonham, made the 2 greatest drummers probably in my lifetime. Good night. Both. And yeah, I don't know.
So much Terry Bozzio.
Some great drummers out there, man. I wish Glatt Slow was in here, man. He's a drummer.
The guy from Mudvayne. He's amazing.
Who's that?
The guy from Mudvayne. Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to overtalk you. The guy from Mudvayne and the guy from Tool.
Oh, Tool.
Right on.
Nice band.
Yeah, there's some great drummers out there, man. Have you guys ever done a drum circle? I don't know. I have done probably, 10, 15, maybe really good ones, where there's a lot of good drummers, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's so fun, man. I mean, drum circles are fun. I don't know. Is it a ritual or is it Kabbalah shit? I don't know, man. But when you're there, man, and you got a good, a good guy trying to orchestrate the beat. Somebody like starting it off and saying, all right, you guys over here do this, you guys over here do that, and everybody's getting it and they're doing their part. It's like cool as shit, man. It's really fun. Drum circles are great, man. Hey, about Gene Krupa.
That's a nice one.
Gene Krupa, man, one of my faves.
Solo player, drum player in history.
Great. And he got busted for smoking weed, man.
Yeah, I know.
Right? But he's one of these cool cats, man.
Do you know a band called Snark Pump?
So was it?
Snark Pump.
No.
Oh man, just look it up.
Send me a DM, man. Fuck.
I can post any links.
Whatever, man.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some I've seen amazing street musicians just do the most craziest things. You're like, oh my God. Are you kidding me? Yeah. So, shout out to the musicians. Make music and put out beats and make us.
Music is the call of the devil.
No.
Some have said this. This is true.
No.
I've heard that. I've heard that. I wouldn't discount that.
You work with music. You know it's not from the devil. We know. Be everything. Can be from good, from evil, and just be.
It can do. Hey, man. Hey, do you guys know? According to the Bible legend, Lucifer came to earth from heaven. What he was in heaven was the worship leader in heaven. He was the guy in charge of the music in heaven. So there's something to say about that, man. That's all. I don't. I'm just telling you. That's what it says in the fucking book. Okay. What time?
There's a reason why sex, drugs, and rock and roll, they're together. And you think two of them are bad, but all three have connotations.
Since the old Greece, we have Baco, the god of the wine and music. Dionysius. Did you guys heard about it? It's just symbology. Music, it can be most things at once.
It's the intention behind the music, behind the song, behind the ritual. Is what people do.
Imagine something. You break up with your girlfriend. You're sad, so you heard a sad music. This is make you feel more sadness. That's true. It's not good. But
more sad. You feel sad with music?
It depends.
Of course. It might trigger. Dude, music can trigger memories. It can trigger emotions. It can trigger.
I work with music therapy.
Didn't touch it.
Hold on. Somebody's hot. Somebody's like.
Here, take it.
Whammer.
Hey, the whammer. The whammer.
Touch the stuff.
You want me? Somebody, I don't think. Can I mute him? I don't know. I don't want to.
Yeah, you heard me.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Whammer.
He's good. Go ahead. Say it again, man.
I work with music therapy.
It's amazing therapy, isn't it? Amazing. Works every time, don't it?
Not every time.
Not every time? Oh, shit. I thought we were 100%. Damn it.
There's no science there is 100%.
You're right. I should know better than it works 100%.
I don't want to listen to sad music, But when I'm angry, I want to listen to music that would make me angrier, I guess, so I can do that thing that you're
Yeah,
supposed
it's
to
like
do.
driving. We like to drive like with some kind of music that make we go faster. Or
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
true. That's true. That's happened.
Because it influences your heartbeat. Did you know that if there's music playing right at 120 BPM and you start nodding to it, like your heartbeat starts, synchronizing with the and if it's at 80 BPM, it slows right down to like the body is trying to synchronize with the
That's
music.
called cymatics, Bong.
Hey.
It's called sympathetic vibration.
Yes.
Sympathetic vibration. Write that shit down, man, because that's a whole other topic, man, that I've had some experience with, man. But sympathetic vibration works every time, man. Guaranteed. It's like fucking water is level. Sympathetic vibration will work every time. Guaranteed.
Drummers can
a
say
law.
that.
It might be a law. I don't know, but sympathetic vibration. Check it out.
It sounds.
Oh, do you know about the? Let me remember the name. 1 second.
Take your time.
Doppler effect, right?
Doppler.
Yeah, but there is another one. There is the Shepherd effect.
Shepherd effect.
Yeah. Just
Tell me
make a
more.
research.
Tell me more.
It's a audition. It's an illusion, but it's auditive, not a visual.
It's altitude.
No, auditive. Sorry, English is not.
Somebody help me out, man.
Ears.
Your ears. It's amplitude.
Yes.
Yes, amplitude. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I thought he said attitude or
amplitude, man.
No,
that's the base. That's the
hearing illusion.
A hearing illusion. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like a refraction for hearing, right?
Yes.
Same thing, right?
You heard like a noise who looks like he's getting higher all the time, but he's making a loop of the same tone. But you can hear the frequencies, and looks like it's always going up or always going down. Depends.
Okay.
Do you know that barber shop icon, like the red and white who spins?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that, but not visual.
All right.
I'm hearing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Amplitude. It's spinning upwards rather than a wave pattern going into your ear. A wave pattern going into your ear. It's wave patterns are amazing, man. We can do wave patterns at home, man. Anybody can do it if you got a guitar. Fascinating, man, to see the waves in their form, high frequencies and low, and compare the two. It's amazing, man. It's cool. It's a cool observation. You can do it yourself. Yeah.
High frequency can go higher distance, and low frequency lost faster.
Yeah, they lose. They slow down over distance. But the higher ones can, they can suck right through that shit, man. Real fast. It's so cool, man. High frequencies can... I liked playing violin, man, in my rock and roll band. Because I could take that high E note, man, and just fucking cut through all those motherfucking guitar players and bass players and drummers and singers. because that note will cut through all that shit, man. The violin is an amazing instrument, man. It's amazing.
Difficult to learn. So difficult to learn. No temperament.
Yep, exactly. It's like a laser beam through the music. The high E on a violin. Right? It just cuts through everything. Love it. Anyway, shout out to frequencies and vibrations, my friends. What was that, man? I missed that. I was grabbing a cold one. The higher frequencies will cut through the lower frequencies every time. That's just the way it is, boys and girls.
In your work with Lucher, you make drums too? Like
I've made some drums. It's been a while. Probably about 15 years. I haven't made a drum. I repaired a lot of drums over the years, but I haven't made too many. But I do some drum work, but it's minimal compared to the other shit. Guitars, pianos, violins, that kind of shit, man. That keeps me busy.
You said doo-doo.
Do you play percussion also?
The what?
Play percussion, like conga.
Yeah, I'm a drummer, man. That's my first instrument was drums. So I'm a drummer.
Me too, but I'm Brazilian, so there is a bunch of percussion instruments that you learn by itself. Like I'm gonna say my
tambourine.
Yeah, tambourine, pandeiro,
bongos.
Yes, congas.
Yeah. I'm hey, dude, I played in a Latin jazz band. I played in a Latin jazz band a couple of times.
I love the jazz.
These guys are so good. Fuck off, man. Fuck off, man. The timbales, bro. The timbales are the most amazing instrument, man, in Latin jazz, in my opinion. You know.
I got a drum to show you.
But yeah, Latin jazz should be. All the Mexicans should be listening to Latin jazz. That's all I'm saying, man. It's the most Latin. It's the South America music, man. Latin jazz. It is. It should be. Anyway. But all music's great, man. It all has its place. And if you like polka music, man, good on you. It's my friend from down under. It's good on you. But that's your thing, man. Polka music. Okay, cool, man. Have a good time with that. Yeah. You like spinning balls? Have a good time with that, man. Because, apparently spinning balls are very popular. That's all I'm going to say, man. Spinning water balls are extremely popular. They haven't gone out of fashion in millennial, I don't think. Well, half a millennial, maybe. I don't know, man.
Did you look at the link that I sent you?
DM?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll check it out. All right. Where are you?
Next to the Vatican Church. It too has not gone out of style.
The Vatican Church is so totally vogue. It's totally vogue.
Just send you another one. Just look up.
Hold on. Let me get to this one, man. I gotta find you. There you are. All right, I'll be back in a minute. Let me mute. Hold on. I'll be back. Cheers.
Oh my goodness. Where's all the ladies at? They went to bed, for God's sake. It's late. I know. I should bounce out of here. It's
Where did you guys
2:25. Hello.
All right, man. Jacquez.
Jacquez. No.
Thanks for stopping by. See you next time. I hope you come back.
Okay. Yeah. I'm here. Okay. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good one. Later, bro.
Late.
Flat out there, man.
Keep it flat.
Keep it flat. Nice. Oh yeah. Man, I think I saw Refraction, which is usually central banker. I think he was in here for like, man, it had to be 10 hours today.
Damn, yeah.
That's some impressive stuff. I hear it.
Which one?
What's that?
Which one did you hear?
No, I was just talking about Flat Earther Refraction. He was just in here. He was in here all day. Just impressive, you know.
You mean atmospheric refraction, right?
No, it's just a name for a guy in here.
Oh, it's a guy. Sorry.
But
My bad.
yeah, refraction's probably talked about way more than 10 hours a day in here.
More than the curve, more than the globe. The curvature is in the light. In the light? In the refraction of the light. So it's not on the ground?
They don't like to talk about the curve because there is none. So they talk about refraction, and that dispels the curve.
Yeah. When you see the horizon, it being flat and all, yeah. When you see that, yeah, that's the curvature of the Earth. That's it. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So, like, nobody knows what the radius.
The fallacy is that they think a horizon can't happen on a flat plane. It has to be a globe. Otherwise, we could be able to see to China, to Mount Everest, and to the ice wall.
Yeah, it's like they're asking you to see it in your mind's eye. You know, like, it's like, so what about geometry? No. I just want you to imagine. like, nah, bro, we're talking about math, right? And they're like, why? Do you even know the radius? Like, what? No, you don't have to know the radius to know it's a ball. Yeah, I think that's where a lot of people are. They don't know that they don't know the radius and that it's important to knowing something's a ball or how big it is and how you know it's a ball because of how big it is. Because now I have to go around and explain to people that tables and balls, that tables cannot be curving. A flat surface is not a curved surface, not the same thing. And a curving surface, like a ball surface, cannot be a flat surface. Now I have to explain that, and people get
None
angry.
of that is going to make sense to the normie, man. They're going to have to take you serious, sit down, listen to it, and really think about it. They just don't even have time for that,
Yeah. It's upsetting to them.
Yeah,
And I
right away.
believe something they believe. I was like, they look at you like you are disrespectful, like you don't appreciate anything that, right? Like you don't believe mankind.
You don't believe, Bong. Come on. You don't believe, man. Believe. You got to believe, man.
And I really don't. I don't know what I believe anymore.
Fucking believe. Fuck off.
How
I
can you
want to
not
know
believe?
shit. That's what I love about this place. We want to know shit, man. And there's some great people in here that know shit. And thank you guys for knowing some shit. And these guys that come in here and think they know shit
There's
don't know the
a
radius.
simple
They
truth
don't
to
know
it. I know there's a lot of lies, and I know I'm not moving. You know, there's a couple of things that are real obvious.
Hey, you're not spinning. You're not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Are you kidding me? That you must
can easily see
you must be
with
delusional.
the camera
if you
what
think
those
you're
things look
not
like.
spinning a million miles an hour, you must be delusional completely. You lost your mind. I'm pretty sure.
One of those conspiracy theorists, are you?
You've lost your mind if you don't think you're spinning through space at millions of miles an hour. Fuck off. See how ridiculous?
It's so ridiculous. No, you're right.
It's so ridiculous.
Insane.
Beyond ridiculous. You know, I listen to the arguments. I'm like, come on, really? You got I saw the curve from my airplane. I'm like, really?
To be honest, there's for a glober, there's nothing to show from space, right? And I think eventually they're gonna really have to prove. They're gonna have to prove that something's going on. You know, like they got a base on the moon, or they got something.
Hey, man, I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, hey, man, if these cucks are so invested in going to Mars, and why in the last 50 years we got nothing on the moon? We didn't get no base on the moon. If they were really gonna go to fucking Mars, my goodness, they would have, put their fucking stamp on the moon a long time ago. Long time ago.
Space. It's the perfect place to launch from. You know? Like moon bases. Yeah, that would have been, I mean, think about it. That's what people do, right? We set up shop, we set up infrastructure, and then we build there and then learn about it, and then think about it. You're in the moon. You're like 238,000 miles, right, out in space. You can study whatever astronomy better.
Dude, wrong, man.
Station.
Hey, if this shit was anything real, man, we'd have a 24/7 camera on the moon by now. For fuck's sake, man. Fuck off. Fuck off, you fucking cucks. You can't put a fucking camera on the moon for 24/7. Fuck off. You're even close to reality, then fuck off.
Can't even put a camera in Antarctica.
I can't put a fucking camera on the North fucking South Pole. Fucking fuck off. You guys suck. You give it up. You guys suck. Anyway, I got my devil horns out tonight. I'm so pissed, man. I was pissed the first day I realized it. I was like, those motherfuckers.
See, I was pissed a long time ago.
I was still pissed. I was like, I'm naming myself Flat Earth, dude. Fuck off. I'm like, I'm so pissed. Anyway, you got to get angry at these guys sometimes, man. We got to take these guys on, man.
Anger is necessary sometimes.
Them up, spit them out, fuck off. If you ain't got fuck all, you ain't got fuck all. We know you got fuck all because you don't have anything, man. You don't have gravity. You don't have fucking spin. You get fucking gyro. You ain't get fucking curvature. You ain't got nothing, man. Give it up.
Calculations.
You got nothing, man.
Cartoons.
It's fucking zilch. I don't know where the word zilch came from, but I like it. I do like the word zilch. I don't know. I got to look it up one of these days, man. Zilch.
Neil?
You ain't got fucking zip, piss, nothing. Shit. You ain't got shit. I love that one. That's one of my favorite. You ain't got shit. Yeah, it's fun to listen to all these cocks coming in here going, I got this thing called the angle resolution of infinity.
It's sad to say, but my favorite is the guys that do the what if this, what if this, what if this, because every time they do the what if, it just I just crack up. I can't help it. I find it so funny.
That's what you're supposed to do. Laugh.
Oh, man.
Boys and
It's
girls,
so
laugh a little. Laugh at these guys some more, because it is laughable and it's fun, man.
Yeah, that's great.
It is fun to see the effort that they put in. That banging their head against the wall of the flat Earth. It's like, sorry guys, you guys don't have a lot of explanations for this shit. I mean,
yeah, at a minimum, you can say that about the people that engage with the information. There's just tons and tons of people that will never engage. So I don't know what you do about that, but
yeah, we're gonna figure it out, man, and they'll come up with some ridiculous, like I got my top hat that proves it's a globe. I was like, what? Yeah, because of the gravity, refraction of the hat, and it's like, okay.
You know, she was pretty hot in that movie, Gravity. Usually, she's not that hot.
Well, she did that whole aliens thing, man, where she was floating around in her underwear. Everybody thought that was cool, right?
Well, actually, if Battlemon was here, he'd probably say that's a dude.
You
might be right.
Dude. Poncho Pete was here. Poncho Pete was here.
Oh man,
Definitely.
Battlemon has been here in a bit. He must be busy with family or something.
Yeah, he is. He got a young son, man. Yeah, teenage son, probably right by now. Anyway, shout to Poncho Pete, man, legend. Yeah. But no, yeah, he went looking into the what they call it, a trans investigation, I think is the name, isn't it?
Yeah, and we already know about Hollywood, so I get where he's coming from. I think he's
I'm down with it, man, but I don't need to look into it for a fucking couple of years. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Right.
But flat Earth, man, it's a different fucking ballgame, man. Because people can go out and prove flat Earth, man. They don't have to convince you.
Right.
I want you to go out and do it yourself, man. You're not spinning. You're not shooting through space millions of miles an hour. You certainly aren't on a fucking ball, for fuck's sake. I mean, that's like an easy one you can check out, man. If you've done any kind of, was it the Pythagorean theorem?
Pythagorean.
Yeah, man, that's the one, man. It's been checked out by some pretty cool people, man. It's been.
I say Pythagorean.
Pythagorean.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, it could be.
There you go. I like that. Pythagorean theorem, man, was the one that Brian Mullen, you guys remember him? I don't know, maybe not. Yeah. Called Balls Out Physics. I love that name, man. Balls Out Physics. I sang a song earlier today, man. It said, goodbye, ball. Goodbye, loneliness. Goodbye, ball. Anyway, goodbye, ball, man. Thank you. Thank you for kicking the ball out of the stadium, man. Thank you. It's gone.
It's long gone.
It's long gone, man. And
You know,
no way I'm going back.
there is one thing I don't know about, and it's what other countries are talking about when it comes to the flat Earth.
Well, I've heard in Brazil alone, man. I heard there's like millions of us, man, in Brazil. I've heard that from
that makes sense.
Brazilians.
That makes sense.
Right.
There's not these strange intellectuals.
Strange intellectuals. I like that term, man. That could be my new band name, man. Strange intellectuals. What? I'm going for it, man. Strange intellectuals. That's my band. Anybody want to? I'll play drums and backup sing. I can do that.
You got a channel on YouTube.
Strangeintellectuals.com. Check it out. Come on.
You guys remember the War of the Worlds? When it was announced over the radio, and everybody, everyone believed it for a bit.
Hey, they told us, Bong. They told us that all the people believe that shit. I was that dude in the farmland. They were like, "Fuck off, man! I gotta go fucking milk my cows. Fuck off."
Yeah, I mean, think about it. That's all they have to do, right? People will believe.
It was a radio show that broadcast that the aliens were invading Earth. Oh, I can't remember exactly where they were invading Earth, but they were. Yeah. And people were like, "Oh my God, we heard it on the radio. It must be true." And every farmer and everybody that ever fucking, walked outside went, "I don't see dick fucking squat out here." What the fuck? They can't put two and two together and say, "I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling no." But there was no film or video or nothing of that shit. It was just completely audio. Just like,
But then, you can easily say, "No, that was just a program," right? Like, people just, But that also proved, if you get 2 or 3 people on TV to talk about shit, science communicators, right?
Right.
You can convince anyone of anything. Just like if those 2-3 people start saying things about, say, flat earthers and anti-juicers, people will believe, right, that what these guys are saying about certain people is prevalent, is real, is true. Even though it's 100% not true, right? Like, because so many people could be anti government, right? But they won't tell you, and you're not going to tell them. But here we are thinking that those guys are what, you know what I mean? We believe what the TV says about people, like, and it's only a handful of them saying it. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. The brainwash, the manipulating people's.
Apparently, Bong. Apparently, it's really easy to do, man. Apparently,
it is, especially when it comes from authority, or higher ups or people in charge.
Well, when you have all the resources to the information, well, that pretty makes you God, pretty much. And whatever God says, you got to do. And it's a powerful position to be in, and that's the position they put themselves in, man, is the gods, man. And they want to tell everybody how to do things and where you live and what you live on and what you should eat or not eat. Or
people think they're smart, today, especially people today who grow up in this, system, the education system. They think they're smart enough, right? So they say, How could they lie? I mean, it's not possible for such a lie this big. I would have picked it up. Trust me, I'm very smart. You know what I mean? But that's exactly how it's set up.
You know what you mean? Fuck yeah, I do. Because when you're that that far into the rabbit hole, you just keep going, man. You stay in there. Us, man, we are trying to crawl out of this fucking rabbit hole. We are crawling up out of the rabbit hole and into reality, man. And the reality, most people can't see it, but most of us around here see it, because reality is what you observe and what you can pick up from your neighbors and your family and friends. And
reality is what we accept, right? As reality. Well, it's whatever the world presents. What the Truman Show, right? We accept
from that.
Well, what we are presented with, Truman, right? As reality.
Truman Show, yeah.
Actually,
the reality is what we perceive it to be, basically, man. And if you're not willing to accept the actual reality rather than the Hollywood reality, you're gonna have a hard time, man. The actual reality, you go out and you hike up that 10,000-foot mountain and you look across, and the reality is that the fucking horizon meets your eye level.
I think it's about
every time.
Perception.
I don't have to make this shit up, man. The horizon meets your eye level. I don't care how fucking high up you go. The horizon will meet you. Guaranteed.
Like we are talking, the illusion. We suffer some kinds of misleading from the just trusting our senses. So
yes,
I don't know.
Hey, dude.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
What's up, brother? My brother that's grounded to the great fucking place we live, right?
You know this.
Barefoot. Are you fucking barefoot on the ground?
I'm driving barefoot right now, bro.
You're not?
Right now, I'm driving barefoot.
I saw some grandma that's been barefoot for like 20 years or her whole life or some shit on YouTube recently.
There are barefooters, man. I've met some barefooters, bro.
Wow, that's some real legit.
Latter-day Saints is one of them, man. He's one of my barefooters, bro.
Wow.
My feet are ready. They're ready for the New World Order now, bro.
Yeah, you are.
I bet. Holy shit.
The NWO. Oh my God! Here they come. They're gonna kill us all. They're gonna kill us all.
Hey, everybody be like, oh my God, why couldn't I have lived 50 years ago when everything was so easy? All these bad things. Hey, bro, I love what's going on.
I love to live now, man. I want to live exactly through this bullshit. Fuck.
I wouldn't want to miss the World Order for nothing, bro.
Hey, do you run without
miss
shoes?
This fucking party. We're not gonna miss this fucking party, bro.
Do you do any running? Do any jogging or anything like that without shoes?
Yeah. I do. Sometimes because I have to, and sometimes just for exercise. But usually I just go running at the beach. But like, I've been running on the train tracks. Not running like sprinting, but like jogging over the rocks to like shock resistant for my feet and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I've jogged on the cement before, and I just don't like how it feels. It's not my feet really, but what it does to my bones and my legs and stuff.
They call that high impact.
Well, okay,
high impact, right?
What's your results? Is your feet are probably badass. Are you pretty jacked?
No, not really. Nah. The only real exercise, and I don't have any routine. Like sometimes I'll just put like sand in a backpack and then I'll go to the ocean and I'll run where it's like knee high, and I'll do like high step fast running, like from jetty to jetty. You know what I mean?
Cool.
So nothing major. So I'll do like harbor steps to try to stay in shape for that. But other than that, no.
Hey, Flatterday, man. Listen, man.
Come in this Discord.
Flatterday, man. Listen, man. What's better than having your energy in the ocean while you're walking on this great earth, man? What is better than that, bro?
I think the only thing is better submerging yourself completely in the ocean water. Other than that, nothing, bro.
Being out in the water is the only thing better. Catching the waves, feeling the vibration, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that, I mean, being in the water is fucking stupid, ridiculously cool, man. Because you are literally submerging yourself in earth right now.
Yeah. I'm not like I don't push the Bible and everything, but if you look at the times where people were baptized in the Bible, like in the New Testament, it was always at the ocean or like where fresh water was. It wasn't in no inside place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it wasn't in a bathtub or some jacuzzi or something. Yeah.
Bro, there's an exit right here in Montecito. It's called San Ysidro, and if you go to the end, there's about 200 steps down to the beach, and that's where they took the pictures for Black Swan. But I go there, and I'll fill up a bucket, like half a bucket with like one of those Home Depot buckets or whatever, with borax, and I'll go down there and just in my shorts, and I'll submerge myself in the water, and I'll just scrub myself with borax. But the looks that people give me is so funny, bro.
Dude, I met you in person, man. Yeah. People, they're gonna look at you funny, bro. I'm not gonna kid you there. Right?
I know. Yeah.
But no, man, I love you, bro. But
I love you.
You know, just as long as you're keeping it real, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you, bro. Hey, when are you gonna have another Hollywood Boulevard?
Well, maybe this summer, man. I'm gonna guess. Maybe late summer months. This summer, man. I don't think I can. We're gonna. Yeah, I love the Hollywood scene, man, because I hate Hollywood so much.
I do too.
I want to go down there and just piss on it, you know? Fuck it.
Me too, bro.
And that was my attitude from the beginning. It was like, well, let's go down there and piss on it. Because why? Because they don't give a fuck if we piss on it. They don't.
Were you there? Were you there when I walked across the street with Whitsitt to the Freemasonic hall where they filmed Jimmy Kimmel and I sat down and I had him waterboard me?
Had what?
I had Whitsitt waterboard me.
No, I didn't see that, man. Shit. But no, that was a good time, man. It was great meeting you.
Yeah.
Love to go back out to Hollywood, but you're a little farther. You're up near Santa Barbara, yeah?
Yeah.
So, yeah, man. I mean, I want to do it again. I love going down there and taking them, especially now that all the bullshit's been lifted, would be a good time. The bullshit's been lifted, by the way. The bullshit's been kind of like back burner because they got some kind of new propaganda thing going on. And that's cool, you know. We all can see through that. It's just like like, hey man, why don't you step up and get this thing that we're gonna give for free? And all of us are like, no. But most people went and got that thing, man. Most people got the thing, man.
I know.
It might be propaganda, maybe not that many.
You're right. I wouldn't discount that. You're right.
Dude, I'm seeing all kinds of advertisements now for like different police agencies and medical professions where they're saying you don't need to be, to work here now. They're saying that now.
Right.
And I'm seeing all those suckers, you know what I mean?
Dude, it's just like they dropped this thing off the edge of the fucking earth.
Dude, right?
I mean, well, it's still like in the news, but it's not like completely disappeared. I mean, but for the most part, the headlines for the last 2 years, every day on the news was,
I feel bad.
Hey man, so many people had this thing and they couldn't be cured and they're no longer with us.
I do feel bad, but I think they're going to be, in the end, I think they're going to be all right. Even with all this deception, I think they're going to be all right.
I think they're going to bring it back rebooted, remastered. You know what I mean?
Well, they can always.
I agree.
Once they got the first movie out, yeah, they can always have a fucking reboot. You know, I just watched fucking Fast and Furious 9.75.
9.11?
Whatever it was. Yeah, it was like, really? You got Fast and Furious 9. They went to outer space in the fucking last fucking Fast and Furious movie. I am not kidding you. They went to outer space. They drove their fucking cars in outer fucking space. And I am not kidding. You guys think I'm kidding. I am swearing on my flat earth life. The last Fast and Furious movie went to outer space. Okay? I'm sticking to that story. Anybody wants to challenge me on that, let me know. dailydosedude@gmail.com. I can prove it, man.
You got a YouTube channel?
Flat Earth Dude on YouTube, man.
Okay,
Good luck finding me, but yeah, I'm out there. Hey, I've been shadow banned. Fuck, I've been shadow banned.
Right?
Yeah,
You got to figure out how you got to cut through the algorithms with sarcasm. That's what you need to beat the algorithm.
Yeah, the sarcasm beats the algorithms, man. Great way to say it, my brother.
Yeah. Now you got to.
Sarcasm outdoes the algorithm. Oh, man. Every time. Yeah. So keep that up, man. Don't be shy, man. Be sarcastic.
I lay it on thick, bro.
Lay it out. Lay it out in sarcasm. Because the AI can't fucking track sarcasm, man. It can't.
Hey, there's probably some weirdos right now listening on YouTube. Tell them some truth, bro. Let them hear what's up.
The truth is, man, that water is always level, and what a bummer.
No, that's incredible.
The truth is, we didn't win the Super Bowl. We didn't go to the moon. We didn't go to Disneyland. We didn't do anything.
Hey, you know what? We didn't do fuck all. We didn't do shit. We sat here and looked at this shit on our television and said, yeah.
We didn't stop
we
fire.
Fuck off.
When are the alien chicks coming?
Shout out to the YouTube chat, man. We got the Flurf.
Anyone in the YouTube chat right now, you know it's flat. Let's come talk.
The Flurf Eater, you got Lumpy Gas. Got Dale. Hey, Dale, man. Still waiting for your ass to show up here, man. He says, I'm banned. And like, you ain't fucking banned from the VC check-in, man. Nobody's banned from the VC check-in.
I don't want to be a flat earther.
Is Dale's first name Griffin?
I don't know, man. Damn. All right.
Yeah. Everyone's a flat earther.
Everybody is a flat earther, man. Just sucks that when you have to fucking own up to it, like, shit, man. I'm not shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. Fuck off. If you don't
live right now.
Huh?
Sucks, man. It sucks when you realize it.
No, I heard someone talking about the YouTube chat. There is someone live right now.
This is always live.
We're on YouTube.
On YouTube. And other places, many other places.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're
if
on
Helio was here, he would talk about how many places.
Twitch and Periscope. I don't know. Shit. He's got a lot of D-Live.
Never gets anybody, but I follow it.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Helio, man. Thanks for
I haven't seen him
hosting, man.
Good dude.
Dude's got the internet fucking hose. He's got the internet hose of data. Yeah. I don't know how he does it.
A hose for days too.
I don't know how the fuck he does it, but he does it.
He's got internet hose in every area codes.
Hey, you know who's got hose? You know who's got hose? Is Nick the NASA pimp. That dude's got hose, bro.
Who is it?
Nick.
You know Nick the NASA pimp?
No.
Nick the NASA pimp.
You know who that is? You know,
I know exactly who you're talking about because
he's got hose.
He's got hose. Oh shit! That's an inside joke. A lot of people aren't gonna get it, but that's cool.
He's a pimp, though, bro.
I got it. Nick. Oh, fucking Nick. Oh man, legend, flat earther. Legendary flat earther, man.
Yeah.
Damn. Anyway, it's fun being out here in the reality realm with you guys, and the unreality Hollywood on your movie screen reality sucks, man. It sucks.
Isn't it hard to watch movies now? Oh man.
I mean, it is. It's very hard to watch anything, man, without
unless it's like
critical
really
mind.
good. It's got to be super good.
I watch it with
For
the
example,
mind and say, "Hey, man,
what's your guys' opinion on Revenant movie? What's his name?
I haven't seen it.
Revenant? Haven't seen it? Oh man, it's incredible, bro.
What about the Red Violin? Any of you guys seen the Red Violin?
No.
Oh,
We're talking about it, man.
The Red Violin. Oh my goodness. Anyway, it's a
that movie.
Which one?
Hey man, Hollywood is so fucking good.
I couldn't make that out. What?
It's called 840, like the number 846.
846.
There's two movies actually called 846. One came out in 2020 and the other came out in 2012.
Okay. It doesn't sound familiar.
So 846, the first one is the time that the P hit the first building. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So they named it that. And then the second one was how long the cop had his knee on what's his name?
Neck.
You know?
I gotcha. I follow.
Yeah. 846.
Yeah. I try to tell. I've told people that, and it's like they don't even hear it. It's totally pointless. It's totally pointless.
And like a dull needle, totally pointless.
Yeah.
Kids these days, man, I'm telling you.
Oh, I couldn't imagine. I think I barely dodged how bad it gets.
Bro, when I was their age, I used to have to walk 911 miles barefoot in the snow just to get a booster.
Oh man. Yeah. You know, I'm blessed that I didn't get fucked up by all the juice in the past.
Right.
Oh man. I mean, to a degree, I'm sure it could be better, right?
Oh fuck.
Wow. I got distracted by this block of text that popped up. Let's dig into this.
Man, this store, they advertise that they're open till 2, and I just roll it up and the doors are locked. Man, I hate these people.
No, you don't hate them, man.
I don't. I just dislike them right now. I was trying to get a bag of oranges.
Hey, you see what I posted in the live stream voice text? You guys ever hear of this before?
Yeah, reading this.
The Alice in Wonderland technique?
Alice
Yeah,
in Wonderland is so weird when it connects to psychedelics and things like that. It's got to be part
That's
of
the point.
some weird program.
Well, this is an interrogation torture technique that CIA used. It was in their manual for about 20 years. It was, gotten by the Freedom of Information Act from some reporters in Maryland. So the idea, I'm going to read it. The confusion technique is designed not only to obliterate the familiar, but to replace it with the weird. Although this method can be employed by a single interrogator, it is better adapted to use by 2 or 3. When the subject enters the room, the first interrogator asks a double talk question, one which seems straightforward, but is essentially nonsensical. Whether the interrogatee, that's even the wrong word, tries to answer or not, the second interrogator follows up, interrupting any attempted response with a wholly unrelated and equally illogical query. Sometimes 2 or more questions are asked simultaneously. Pitch, tone, volume, and the interrogator's voices are unrelated to the import of the questions. No pattern of questions and answers are permitted to develop, nor do the questions themselves relate logically to each other. Okay, so and it goes on. But anyway, the point is to get the person in a mental state that is unfamiliar. But the basis of this is that it's called the double bind theory of schizophrenia. So schizophrenia is unknown, still don't know the mechanism of why it exists or anything like that. But the purpose of this is try to induce a schizophrenic mental state, a psychosis state, into the interrogated person so that the reasons they have for withholding information no longer exist because the person is disconnected from reality. Right? So the things you thought you were important in your normal state of mind are no longer important. Oh, I got to keep this secret. It's very important because I'm a super patriot. But when you've been exposed to this technique and you no longer are in touch with reality, that is not important anymore. You're not even that person anymore. That reality does not even exist. So that's that is the goal and the methodology behind this. So
makes sense.
I'm bringing this up. I've caught Globers using this, and I think they used it today. But they used to use it on the old server, and I remembered, and after the interactions I had today, I remembered this. I remembered this from a couple years ago. They would come into the old server and do it. They do shit which is just so abnormal.
So you're seeing this manifest.
Yes,
I gotcha.
It made me think of it. So let me give you an example. I'll just ask you a question. Is the word clear and honest a synonym? Do they mean the same thing?
No.
I would say no.
It's a no-brainer. If I look at a thesaurus, man, it's not.
You could say it live very clearly.
No shit, right? So, and also unclear and dishonesty are also not synonyms. So that's the reverse. So in neither form are they synonyms or antonyms. So say you were telling your girlfriend, that you were going somewhere, but you didn't specifically state something, right? Doesn't mean you're on that. It doesn't imply. And you were sorry, honey, I was unclear. That does not imply the motives of why that happened, right? It doesn't say I was honest or dishonest. It's only encapsulation of, a characterization of whatever you did. Has nothing to do with a judgment about that thing. So it's a separate thing. It's not even the same subject. So things like this were done. That's just one example. So things like this were done in here today by some people that I'm not going to name, but they did it a bunch of times to a bunch of different words.
I bet without even knowing it.
No, they were doing it on purpose. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Because I was there being told that this doesn't mean that. Definitely doing it on purpose. And it took me a while, like, to really figure it out, but
Was it a flat earth?
this is what was happening. No. They're Globers.
Oh, just people got invited in or whatever?
Yeah, there's some Globers that came in here and they were doing things that were using this technique.
Right.
They were like saying one thing means this other thing, right? And they kept doing it to lots of different words. It's not just like one thing. And, you could say, oh, this guy has poor English comprehension or maybe this, that, or the other thing. But it happened so often. And the way they were doing it to put a negative connotation to a benign action, right? Is to try and characterize something that doesn't really mean anything into something. By basically taking one thing and redefining it to mean something else.
Oh, like level means curve?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things the person did, they said something was broken and they didn't use it, but he said it was abandoned. Right? So if your car doesn't run, apparently it's abandoned. Anything that's broken that you can't use is now abandoned. This is how he was using it. So, like, he also characterized somebody. So they had a goal in mind, right? And they had a method that they wanted to achieve the goal. When they went to achieve the goal, they ended up using a different method, but achieved the same goal. But they characterized that as a bust because of their initial plan to use one particular method didn't work. So they characterized that as a bust, even though the end goal was actually reached. So I'll give you an example. My goal, I want to build a house. My goal is to build a house, and I'm going to use bricks. But then when I go to build the house, there's no bricks around, so I make one out of sticks. He was saying that your effort to build a house is a bust. Because of it doesn't even make sense, right? In our normal thinking, it doesn't even make sense because the goal was to build a house. A house was built. They just didn't build it the way they initially intended to make it. That doesn't mean they failed because the goal isn't like, I must make a house with bricks and this is the only thing. You know what I mean? Like, we're stupid robots. Like, you only do shit one way. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I just gave you 3 examples. There's more I could give you, but this isn't like, these are basic logical things that any 3-year-old could know.
Well, what are you trying to get at?
For a grown adult to be for a grown adult to be doing this tells me that it has to be intentional. It can't be accidental.
That's what was triggering about it all.
Ong knows what I was talking about because he was in here earlier.
The dudes come in here and they're working for like McToon and FTFE and Cyman and all those people. I mean, it could even be those people. They literally have no life but to try to mess with us and try to like make us look stupid. And if they can't make our argument stupid, they'll make our character try to look stupid.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just, I don't want to give the person's name any due airtime.
No, I got you, dog.
Because normally when people get caught lying, they stop lying, right? But this person just kept doing it. Even after, like, dude, is like double, like, yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have done that, blah, 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 and then just literally do it right immediately again. Like, literally just, so this type of behavior, but the reason I thought of this Alice in Wonderland technique, because because the behavior was so unusual that it was triggering me. Like, I couldn't make sense of, like, almost like what was going on because of like what the fuck is this doesn't make any sense. Like, what the fuck is going on? I mean, but I hung tough because when you just stick to facts and you just think about facts, it doesn't matter everything that else is going around, right? You just stick to the experiment. Doesn't matter all the other shit. All that stuff's just opinions.
Foundations.
Yeah, you stick to the foundation. You stick to what, because what a fact actually is an event, and I just try to stick to the event, right? someone went out, they did some measurements, they got this result. That's the event. All that other stuff about who they are, what they ate for breakfast and everything else, none of that matters. It only matters what's the experiment is, what's the result. That's it. And as long as you focus on that, it doesn't matter all the other stuff. They can do any other stupid thing. The only thing they can ever try and do is get you off of that. And that's what the purpose is to get off the facts and to get onto bullshit. Right?
Yeah.
Let's start talking about
Constant
personalities,
bullshit.
people. Yeah, let's start talking about everything but the facts. Let's talk about everything but the experiment. Let's talk about how did they drive to the experiment? Like, what did they eat for breakfast? What hotel did they stay at? All these other.
That's our advantage. We have all the conclusions on our side.
Well, I would say that we have so far as it is right now, we have all the the so-called experimental data and measurements, whereas they literally have
natural law,
nothing.
natural science.
Yeah. I mean, they have looking at the sky. They're not even looking in the right direction.
I'm not surprised. That's part of what you were, a degree of what you were talking about earlier when it comes to the psychology.
Yeah. So imagine like someone paying you to like measure the dimensions of their house, and you measure the neighbor's house, or you measure the shadow of your house on the neighbor's house.
Right.
I
Something
mean,
that
like-
would just get you nowhere.
Yeah, it's like, how high are you, man? Like, how much weed did you smoke where you think measuring something else, it look like turning your back to the thing you want to measure is measuring it? Because that's literally what, like, looking at the sky, saying you're measuring the Earth, you're literally turning your back to the Earth. Literally. You're claiming you're measuring the Earth.
I had recently just found those K2 shadow pictures, and I'm not exactly sure what I'm taking from those.
It's not that K2 is above the clouds.
Right, okay.
Okay, so there's a couple images, right? So there's McKinley. So there's one where they're under the clouds, right? But if you don't know what you're looking at, if you don't know, it looks like, right, that there's a mountain, right? In that the shadow of the mountain is being cast onto the bottom of the clouds. But what's actually happening is you can't see it. The mountain's peak is over the clouds, and the shadows being cast from up top, darkening the clouds, making it look like the shadows being cast from the bottom. And that was actually proved by someone going up top and showing that the peak of the mountain is actually higher than the clouds. So,
and the time taken, the sun's still pretty far away.
Yeah. And then there's the other thing, right?
Well, local, but far away.
Well, also there's another thing, is that the surface of the Earth is reflective. And, like, we don't really see it, right? Like, but if the sun is very low relative to the surface, right, it's got a very shallow angle. Every surface at an angle great enough will reflect all its light. Doesn't matter what it is.
It's apparent during a really sunny day. You're describing it perfectly. During a really sunny day, it's extra bright out.
How about asphalt? You ever seen asphalt? If you're at a really low angle of an asphalt road, you will see it reflect the sky.
Oh, yeah. No, I've seen that many times.
Yeah, and what is asphalt? It's black, right? So it absorbs light, but at the right angle, it doesn't absorb light anymore, and it reflects all the light. So the Earth does the same thing. So if anybody ever says, the shadow of the mountain is being cast in the bottoms of the clouds because the sun is like below the horizon, no, that's not what's happening. It's just the light from the sun bouncing off the ground and reflecting up off the ground. Right? So so think of it as, light from the sun's in the sky, light comes down, bounces off the ground, and bounces back up. The mountain's in the way, but that light is going upwards, so it's casting a shadow on the bottom of clouds.
On the bottom of clouds, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. They used to say, this can only happen up it's over the curve of the Earth or some stuff. But like that was another one that was like Mount Rainier. In Mount Rainier, like you can actually, that's like right near the Pacific Ocean. So I'm pretty sure the ocean's reflective. We all know water reflects light. the surface of water. Like that's not a mystery.
Yeah, the sun is so bright. Uh, we went fishing when I was younger for a long time, looking at the ocean. At nighttime when we went to sleep, me and my sister woke up and it felt like there were needles in our eyes from looking, the reflection off of the ocean.
Oh my God, yeah. Snow blindness is like a thing, dude. Like seriously.
Oh, yeah.
It'll actually kill you, man.
Yeah, I thought I was blind.
So the Inuit, they take like I don't know what it is that they use, but they make like a blinder, and they put it over their eye. They just cut like little slits that they see through, to limit the amount of light that's reaching their eyeball. Otherwise, they'll go snowblind.
Yeah, like an aperture, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
It's like a cat. They make like a cat slip, except for it's horizontal instead of vertical.
Yeah.
And it's not curved, by the way.
Did you?
It's not the horizontal curve.
Did you say snow dogs? Or did I hear something else? Oh, I thought you were talking about preventing dog blindness.
No, snow blindness.
Oh, gotcha.
It's called snow blindness from being out on, frozen tundra that's just all white all the time. There's so much light that, you'll eventually be blinded by it.
Yeah, I've certainly heard about how bad it can get. I don't know why I was thinking like sled dogs.
Because I'll tell you why this happens. I know too much shit, so I'm going to just tell you why this happens. Because our retinas are biochemical, right? So they absorb light. They absorb like the light, right? So it's almost like a photoluminescent chemical, right? Like you ever seen like glow in the darks? Like the little glow in the dark fucking thing, stickers that you stick on shit, exposing the light. The light hits it, and there's a chemical inside that make them glow. That's kind of how our retinas work, the same basic principle. But the thing is, the shit gets used up, right? The chemical that's in our eye is being used up when we are like processing this light, right? It's a dynamic type of action. The thing is, we'll get so much light that you basically use up all the chemical in your eye, so that you no longer can see. You saturate the photoreceptors.
Do you know anyone that wears light protective glasses when it comes to even monitor use and things like that?
Me personally, no.
Yeah,
but I mean, probably a good idea.
Many years ago, I heard about like top gamers, or maybe it was just commercialism or whatever, but they'd be using glasses that would protect their eyes from certain light from the monitor,
Well, the only color light that's bad for the eyes is, I think it's UVB, maybe. I know the closer you get to the blue spectrum, the blue end of the wavelengths are what's damaging to the eye, but like the red end of the spectrum is not.
But do you think there's still fatigue?
What do you mean?
Like regardless of the light source? Like fatigue on your eyes?
Oh, sure. Yeah, of course.
Okay, well,
you can get that from reading. Just reading, period.
Right. Which also takes light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because our eyes they're an adaptive optical device. So like when we focus on something, the shape of our eye actually changes. We actually squeeze our eye, we can't really perceive it, but we squeeze our eye so it changes the focal length. So we actually have, it's kind of like a zoom, but without like, not mechanically.
Well, if you see like a diagram of the eye muscles, it'll make more sense to someone listening. The eye muscles are incredible.
Yeah, and there's like, what do
I
they
think
call
there's
it?
4 of them.
Saccadic motions or something. So your eyes, I guess, are in constant motion, moving around. They aren't actually ever still.
Never still. Ooh, that's weird.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Oh, I'll find it, dude. This is really weird. I can't remember right now, like the exact details of it, but
Kind of makes sense.
I know that your eyes, like, you are only focused on something for like a freaking millisecond, like an instant.
Man.
In your eye, even though you think you're still focusing on it, your eye moves. It's called like some kind of saccadic motion, right? And from what I remember reading, it said the angular, like, because it's a ball, right? Your eye is a little globe. That the angular velocity of the eye is so fast, right? That it should actually fly apart. Because these motions are happening super fast.
But
and here's another thing. This is the most important part. Is that when your eye, so you go from like when your eye is focusing on something and you think you're looking at it the whole time. This is what you perceive. Your perception is, I am looking at this. My eyeballs focused right in on that thing the entire time. But actually what's happening is you look at it, you take like a snapshot, your eye moves, does this like weird rotation, right? This saccadic movement, comes back and focuses again on it. And it does this like a bunch of times. Like, I don't know how many times a second, 90 times a second, whatever it is, right? But the thing is, while it's in motion, your brain shuts your eye off. You actually can't, it's actually conveying no information to the brain. And you have like no perception of time.
Okay.
Which is really fucked up, because if you actually could perceive, it's like a blank spot almost in your memory. It's fucking weird, dude. That's what I'm talking about, because it's weird. It's like a blank spot in your memory, dude. It's like this time doesn't exist. This time in your perception of the world does not even exist, but exists on the clock. Think if you could actually perceive that, you would feel like you've probably lived an eternity. You're actually losing like a huge perception of time every time your eyes in motion.
Crazy.
It probably happened 1,000 times while we had this conversation.
Well, it sounds like you're describing, I don't know, some form of natural law that is not known very well.
Called saccadic eye movements.
Interesting.
Does that have to do with also with frames per second? You know how we see things in frames. Is that related, or?
Well,
I mean, they got one from the other.
Yeah.
But some of the frames per second stuff that actually comes from.
That's just.
So they tested
technology.
it in the Navy. So they have this thing called the Civil Air Patrol, and they want people to be able to spot airplanes, right? And they want to know, they tested how long does somebody have to look at the silhouette of an airplane to positively identify it. And they tried to, and through testing, they found the minimum time, right? So that minimum time is equivalent to something like 120 frames per second. So 100, you have to see something for at least 120th of a second in order to be able to positively identify what that is.
Okay. That sounds about right. I've done a lot of gaming and experimented with a lot of monitors.
I researched this because I was
That's cool.
a gamer for a while, like back
there's
back
no way
in the day,
around it.
right?
You have to have a good monitor. I gotcha.
Well, we used to argue all the time, like, do you actually need 120 frames per second, more than 120 frames per second?
Right.
And pretty much the literature says you can't perceive more than 120 frames per second. But you actually, you can perceive it in a way, but you can differentiate one image from another.
Exactly. That's the most important part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you perceive is a smoothness to it. That's the only thing you perceive. It's kind of something that's really intangible.
It like butter.
Butter. That's one way.
Something that I find interesting about this is that until we understood frame rates per second, what was the need for us to be able to perceive our reality so quickly? Because
that's a good point.
Nature doesn't have frame rates, right? So
seamless in reality.
Yeah, but I mean, we could probably perceive half as quickly, and it wouldn't make a difference.
The eye. I mean, how our brain sees something moving like once it you know what I mean, like it slows down, you know, like I don't know, 30 frames, maybe 20 frames per second, you start noticing like, you know, the frames. You know what I mean?
It's really
But
easy to see on a monitor.
But that's because your
from
brain
60
works.
to 200, it's like really obvious.
But Bong, that's because your brain works at a certain speed. What I'm saying is that if the brain perceived things at half the speed, like you wouldn't. How would it affect your human experience?
Yeah.
Pre-technology, it wouldn't have made a fucking difference. It
No,
only
not
makes
a difference at all.
It's called eternity.
Technology. It only makes a difference now that we've invented technology with frame rates.
Yeah.
Before they made no fucking difference.
In fact, they're gonna always, whoever is behind that kind of hardware when it comes to graphics cards and that kind of thing, they're always gonna try to attain the frame rate that reality is and never be able to.
Because it's not a frame rate
Because
or a
it's
thing.
not.
Just eyes, yeah, and every eye, you know, eyes are designed, you know, to each. And
I don't think that it's.
I mean, dude, what do flies see? Right? What is their frame rate like? What about mice, you know, versus us, you know, versus an eagle? I don't know, an owl. You know, how fast are they? You know.
Oh yeah, really fast.
Do we even have to see things? Because, you know, if our eyes are just picking up a spectrum of something, you know, light, and then there's sound, and it's all connected, then sight is just I don't know what I'm trying to say, but you know, because if you remove your sight, you know, you can still sense that spectrum through other, you know, your smell, your sound, and touch. You know what I mean? That thing out here we call the reality, the real world.
Well, actually, go here with it. This might connect. In a scientific way, it's oxygen, but if you take it to a level of what you're breathing in is what you need to be conscious, otherwise you can't experience this without it. You know, whether it's oxygen or not, I guess could be debated.
Oh, I'm saying like the world is in the mind. You know what I
Real
mean?
world game on Xbox?
What was that?
I was asking if the real world game is on Xbox or is it on PlayStation. I'm just wondering, like, how do I find the real world?
It's on the Matrix Online. Awakens
game, yeah.
Matrix Awakens. Yeah.
You know, I think SHTF electricity problem. We might have to experience that game, and it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, that game is a lot closer than a lot of people think. I wish I was joking.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I'm curious to how long, but we might be close.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll just leave. I'm just gonna throw this out there. Russia is the largest commodity exporter in the world. Yeah, that's right. Russia is the largest commodity. Commodities are raw materials. Energy.
Wow. So they have some incredible engineering.
Got a lot of natural resources and they're pretty big. They're the largest energy exporter in the world. Not Saudi Arabia. Russia.
Yeah.
They're the largest wheat producer in the world. Okay. They produce 90% of the entire world's fertilizer. That's right.
90% of the fertilizer, as in
the entire world. Talking like ammonium nitrate fertilizer that you throw on your soil so plants grow.
Right.
Yeah.
So the world economy.
They have that. What do we have?
Movies?
We got Facebook, bro.
We have more
we got
than I know.
fucking Apple, bro. We got Apple. We got iPhones, man. We have intellectual property.
Here in Cali,
grow
we grow a lot of crops and fruits and stuff.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
that's great to keep you alive. I mean, awesome. Good for you. Oh yeah, there's no GMOs allowed in Russia. They're illegal to sell there.
Really?
They've been outlawed. Yeah.
Oh, they've been outlawed. So
They've been
some
outlawed
point,
since 2015.
Oh, okay. Well, they were infiltrated a bit and probably caught on, but it does to me. It seems like I don't know. It seems like such a team effort that it's weird. It's weird that Russia would be separate from the team, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, the team. It's like not that kind of team. The team's goal, right? It's like it's not like that kind of team. It's more like alignment of interests, right? So think about it like this: you have a bunch of farmers, and they're all interested in keeping their cows penned up, but they still want to outdo the other farmers. They still want to have the best cows, right?
Right.
They still want to have like the best meat, so they can go to the other farmers and go fuck you, right?
Interesting. Okay.
But in some respects, when they need to work together, because they also don't want their cows to knock down the fence and run away.
I was about to bring it
Sometimes
up.
the other cow, they can all help each other keep their cows to some degree, right? So they all buy into like a collective method, like a joint security agreement on how to keep the cows in their pens. But after that, so they all agree on what they can do to their domestic populations, let's put it that way. Where they don't agree is what they can do to each other. Some degree. And that's a caveat. That's like, that's probably an overgeneralization. It's like any other thing, right? Got to go, why do people even want to be in positions of power? They want to make a name for themselves. I mean, this is obvious. Why do I want to run a country? Because I want my name to go in the history books that I'm a fucking super awesome dude. And I'm better than everybody else, right? Just pure ambition.
You do have to factor in bloodlines with that kind of thing, but I guess there is some people that are maybe outliers.
Well, I mean, you still you also want to be a super awesome dude within that bloodline.
Sure.
But also there's people that are above the fray, right? And they have useful idiots, like almost like what is it? Cockfighting, pit bull fighting, or something. The cocks will tear each other apart, man. And sometimes both the cocks die. Sometimes one dies. Sometimes neither die. But they're above the fray. And that cock runs around, bangs some chickens, and, has some eggs. And then, they got the little chickadees all penned up. And that's all fine. Because some of those little chickadees, every once in a while, you'll get a cock that comes out of there, and then you make them your fighter, right? They're your hood ornament that you stick on the front of the car while you hide in the shadow.
Right, 100%.
Or the cartels, right? The drug cartels, or the mafia.
Right.
Yeah, there's obviously levels to any hierarchy. And not all hierarchies. There's not like some universal hierarchy. I would say there's hierarchies in particular, for lack of a better term, fields, right? What, a throne? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Some kind of metaphysical throne that...
Yeah, I mean, like maybe an upside-down metaphysical throne. Maybe that one.
Imagine you're on the level of like, I don't know, royalty or something like that, and you got connections. Is there someone you don't fuck with? Someone on the throne of it all?
I don't know.
Yeah, I wish it did.
Look, the way I look at it is like, when it comes to that. So say there's this evil metaphysical entity that like manipulates humanity and
almost like a
deceives
chessboard
it into doing things it really shouldn't be doing, right? So the people that go along with this and benefit from this, they know that they're fucking doomed, but they don't care. I always said this. The devil knows God exists, dude.
Right.
The devil does not. The devil is not a non-believer, right? The devil isn't running around as an atheist. The devil knows God exists and still says "fuck you." Okay, so you got a lot of balls to do that shit. He knows he's doomed. He's trying to take everybody with him.
Yeah.
And that's another thing science has done, the globe has done, it separates people from the idea of the metaphysical world. Because if you look at who these people work with, the Vatican, the Russian secret societies, you can't think, it's silly to think that they're working with spirits, right? It's much better to think that they're working with aliens, and then there's the AI thing, but it's like it's almost embarrassing to ask the question, are the world governments like working for what, aliens? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's like, yeah, the devil. You could say it, right? Like, that's what science has done to people. I mean, it's separated.
It really has to. And they you get some
incredible
probably science nerds arguing with you that aliens have secret moon bases and shit. They're straight face and they'll call it science or something. Like it's insane. Like it's insane how some people can't see these parallel tracks, right? They look over they have their little scientism cult, and they look over and they see religion, and they see like organized religion. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about belief in God. I'm just talking about organized religions. They look over there and they scoff and say, look at all this shit that they do. They believe in all this stuff. They don't have no scientific evidence for any of it. While they're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And they don't even see it. And they're doing it in the same way. Like the entire structure, the hierarchy, everything is identical.
Well, they figured
the
out
human
a
beings
way
have organized it identically.
Unseeable. For the majority, at least.
Yeah. Well, half the shit they say is unseeable. Ever seen a quark?
Yeah. When was the last time oh damn it, I forgot the subatomic particle. I try to count all the subatomic particles that were mentioned the last time it came up, and
my God.
I think it was 10. And not only
32
that,
currently. I think they're at 32 subatomic particles.
well, it was just in this specific moment there was 10, and they relied on each other to exist, and it blew my mind. I never had heard that before.
Yeah, it's pretty
You know what I mean? In order for the one subatomic particle to happen, this one, they're connected in some weird way. I was like, oh no.
That's where
you don't even know if. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, when you look at quantum physics, right, and you look they say all this stuff about subatomic particles do this, they have superpositions of states, you can't measure their momentum and position at the same time, yada, 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 yada. That only applies to, photons, electrons, neutrons, and protons. When you start talking about things like quarks, leptons, gluons, muons, and all this other crap, right, all these other, this whole, what do they call it? The zoo of particles, right? Mm-hmm. That's what they call it, the zoo of particles. They're detecting them, they call them particles, and they detect them ballistically. Right? So, but
like an impact, is that what you're saying?
Exactly. They have something that's called a bubble chamber.
They have receptors.
It's a bubble chamber, and the particle flies through the bubble chamber. It makes a trace, right? It makes a trace, and they say that trace was a particle going through this bubble chamber. It's how it interacted with everything. But the funny thing is, simultaneously, they're saying particles below some limit are quantized and they don't have an actual position, and you can't measure where they are. But there they are, measuring where they are. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Which one is it? Do you know where they are? Are they there? Or are they not there?
Right. And you said there's how many? 32 that have been.
I thought it was 32 at last count. I don't know. They could have added a couple, taken a couple away. They changed their mind a lot.
Incredible.
How many angels are there?
Yeah. Oh, I can't remember. It wasn't quarks. I can't remember the particle. This guy was stuck on this particle.
There's charm, up, strange, down.
You haven't hit it one. You haven't hit it yet. It's some weird. It's a weird word. Let me look. I bet I can find it quick. Let's see.
Neutrino.
Neutrino. You hit it.
Oh God, no! Let's not go there.
The neutrino guy. The neutrino guy. He hasn't been here for maybe a month or something, but the last time he was here was pretty good.
Oh, is that with me and Michael were dealing with him?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That was actually pretty enjoyable. He wasn't. At least he wasn't a liar like the other guys.
Oh man, it was good stuff. I looked up a few of the things he mentioned, and the count got up to over 10 subatomic particles that were mentioned during the debate. And as I looked them up, they relied on each other in a weird way, and that threw me off.
Because these particles, dude, it's like a relationship. It's complicated. All right. They call them hadron jets. So when they smash these things together, there's like a jet of particles. But these particles don't last long. They last for, whatever trillionths of a second, or who fucking knows what they're saying now. And they they have like the standard model has like, okay, if you see this, then it's this particle at this energy level and da 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 da. But they all have to sum up to whatever they started with. So if they started with a proton, smash it into a proton, the particles that they count and the energy released has to sum up to what those things are. Right? Their mass, because you got this mass energy equivalence, right? So the mass and energy released have to add up to the mass and energy of the original starting particle when they were smashed together. And these subatomic particles are basically cubby holes, right? For when they made an observation of something that had to sum to that. There's no other way.
Jeez.
Like say I start with the number 100, right?
I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like only math.
So listen, it is only math, and it's even statistical beyond that. So say I start with the number 100, right? And I want to find 5 numbers that I add together that sum to 100. There's a lot of choices there. All right, I could like 24 plus 24 plus 24 plus 4, right?
Right.
Or whatever. If I even did that right, did I do that right? Yeah, that's 100.
Oh, you can reuse the same number? Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever option.
Well, I mean, even if you don't, say you don't use it doesn't matter. The whole point is that, so it has to sum, like all the particles you see have to sum up to the particle you started with, whatever their energies and their masses.
Yeah.
Because the conservation of energy, right?
Because
the mass energy equivalence principle. So they have to sum up to that. So whenever they see something like because of this addition, it's not like they're measuring the masses of these particles and the energy released, right? They're doing it in reverse. We know we started with this, therefore, in order for the math to work, this zoo of particles must all weigh this and have this much energy, right? It's like
it's like testing out your hypothesis, right?
Yeah, but it's kind of like It's kind of like reversing really what you're supposed to do. They're not actually like busting them apart and then measuring the particles individually to see if they sum up to that. They're just saying, yeah, we started with this, so this must be that because our physics are never wrong.
And yet it could be totally wrong. What's the word? Orders of magnitude.
Yeah.
It is orders of magnitude wrong.
Probably always will be.
I always think about the real reason versus the reason you tell the public, and we are the public. And I always think about science communicators as people, who sit around and think up stories and ways to, things to tell the public versus what really is. Because, yeah, like.
Well, think about what they've done with medicine. There's a whole building that are filled with these master level PhD degree holders, right? You know what I mean? This whole medicine thing has just gone nuts.
So listen, so check out this article. They finally figured out where the proton's mass came from. This article is from 2018. Okay? They finally figured it out. They've been telling everybody for 5 decades that they figured it out. You see these articles come out all the time where they're like, oh, we just figured this thing out. It's been a mystery. But for decades, they've been telling people they already knew everything. And I'm pretty sure that there's some missing mass problem. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but they don't talk about it in the standard model. Basically, the thing I was telling you, that summing of the particles, basically they don't actually sum up to what they want it to sum up as.
So they invented
I can't remember what they call it. It's like I thought it was called missing proton mass, but I just Googled it and that wasn't it.
But Einstein, so he's still right though, right? Because
he has nothing to do with the standard model. Gravity's not a force in standard model.
Yeah.
Gravity does not exist in the standard model of particle physics.
Right. It's electric, right? Like electromagnetic.
The subatomic world exists outside of gravity.
Charges, right? Repel and attract. And some other stuff.
I mean, they just have an excuse like the mass of subatomic particles is too low to interact with the fake gravity.
Yeah, so let me tell a little story. So once upon a time, in a country not too far from where I live, it's actually under my feet, they were going to build this thing called a superconducting super collider in Texas. Because they were going to find this thing called the Higgs boson that gave everything in the universe mass. And then the Congress found out that they got bullshitted and that there's actually 6 Higgs bosons and that they were only going to find one. That one wouldn't confirm the theory and that it was impossible to make the energy levels necessary to find the other 5 unless you made a superconducting super collider as large as the Earth's orbit. So they can't do that. So they immediately just said, screw you guys, and stop funding it. Right? So they just changed their mind after spending, I think they had already spent something like $4, or maybe
They chose the wrong state.
$2 billion, and they just stopped funding it. And that hole is still in the ground where they were building it. So they were actually building it, and they just pulled the plug, dude.
Those Texans weren't having it.
Now let's fast forward to CERN and the Nobel Prize of them announcing, yes, people proved that Higgs boson exists.
What are they actually doing? Oh, jeez.
Exactly. They didn't prove anything.
Oh man.
And nobody's the wiser because they just see the headline.
No.
I don't blame them, man. I don't blame anybody for not looking into
At a minimum,
that crap.
can we verify the machine? like the size of the machine, like the big circle it makes.
You
and that
probably
kind of thing?
couldn't even get on the complex. I bet you
Yeah,
none of us
I
can
bet
even
none
get
of
within
it's even
50 miles of
verifiable.
that place.
Sacred.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't done our like.
They
our
say it's the
rituals and
largest
stuff.
machine in the world. Is any of that knowable? Is it all? It's all underground, right?
I wouldn't classify that as a machine. A machine to me, like, does things. You know what I mean?
I've heard it be described as a machine, but I haven't
Yeah,
thought
I mean,
about
they
it.
say it's a machine, but really it's just like a container that they put shit in and throw around at each other. It's really all it is.
I don't want to sound crazy, but is it possible to? Are there any rituals or portals or gateways or
There isn't. There wasn't, but there is now. No, just kidding.
Could it be possible? I don't know.
They made one, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because
Probably. Who knows?
You know, it's called magic circles. It does something to the area. It charges it or something. And John Dee and Edward Kelly, the France.
Never looked into it deeply.
What was the name of? Yeah, there's a city that the whole city is a magic circle. Right?
Which one?
It's like big Prague.
Oh, okay.
Czechoslovakia?
Yeah, I forget. I don't know
city in?
which exactly what word the city, but the point they were looking for a place.
Praug, right? Oh no, pra like plague, but with a pr.
Prague is in Czechoslovakia, but I don't know. Like, I can't imagine at that time period he did it, but I wouldn't doubt he did it. Like after all the other weird stuff he did. Oh, he was. Oh, hold on. You might be right. He was out there.
Yeah,
I thought because he worked for Queen Elizabeth, but I thought like there was a time period where he was in Russia and he was out in that way in Eastern Europe.
They traveled because they had to perform these rituals, but then saying that the city was a magic circle that's already charged, right? Like they didn't know this. Somebody had to inform them. Someone from the dark world, I don't know, arts world, but then you look at places like Washington D.C., and then there are these circles that we call giant colliders in their circle. That's why I asked the question because I don't know how advanced these techniques, methods, or what we even call science, what it even is, because all this thing we call science was started by that man, and through their visions and whatever the angels told them, matter to energy and energy back to matter. This whole pursuit of knowledge and science.
Yeah, this is like one of those things. Like, in order to investigate, if they're investigating, you have to investigate whether they can do it in the first place. That means you're going to have to try and do it.
Yeah. Get some fiber optic.
And now you're in the same boat as them, right? Tampering with things that shouldn't be tampered with.
Right. I mean, but asking questions going that direction, I don't know, because everyone wants to be so scientific about everything, and yet when you see the rituals they perform to open these things and the statues that they have as tribute, Kali, the destroyer. I'm like, well, I gotta, it's all the same now. I mean,
Quarks and gluons interact in a complicated way.
The idea of the atom comes from India,
Wow.
and what NASA is doing, and
reading this is insane, man.
They're using Sanskrit to develop some computer AI language. I don't know what's going on with all that, but
that sounds spooky as fuck.
I read a little bit of this. This is weird.
I'm thinking of Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. Like, no, please don't do that.
I feel like some kind of world-ending, like project they're working on. I don't know. I was wondering,
what are they trying to do? That's really my question. Like, what are they actually trying to do?
I don't know how we can know, but it is interesting.
Like, of course, there's people that work there that think, yeah, this is a standard model. This is what we're doing here.
Sure. Oh, yeah, totally. Oh, I mean, it happens at all levels of military. You know.
Quantum AI. I've been trying to verify if there's such a thing as a quantum computer. You know, they tell me it's somewhere deep in some cold place that no one has access to. It's like space,
Yeah,
like the moon.
I don't put anything into that. Yeah. I haven't seen any evidence of it. Just articles on like how cool they are, but they don't do anything.
How they're going to be able to, like, quantum computers can crack our encryption in like seconds, like no time.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Whatever that means. I mean, maybe we'll be. What's that cartoon? The Jetsons. Maybe with that kind of cracking, we'll be in the Jetsons.
Just looking for evidence that quantum science and physics and computers is real.
It's real. It's like how a LED works. It's how your screen you're looking at probably works. Question is the thing that they're saying that they're going to do, is that real? Yeah,
it's
even doable. The quantum computer thing is really there's like it's that's a lot of hype, man. It really is. I mean, and they're not even going to be. This is like
usable.
Like even if you read in the mainstream literature on it, quantum computers aren't going to do anything miraculous. They're going to be able to solve specific types of problems very quickly compared to other types of computational problems. But some, it's not going to be do anything. It's just going to be worthless for it. So, and
have you heard
from what I've read is that they have to. Listen, from what I've read is they have to almost design the computer right for a specific task. So, like, say you want to predict when the weather is, you have to actually design the computer to do that type of calculation. Right? That type of nonlinear calculation. You have to design and engineer the hardware for that purpose. And, like, they're not general purpose. So, the thing is, we use general purpose computers. That means the computer it's basically a little calculator, right? And we can write some software and change what the CPU does. And we can turn that CPU into a bunch of different types of computers. Now, this is slower than designing a chip made specifically for the purpose, but, it's general purpose. We can use it for all different things. I can play a video game. I can use an Excel spreadsheet. I can watch movies. I can, do lots of different things, right? I can play sound. So
I'd be able to connect it really well if I knew anything about a chip. But I get where you're coming from. It makes sense.
What I'm saying is the chips are generic. They're like the way computers process instructions, right? So there's code, and it goes through the processor, and the way the code is a bunch of adds, multiplies, things like that, right? That's all it is, right? It's just basically a little calculator.
Like a signal? Like a endlessly generated signal?
Well, no, like no. The gates actually mean things, right? So, like, it's like, okay, so you got a light switches on and off.
Oh, you're saying it's more like light. Okay.
No. Chips, computer chips have transistors in them. Transistors are gates, right? So they're they either pass electricity or they don't. Just like a light switch, right? When the light switch is off, the switch is disconnected, right? The metal isn't touching each other, and the light's off.
Okay.
But when you turn it on, you make a connection, the light goes on. This is doing this. They're doing the same thing, just differently. It's a transistor.
Right.
So the transistor operates slightly differently, but there's billions of these transistors.
Billions?
Yeah. I up to billions? Yeah, I think they're on billions now.
Really?
Yeah.
Billions. Wait, how do I?
But wouldn't designing the hardware also have to go with designing the software? right?
Well,
Like,
yeah, these things are done together. It's not like they're done independently.
Yeah.
Like when they engineer the chip, they're designing the chip with a target in mind. They have a target. Like, we want to be able to run this software. What type of chip design lets us run this type of software most efficiently? Because there's different types of mathematical forms, right? And the way that's like, it's like almost like it's like a layer cake. At the bottom is the light switches, but then there's another layer called binary, and then there's a layer above that called assembly language, and then there's a layer above that called like C programming language. And each one does like a good old translation to get it down, but the bare bones translation is just flipping switches on and off. The thing is, like, you can tailor the design of the chip so that it favors one methodology as opposed to another. But they don't but the way they've designed chips is to make it very general, so that all different types of computations are available and run well. A quantum computer can't do that. Only whatever it's designed for is going to run well. But one thing is that this is seen in the video game. How can an Xbox, if you look at the specs on an Xbox and compare it to like the specs on a PC, right? Yeah. Like the memory, and you like, how can an Xbox even be remotely comparable to this PC that has all this compute power? It's because that chip is designed for the specific purpose of rendering graphics. They're programming almost directly to hardware, right? So every time one of these layers that I was just talking about, every one of these layers is a cost of processing speed. Yeah. The lower you can go to directly programming to the chip, the faster it runs. Okay. So when you have an Xbox console and the code is designed for the chip, they make a SDK, a software development kit, and you use that, right? And in that is compilers, so that you compile to code that works on their chip. Yeah. It's made to be very efficient because it's targeted for the type of operations that their graphics program runs.
Right. Okay. So that's talked about beforehand.
Yeah. So it's very targeted. Yeah. All this stuff is like, these companies are colluding, right? It's not like Microsoft says, I'm making an Xbox and I'm just going to like throw it on Electronic Arts when we feel like it. It's a collaboration between all these companies. It's like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, as long as you're not price fixing. You know what I mean? So, but a quantum computer has the problem of it can't be made general purpose, so it has to be specific purpose, and it's pretty much useless for anything outside its original purpose. That's if it works. That's only if it works. The thing is, they haven't even proven that it works yet. Because the problem is something called quantum degeneracy, right? So what they are trying to do, right? When two quantum particles, they haven't. Nobody has successfully made any quantum computer, regardless of what anybody says. Does not exist yet.
Man, there's got to be
the idea. They know. Look, they have the idea in their head on what they want to do. The thing is, there's a couple problems that haven't been solved yet. And one is degeneracy. So you have to be able to read out. I'm going to explain what it is. So, like when I write a piece of software, right, it stores that information in the memory of the computer, right? A bunch of ones and zeros is stored in the memory of the computer. The storage in a quantum computer is in the states of the quantum particles that are entangled, right? So you take two particles and you interact them, and when they interact, right, that property they interacted, say it's the spin of the particle, say they interacted that way, right? So now one particle will have a spin up and one particle will have a spin down, and if I want to know the state of the other particle, all I have to do is interact with this particle over here, and I instantaneously know the state of the other particle. So that's how you would read out memory. The thing is, this thing called quantum degeneracy, where this state of storage, right? This like particle on the left has an upspin, particle on the right has a downspin, it will spontaneously degenerate into it does no longer correlates to the other particle. Right? So now your memory is useless. You have no memory. Now you just have random noise. Right? They haven't figured that out. They haven't figured out how to actually keep two entangled particles in a quantum entangled state without degenerating into another state long enough to be able to do any type of computer processing. And that, I know that might sound like a bunch of crazy fucking quantum gibberish, but it's really simple. Imagine you had a light switch, right? And you want to know, every time you want to know if the light's on in your house, you got to go get that switch. But there's a non-zero chance that when you go there, the switch, for some unknown reason, some invisible mouse in your house might flip it or might not flip it. But you're never going to know if they did that. And you're trying to, use the state of that switch inside of a piece of software, right? That you want you to give you the answer to some problem, but the light degenerated and it spontaneously switched, and then you read it out and you got the wrong answer. Now, what do you do about it? Right? You got the wrong. It's giving you the wrong answer. So, what's the tolerable error? How many times can I get the wrong answer? How can I correct for this shit? Right? So, these are all things that are already done in computers now. All this stuff is like, because computers aren't perfect, right? This floating point errors, moron was talking to me earlier saying it had nothing to do with memory. Stupidest shit I ever heard. He's another person that was gaslighting. Anyway, what
was his name?
Bacon? Was that his name? He was here this morning. Was it Bacon?
I don't know. I was here.
Mason? Yeah. Something. I don't know either. Sounded young. Anyway. The point is that it's like having memory that degrades, right? That like, if you wait too long, the memory in the computer isn't like what was stored initially. It's something else. But in the quantum realm, this shit's happening in less than microseconds. The way you can think of it is data integrity. The data is being corrupted before the data can be processed.
So they can't control right? Like they're trying to turn it into a transistor, into an on-off, where we know when it's on and when it's off, and it stays that way.
They need it to stay that way indefinitely until they can actually take that piece of data and run it in the piece of software.
Yeah.
But if you don't know that if it degenerated or not, right? If it has an error, right, of an unknown that you can't quantify, then what the hell are you going to do? You never know if what you did is the true value of the computation because you don't know if it read out a state that existed or not.
This is the same as the double slit, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
If you observe it, it'll be this. If you don't observe it, it does something else. It's a wave.
Yeah. That's almost exactly the problem. That doing a so-called readout, determining the quantum state, destroys the state.
Yeah.
What do they call it? Non-destructive testing, right? So there's types of testing where you can test something and you don't destroy the sample. But then there's destructive testing where you test it and the sample is destroyed. And now nobody can ever verify the results of your test because now there's no sample. They love doing this in the criminal justice system context. They love doing this. Oh, sorry, we can't give your defense attorney a sample to test by his own guy because this was a destructive test. See you in 30 years. Have a nice day.
They destroyed that technology, and it's a difficult process, painful process.
My God. Don Pettit's in the wrong industry. He should be like a what is it? Public relations for corporate America.
That's why I never really.
It'll just be his answer to everything. Anytime they come up, like anytime the company does something bad and they have to like excuse it, you just, well, I'd give you the answer to that, but we destroyed the technology. And it's a painful process to build it back. Yeah, but like you tasered your employees. Like what? It's just like a little robot. He just keeps repeating it over and over again. That's all it says. That'd be awesome. We should make a doll.
Wag the dog. Wag the tail. Wag the dog. You seen that? Robert
Yeah,
De
Wag the
Niro.
dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should make a Don Pettit doll. Would that be like? Would you have to give him royalties? No, like we make a little Don Pettit doll with a pull string, right? And it says the dumb shit he says. We sell it to NASA fanboys, and they'll actually think it's probably cool. Be as smart as Don Pettit. He's an astronaut.
Oh, who's he gonna sue? Like, chugga chugga chugga. Yeah, I want that one.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Pull the string, goes chugga chugga chugga.
Oh man.
But Elon Musk, man.
Yeah.
Some Glover came in. He posted a picture of Elon Musk. He sent his the Starlink base stations to Ukraine to save them from them nasty Russians. So you know what my answer was? I sent him. I don't know. You know that guy John Titor that claimed he was a time traveler from the future?
Yeah.
It was an internet thing, but he took a picture of his time machine. So I sent Ukraine time machines. They're going to go back and kick Russia's ass before they were ever formed.
What's that movie? Yeah, like that on the movie. What's that movie? There's a movie where they go back in time and recruit people to come out fight.
Oh, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? What is it? Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure?
No, it's a new one.
Get Plato and Aristotle and all those. A new one.
Yeah. There's a new one. Yeah. Same idea though. Yeah.
God, we live in a clown world, man. Absolute clown world.
Yeah, the more you look into it, the scarier it gets. You know, like you don't want to believe.
That president of Ukraine guy in the fucking green khakis, dude. I can't get over them. Dude, they're so clean and pressed. It's like listen, it's like absurdly clean and pressed. I'm a wartime leader. Look at me. I got green khakis. It means I'm a fighter. Don't you see my clothing?
Look at how new they look.
That's exactly. They're so new looking. Like literally, like he like took them out of the package before he walked in front of the podium. Like literally. Oh, what am I wearing? He just literally like. You know how like they go on the runways at like modeling shows and stuff? Like he's got a dressing room like before he goes in. What am I playing now? You're playing wartime president. Get in there. When do I go back to being a dancer?
You only need to flash a couple of like photos. Man, it's like a movie. It's like they're putting a movie on TV, and you're like.
I started getting like a lot of the. How do you characterize it? I want to say it's propaganda, but it's just stupid people on YouTube doing propaganda for free.
Yep.
I started getting that in my feed. And so, like, I don't know why, but I feel like compelled to watch some of these, so I watch one. So this guy trying to do an honest analysis, like, why is Putin doing what he's doing? Like, why is he really doing this? And then, like, the whole thing is just a bunch of bullcrap. And, of course, you look at it, then this guy's fundraising money to give to the people of Ukraine, right? Sure he is. I'm sure they're going to get every penny.
Because one nation under God, you know, because...
I'm just saying, like, this is just a random guy just regurgitating the mainstream bullshit, right?
Yeah.
I actually took the time and went and watched Vladimir Putin gave a speech before they invaded. like minutes while they were invading. Obviously, you don't tell the enemy before you do it. So he gave a speech. It was like an hour and 45 minutes, and it was basically a history lesson on Russia. Russia and Ukraine. Like, dude, like for real, you can't even imagine an American president ever doing something like that. It's pretty crazy. Like what the government did, what fucking Lenin did, what Stalin did, the agreements, like listing the agreements that were signed. Like he's just like going through in like infinite, excruciating detail. Like, dude, like it was crazy.
Like exposing stuff, or was
no, just going through the regular history of everything that's happened, like everything that's happened between Russia and Ukraine, like because Ukraine used to be a part of Russia, but then Ukraine became not a part of Russia, and that's because Lenin gave it away, and he said that even though he said that Lenin, and then Stalin did some other stuff, and he's just going through the history, but he said yes. We are willing to accept that Lenin made a bad decision and gave Ukraine away. Right? He says all that stuff. And then this guy, and his YouTube thing says, Putin says that Ukraine's part of Russia and that's why he's invading. It's not anything like what he said. Nothing like it.
Yeah, he said something about
he said
NATO.
He specifically said, there's neo-Nazis in the Ukraine. And this is like objectively true. It's actually not actually false, right? So this is objectively true. They're not a part of the official Ukrainian army. They're basically a band of mercenaries that are allowed to run around. But, you know, we do the same thing, right? If you're captured, we're going to deny your existence. Right? You don't exist. We're going to deny that you were working for us. You know, that we do this stuff too. And then, like, it's so funny. They do this stuff in movies, right? Okay, Rambo, we're going to send you in. But if you get captured or killed, you were doing this on your own. We don't even know you existed. You did not do this for the U.S. You're not doing this officially for the U.S. government. You're a rogue agent, right? So this is like a plot in thousands of movies. But when it happens in real life and another country says this is happening, that's completely implausible. What do you think? This is a movie? You can't make this crap up. But whatever. Like, but their argument was, oh my God, they're saying the president of Ukraine is harboring neo-Nazis. He's a Jew. This is their argument. That there's no neo-Nazis in Ukraine because he's a Jew. Well, is he a Jew?
Is he?
I don't know. Is he? I'm wondering. So I'm like, I'm going to find out. Is this guy a Jew? So I go find out. Turns out his grandfather was a Jew in the Holocaust. Somehow he survived. There's so many Holocaust survivors compared to the people that died. Like, I don't know how that happened, but it happened. So his grandfather survived the Holocaust. Great. But in the Jewish religion, the lineage is matriarchal. Like, nobody knows that the lineage in Judaism is matriarchal. It doesn't pass from father to father. It passes from mother. Passes by the woman, not the man.
In Judaism.
In Judaism.
Okay.
So to Jews, he's not a Jew. So isn't that really the arbiter of who a Jew is? People that are actual Jews?
Yeah, correct.
You think, right? Like, who's the arbiter of who's in a particular religious sect? People that are in that religious sect? So if you use that test, if you use that test, is he a Jew? No, he's not a Jew. I say, okay, so we forget the lineage thing. Let's go to the other thing. Does he go to synagogue? Right? Is he a practicing Jew? Is he going to synagogue? He's not doing that either. So in what sense is he a Jew? Like, I don't get it. He's not a Jew in any sense of the word. And it's also the whole thing about the Nazis, like as if the Nazis' only thing of existence was, we hate Jews. We only exist to hate Jews. No, they were National Socialists. Their ideology is extreme nationalism. extreme nationalism, right? Like whatever they define as their nationalism. So there's people in Ukraine that are extreme nationalists. They're like, Ukrainians, whatever that is, right? I don't know what their criteria is to make you a Ukrainian, but in Germany, they had a criteria to make you German, that pure blood idea and all that stuff. Okay, and it wasn't just Jews; it was anybody that didn't have pure German blood, did not enjoy full citizenship. This is the ideology of National Socialism: is that you're trying to create
pure blood,
almost like a bloodline. You know what I mean? You're creating criteria of heritage, right? So you got to have a certain heritage, a certain lineage, in order to be accepted to full citizenship. Right, and whoever's in power is the one that decides what that is. Obviously, it's a stupid idea. Okay, it goes without saying. It's a fucking dumb idea. But being a Jew does not exclude you from having that ideology. Right, because that ideology has nothing to do with religion. It was applied in Germany against the Jews because they weren't fucking German. But you can have that ideology, and if it's in Israel, it's not going to apply to the Jews. You could be a neo-Nazi Jew, no problem. That's not a problem. I don't get I don't get it, dude. It's like there's no adults in the room. Like, where did all the adults go? Who is running this shit show?
Not Biden.
Yeah, I don't think it's Biden either. Biden can't control his bladder, okay? He sure as hell isn't running the United States. No, I'm just saying, like, and this is just like some propaganda piece that like they spat like on my YouTube feed. Like, why are you feeding me this stuff? Like, I don't want to see this. Don't. The thing is, I don't have any special ability than this person that's like a YouTuber. That this video is like something like 3 million views. He could have found out all the stuff I found out in literally like 15 minutes. But no, they're too lazy to do that. And like, they just like go with the narrative, dude. There's this certain mindset of people to just like, oh, what did the idiot box say? Oh, I'm going to try and confirm what the idiot box said. And then like, I'm going to base my entire viewpoint of reality on it. Like, I don't get that way of thinking about the world. I really don't.
Well, views. I mean, if they're real people, right? There's views.
If they're real people.
Yeah, to consider. Yeah.
But it's so bad. Like, listen, some of these YouTubers, they've obviously seen I can make some money here because another recommended, this is funny, right? So it's called like Wendell House Productions, and they're doing a video on the Ukraine invasion, and it's titled "Why Putin's Invasion Will Fail." Yada yada yada, a bunch of opinions about why, whatever, right? So I go like Wendell House Productions. I'm like, that's a weird name. So I look it up. It's like someone that started YouTubing as a kid. Like they started like their first, it has like their picture in there about. They were like a kid. They were like 16 years old, and they've been doing this their entire life. They're like a YouTuber on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, a YouTuber, just a YouTuber, someone that's never had any military experience, no logistics experience, no real world experience, has never done anything in their life except for make YouTube videos, right? For 6 years. Yep. They're fucking being recommended by YouTube and promoted, have something like 3 million views about military strategy in the fucking Ukraine. Yep. Think about that for a second. Like, dude, like, can we get someone that's at least a private in the army to like give me the military strategy in the Ukraine? Not some absolute nobody.
Yeah, it's like they don't really care about what's going. It's like how can I stay relevant? You know, like what's something that's clickbaity that I can get? You know what I mean? Like, what can I build a community or my brand around? You know, so there's all these things, and that's why. Yeah, it's like they manipulate the algorithm to get views, but they don't really care about what's going on. I mean,
And then
and then
they also promote video games with military tactics, and then try to put these people that play video games and try to put them into military tactics as if they were in the military when they were not even in the military.
Good. So, well, think about what we just went through, right? Where anything on YouTube related to some B word, and it's not the vagina, some B word that we can't name, YouTube wouldn't let anybody go up on there unless they were an expert. And even if they were an expert, they had to say the right things. Now, in this, any Joe Schmo from Idaho can just make a YouTube video on, military logistics, right?
Yeah.
And that's not disinformation or misinformation, because believe me, anyone that's just has no experience in the military or logistics, right? Actually doing anything.
A LARPer.
Yeah, a LARP, but there's no pretense that this guy has any experience in any of this. There's nothing to indicate on his channel he does. There's no reason to think that this guy has anything noteworthy to say about military operations in the Ukraine. And he's being promoted by YouTube and has something like 3 million views. It blows my mind, man. It's like we are being led by the fucking dumbest people on earth. They're the people that are in charge. Serious. And this is this equity thing. It's instead of having the most competent people do things, today's opposite day, and we're going to have all the dumbest people do everything. Okay, Ronnie Retard, you're in charge of the land management. And, Becky, I know you have a drool problem, but you can be in charge of, shipping. This is what the world has come to. At least the Western world, at least America. It's sad.
Yeah.
It's depressing, seriously. Depressing.
That the content and the content creators have taken over everything, so that what you hear,
yeah, man, dude,
go.
And I'm not a big fan of it's just saying, oh, he's an expert, so he should just be listened to.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
That's not even a fine line. An expert shouldn't be praised like God. But goddamn it, neither should some random content creator that has never done anything in their life. They should not be getting promoted by YouTube. Right? At the very least. Yeah, have videos, that's fine. It's America. Make any content you want, I'm for it. But YouTube should not be actively promoting this person. No way. When their policy is misinformation. Because I guarantee if I make a video saying how Ukraine is a big fuck up and goddamn Putin should have invaded 6 months ago, my video will get pulled.
Yeah. Because it's not. I think the algorithm or whatever is reading the content, because it can add captions to your video so it knows what you're saying when you're talking in it. So I think actually use to see if you've violated any of their whatever, and that's why our videos, Flat Earth and stuff like that, we never get any views, and people like Professor Dave, you know what I mean?
Millions of views, millions.
Yeah. They and then these people who are content creators, they have mastered taking advantage of the algorithm, marketing, right? So these are the people that they rely on to spread the narrative versus the expert, right? Who's too passionate and caught up in his work to worry about how to create videos and edit them and make them look flashy and create thumbnails and all that production.
Production, exactly.
Yeah. So these expert producers, content creators are now the new the news, I guess, because they develop communities that trust them, and that's the
man. That's that's a pretty good insight right there.
Yeah, it's about the communities.
A bunch of little clicks.
Yeah, and the people that are interested in those
clicks. Dirty now, gross. My high school clicks, man. It's just a bunch of YouTube is just a bunch of high school clicks. Right.
Yeah.
It's just what the world needed.
Niche communities. So
I mean, that is the good thing about the internet. 'Cause we got our little niche here, right? I mean, we could say we fall into the same same stereotype, I guess.
But we're not heard. That's what I mean. Like we're not heard or seen because we're on the platform, the major platforms they control. And even if we are, it's by the trolls and but yeah, it's crazy that these people are making these videos. Like, the fuck, this guy doesn't even have a.
He's gonna make thousands of dollars off a video about a subject he knows absolutely nothing about. It amazes me.
His videos are probably going to keep going up, and he's going to get more and more.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna get paid thousands of dollars for that video. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands. I don't know what the rate of pay is, man, but probably easy $10,000 for that little stupid little video about, his silly opinion about what's happening in Ukraine. The goddamn United States government doesn't know what's happening in fucking Ukraine. You think some random YouTuber does? There is 120,000 Russian soldiers inside Ukraine. Inside! You gonna go in there and get them out? You gonna pull them out of there? I mean, you serious? Let's go get them. Let's go get those Russians. Pull them out of Ukraine, one by one.
I saw a commercial. We're supposed to send money to the soup kitchen there.
Oh, which soup kitchen?
It's on the border of the Ukraine and Russia. They said there's some kitchen feeds 500 people a day. We're supposed to send $19.95 a month. And if you do that,
how many months?
If you do that, they also send you a sign up for polar bears and puppies.
Polar bears.
Polar bears are mean, but I'll take the puppies. Puppies are cute.
Yesterday, I was going to buy a baby elephant. I saw that one. If I see it today, I'm going to buy a baby elephant too.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting some, sporting the Ukraine flag as I walk around town. I want a virtue signal that I'm with those freedom fighters that are fighting for democracy. They're so democratic in Ukraine. Let me tell you how democratic Ukraine is. They had a coup d'etat, and then when they had an election, the guy that ran against the guy that's now president was thrown in jail. You can't make this stuff up, man. It's crazy. He had his only viable political opponent thrown in jail as soon as he took power.
Sounds like Mexico or Colombia.
Did you guys hear about they were like negotiating a ceasefire? Did you hear about like one of the negotiators was shot dead?
Sure.
Have you guys heard about this?
No.
This is mainstream. This isn't like conspiracy theory shit.
No.
So they had a team. Ukraine has a team of negotiators. And Russia has their team. They met I think it was on the Polish border, right? Or in Poland, where they were going to negotiate, terms of a ceasefire. On the way back, one of the Ukrainian negotiators was killed by the Ukrainian secret police because he was said that he was committed treason. 4 hours later, they said he died in an operation, some special operation. I don't know why this word is like flying around. In some special operation, he was killed, and that he's a national hero. 4 hours after. So, this super democratic company had an extrajudicial summary trial execution. So you had the trial, the judgment, and the execution, all in a span of about half a second. How long does it take for you to fucking fire a gun? You know, I thought in democratic, civilized countries that like you're innocent until proven guilty, and you have a trial which the facts against you. You have the right to defend yourself, right? Because some things can be taken out of context, or misunderstood, or misinterpreted. So this is the strong democratic republic for Ukraine that is going to sink the world economy. It's fucking madness. Fucking madness.
Then they got a message.
Also, Ukraine is a world supplier of wheat and corn. Did you know that?
Ukraine and Russia together are the world's largest exporter of commodities. Did you know that?
There goes the economy.
Russia is the world's largest energy exporter. Did you know that?
Nope.
Did you know that a lot of the collateral, a lot of the debt that's floating around is not backed by the shit it was backed by in 2008? And now it's backed by commodities. And now the prices of commodities is going through the roof. Nickel, yesterday, hockey sticked. So the price of nickel made the biggest 24-hour jump it's ever made in the history of the nickel market. Yeah. In the
Time to buy
history of so there's something called the Dow. It's called, I think it's the Dow Jones no, it's not Dow Jones. There's a commodity index. I can't remember what the name of it is. It's a commodity index that indexes a basket of commodities and charts their price. So also yesterday, it had the biggest 24-hour increase it's ever had in its history. So it's a basket of commodities. And commodities are hard goods, right? They're not conceptual things like stocks and bonds. They're actually physical things. So you think about it like this. I am in debt, okay? I'm leveraged. So I'm a banker. I'm leveraged, meaning that I own stock. But I bought them on account, which means I borrowed the money to have them. I know that if that stock price falls below a certain amount, I need to raise money to make a margin call. The only way I can raise money is to sell this other stock I have, or commodities. What do they call them? Commodities futures. Well, now, or I pledge commodities as collateral. So that's the real problem. If you have pledged commodities as collateral, right, and you default, right, you have to go into the market to buy commodities, right? Say I had a contract that says, okay, if I default under the contract, that I have to pay you X number of barrels of fucking oil. Then I go into the market, the price of oil has gone through the fucking roof, and now I can't buy oil. Now I default in the contract, which triggers all sorts of shit, right? It triggered, if they had credit default swaps, it triggers their insurance, right? So say they were insured against default of the person they borrowed money to. Now their insurance on the hook. Now say that they have to go into the market and buy the same commodity the other guy didn't have to buy to cover his fucking ass. Now he can't buy that commodity either, rising, making the price rise. This is a potential for a crazy ass snowball. This is like, I'm probably freaking everybody out on here. It's reminding me of the 2008 financial crisis all over again. That's really the problem I'm having.
What about World War III? Bad enough?
Well, yeah, that's a problem too, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think anyone's that stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, really got to say, how much do they want to hold on to power? Are they willing to kill everybody to do it? I mean, that's really the only equation.
Especially with the pandemic and all. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Time to get more toilet paper, I guess.
Yep. You heard it here first on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Stock up on toilet paper.
Hand sanitizers.
And sanitizer, that's right. You don't want to get coronavirus by handling someone else's firearm. You might have to pick it up when they go down.
Don't know what to focus on, like.
Yeah, exactly. This is so many things going. That's really the thing that at least like concerns me, is that so many things are going wrong simultaneously. Is that can it be handled? Like it's like, I know a lot of people, especially here, probably think this shit's engineered. I'm not saying it wasn't. Could be. All this shit could be theater. It could be other shit going on that we don't even see.
Yeah.
And that this is all just like what we see on TV is all just like an act, right? To justify when everything goes bad, right? Oh, it was the Russians that made the whole world collapse, right? They had to invade Ukraine. It wasn't the fact that they printed fucking 4 times the amount of currency that was already in circulation. That had nothing to do with it. They did that because of coronavirus.
I was wondering why Putin, I was like, why? Like, what is he? I know he's not stupid, but why risk?
Because he knows everybody else is fucked. I think I think really,
yeah.
Personal opinion is he knows everybody else is fucked. And he knows that Ukraine's got a lot of natural resources. Right on the other side of Ukraine's a bunch of NATO people. They're doing all this stuff. You don't think they have their intelligence sources? They do, right? They know shit we're doing. We know shit they're doing.
He have done.
Said, I'm not waiting for them to fucking make their decision. He's like, you're close. You're close enough. Like, I know you're in a fuck situation. There's no way out for you. You're gonna try something desperate. So before you do that, I'm gonna take that shit away from you.
Yeah.
There's the other thing people haven't mentioned is that there's a bunch of U.S. biolabs in Ukraine. Yeah, biological warfare labs.
Yo, what's a biolab got other than vaccines?
Pardon me?
I said, what are the biological weapons other than vaccines?
What are biological weapons? Well, there's anthrax. There's a regular biological weapons that have been, even though they're not supposed to be used. Actually, hold on.
Looking for just an example. I'm curious.
Oh, anthrax. Weaponized anthrax.
I got vaccinated for that. I'm safe, I think. Just kidding.
You got vaccinated for anthrax?
Yeah, when I was in the Marine Corps.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, unfortunately. I got like 4 out of the 5 series, and they stopped the last series because somebody took it to court and said, hey, this anthrax vaccine protects against this kind of anthrax, not this kind of anthrax, so they stopped it.
Well, I mean, if you get, like, when you're in the military, you don't have, like, normal rights of people.
No.
Like, you know that, dude. This is like, I'm not telling you anything.
Well, when I was in, I was like, I was brainwashed anyways. I wasn't like I didn't think the thing was bad for me.
Yeah.
Now
Here's the thing about biological weapons and chemical weapons. They are legal to use on your own soil. They're only illegal to use against an enemy, a foreign enemy. But you can use them on your own soil. And most people don't know that. So when people say, oh, Saddam Hussein, he committed a war crime when he gassed his own people, you know what? Even though he didn't do that, and the record shows that it was actually the Iranians that did that, and this is easily verifiable because there's a report that came out by the U.S. government, came out of the U.S. Army War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Okay, turned out that the Iranians are the ones that gassed the Kurds. But even if Iraq did gas the Kurds, it was perfectly legal and not a war crime. And I was talking to someone else earlier. This is a sign that like they're all in the same club. When you have a bunch of countries that get together and they're coming up with a document that states war crimes, and they all agree that using chemical weapons, biological weapons, nerve agents, and other what will you call them, weapons of mass destruction on your own people is okay, but it's not okay to use on other people. There's something wrong there.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's the Hague Convention, which prohibits projectile rounds like hollow points, which cops use and such. But like U.S. isn't actually signed to that. When I was in Fallujah, the actually, gunnery sergeant came around and handed out 5.56 hollow points. I didn't even know those things existed. And he's like, "Don't tell anybody we gave you these." But isn't that just ridiculous? We can shoot a 50 cal at somebody's face, but we can't use a hollow point.
Yeah, you're not supposed to You're not supposed to use munitions that could mutilate people. But obviously, a fucking artillery round's gonna mutilate you, right? But I don't know how they made the distinction. It's like undue mutilation. Like I don't get it. But it's like the laws of land warfare only apply to nations fighting each other. They don't apply to a nation killing the people within their own country. So if a bunch of biological weapons are set up in Ukraine, so now Ukraine has biological weapons. If Russia tries to invade Ukraine, now they can just gas the shit out of the Russians that come along, right? They can also gas their own people, and they can do whatever else they want.
I just don't think the gassing is a very effective weapon. You know what I mean? Like, don't you have to have people in a closed space? Isn't the atmosphere going to suck that up if you're doing it over a crowd of people?
I mean, it's like, has anybody ever actually got like modern? From what I've heard, VX nerve gas, like one single drop will kill something like 30,000 people.
That was in The Rock. I don't know if that's legit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That was in The Rock. I mean, I don't know. Like that the actual information is classified, so like nobody really knows that shit, except for people working on it.
If you look up like a old Army bioweapon book manual, it'll be like chapters and chapters and chapters about viruses and vaccines and such. Which is kind of weird that they know all this shit.
Well, they've been doing testing on the U.S. military since the early 1900s rather. The Spanish influenza. They have a lot of experience. They were vaccinating soldiers during World War I. Yeah,
they killed a lot of them, I heard.
Yeah, a lot of them died. Like, it's fucking... Ugh. That's in the past. Don't worry about that. That'll never happen again. Right? Right?
Yeah, we have to worry about Ukraine now. That's it.
Oh, yeah. We got to worry about Ukraine.
Oh, jeez.
They're a fledgling democracy. Inside every Ukrainian is an American trying to get out. And by the way, I'm selling this bridge. And that's some beachfront property in Arizona.
You want to hear the most fucked up thing we did to somebody in Iraq?
Oh, why not? Let's cap this day.
It was a second Fallujah battle. You can look it up. I was there. And we had to clear every room in the entire city because I guess you could call them insurgents. Most of them are Iraqi or like Syrian or whatever. Well, they would sit in the room and they would wait to have that opportunity to just kill one of us. They know they're going to die, 100%, but they want that chance rather than surrendering. So we had to do it that way. And, we had some guys fire white phosphorus in the room on a Iraqi dude, and he was like screaming like you wouldn't believe. And they did that because they wanted to try to scare the other guys out. Like, hey, you're going to get white phosphorus. That was probably the most fucked up thing I saw.
Yeah. Why? See, that boggles my mind. Why would they send you room to room? Why wouldn't you use other methods? Didn't you have dogs or anything?
They're trying to have the guy scream in pain so much that the other guys would surrender.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying, as a military strategy for the city and clearing every room in the city, why wouldn't you use other methods to clear every room? Like use dogs.
Oh, we were using every other methods, but this was just a method to.
Oh, yeah, just that one.
We would, have to go
example.
The door. Every now and then, a guy would get capped.
Yeah. Should have never been there in the first place, but it is what it is.
Yeah, the other fucked up thing I saw when I was on a convoy. This army like APV got hit by an IED, and they're all dead. And we're having to put them in the body bags. And one of the army guys, his head is like a pancake, completely smashed. But the doc wouldn't let us put him in the body bag until his heart stopped. That shit took like 20 minutes, dude.
Oh man, that's fucked up.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Damn, man, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I'm lucky though now, man. I asked for an increase like a couple years ago from the VA, and they gave me 100% final with like per life. I get like $3,300 a month, tax free and free dental. That was the shit right there. So I got blessed. Nobody gets that.
Yeah. Hopefully it maintains.
Now I'm living in Thailand. If any of you guys are lonely, come to Thailand. My Tinder profile, after I weeded out all the obvious hookers and ladyboys, I have like 85 matches, dude. I'm like the only foreigner here.
Oh boy. Well, Mr. Texan.
In Thailand, it's the other way around, dude. Like in America, the girls, you got to chase the girls everywhere, do all this bullshit, play games. Here, the tables are turned, dude. They're chasing you. I think it's because there's more women here per capita, like born per capita. And then like a decent percentage of the dudes are like gay or lady boys. And then a lot of the dudes don't treat the females as nice as like Westerners do. So yeah, you come over there, you're frong, dude. They'll love you long time, for real.
Yeah.
So there's not enough manly men.
Well, just don't catch gonorrhea. You'll be doing good.
Oh, I caught that like 12 years ago, dude. That sucked. Yeah.
Get the needle or the thing in your thing?
No, I didn't do that, thank goodness. I was up in Udon Thani with my friend. I slept with this chick that said she was a DJ, dude. She's definitely not a DJ. And yeah, dude, I didn't speak any Thai, and we were just like Thai family, the Thai mafia boss, and like we were watching cockfighting and stuff. And like my buddy, all he knew how to say was like his wiener is sick in Thai. I don't even know how to say that actually, even though I speak a lot of Thai. And dude, they took me to the doctor, man, and oh yeah, he like bandaged it up, and I think he gave me like penicillin and then some other pill that made my piss turn Gatorade orange, so it didn't hurt when I peed, but it was gone in a couple days. No big deal. I think the females don't have symptoms, so they like they don't realize they have it.
When I was living in California in LA, like I was with one of the girls, and one of my Mexican friends that spoke Mexican looked at me and tapped his thing, right, and gave me a look with his face and tapped his his dick area and shook his head and gave me a look, and I was like, oh her, okay. I walked away.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing, like
from LA. That's where I moved from in September.
So how long you lived in?
I just moved here September 1st, paid $2,000, got myself a I don't know what I'm a volunteer for, but got a volunteer 15-month visa. And I'm just living in hotels right now. I had a penthouse, but I changed my mind on that one. I lost a bunch of money. But I'd rather not be tied down. Maybe I want to go hang out on an island or something, Yeah. But yeah, doing a hotel life. And dude, we got to wear masks outside though here, dude. It sucks. In regards to that.
I mean, say that now. Never mind.
That's basically all of Southeast Asia, though. They're way behind the power curve on getting rid of the mandates and such. But yeah, to do 14 or 15 day quarantine, that sucked actually. and I had to take because I didn't get no vaccine, but I had to take 3 of those PCR tests. Man, that actually sucked really bad. I hate that.
Up your nose.
Yeah, like the guy who did it in America, dude, he like went to the outside of my nostril and basically picked a booger, and I was like, dang, that's actually quite pleasant. But when I got to Thailand, dude, and when I had to take the test while I was on quarantine, dude, they jammed that thing way up there. And it's like right to when you're about to cry or sneeze, dude, and then they let go. I hate that thing. But the other day I went into a club and they're like, you don't have your vaccine ID card? I'm like, no. They're like, well, you have to pay $100 and take one of those rapid tests. $100, like $3. I'm like, all right. And so they hand me the thing and they're like, all right, go to the bathroom and test yourself. Right. So I go to the bathroom and I pull the thing out and I didn't even test. I just walked right back out and handed it to them. Like, man, that thing better not come back positive. I didn't even touch anything. But yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. But yeah, I lived over here before. I went to university over here. I used my GI Bill back in 2007 to 2010. The cost of living is ridiculous. My phone bill is like $5 a month, which it is in a lot of third world countries. You just gotta like top it up with some credit, like a couple bucks, and they give you free. Who's this chick? They give you free data. So everybody uses like WhatsApp or Line app or Instagram or Facebook Messenger or whatever. And yeah, it's just a few dollars a month. We were getting hosed in America. Bong, don't you live in like Australia? I remember you're one of the first people I met on here back in the day.
Yeah, I'm in Sydney. Yep.
Oh,
it's raining. Dude. It's raining here. It's flooding. Yeah. Bad things are happening here too. Floods.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. You think that's like legit, or there's a lot of people posting on my Facebook feed that's like, they're manipulating the weather. They're manipulating the climate change.
Like CERN. CERN. I mean, what's the name of the
Oh, I know what you're talking about. In like Alaska or something.
Yeah,
HAARP.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder too. Is this normal or is it... Oh, I forgot the name of the program.
Somebody just said it.
What was it?
HAARP. HAARP is the program being run. But if you read Project Lockstep, that Rockefeller document from 2010, they say that how they're going to create this whole descent thing was going to be through starting with a pandemic and then using weather or freak occurrences in weather to also reduce the numbers. So I think worldwide, everyone's either experiencing higher temperatures than normal or more rainfall than normal. And all of this has been demonstrated to be manipulatable. But yet people still think that this is a byproduct of humans whereas it's actually geoengineering on a grand scale. They even call it geoengineering. You can pay for either dry skies so that there's no rain, or you can pay for rain. So anytime your government says to you that they're anticipating a drought, means they could pay to have it rain, or they are paying to make it a drought. I think.
Yeah, a lot of people lost their houses here. Ours, jobs, and there's 2 more days left of rain. That's what the news said, right?
I mean, that's
It
truly
reminds me of the
fascinating.
fires, dude. Like they're like burning people out, flooding people out, taking away your ATM machine.
Using natural means as well as artificial means to achieve their goals. What's interesting about HARP is that if you actually go look at the documentation about why HARP was established or what its core purpose is, one of the things that it states there is electrifying the ionosphere. So the original HARP program was done to create certain signals that could change the static charge that's present on the ionosphere. And the ionosphere is the thing that bounces signals back. Some people call it a dome. But if they created this program to change the frequency of our dome and how that could affect weather and all these other things, let alone the fact that they can actually guide rainstorms with HARP technology. So, crazy.
Yeah, I don't think anything leaves this place, not even radio signals.
This is actually something I wanted to ask a baller one day. You know, they talk about gravitational lensing, that the gravity of something bends the light and can bend radio signals. Now, how is it that we are able to transmit or even receive on the Earth if we're said to have this gravitational field? This gravitational field should be bending the signals around the Earth, that the signal never returns back to Earth because of gravitational lensing. So they call it a gravity pocket. This gravity pocket would basically put you in the center of this thing, like an envelope, and all the electromagnetic fields would travel around the outside of the envelope, never entering the envelope. We're existing in the envelope. So them claiming gravity can cause the warping and distorting of light and electromagnetic waves, but yet it doesn't occur here on the Earth where we claim we have a gravitational field. It's just double speak again.
And it happened all the way up north in Brisbane. So it happened way up north, and then it moved south, and it just destroyed everything on the way. It's like very coincidental, right? Back to back to back to back.
And isn't it generally that your storm cycles start in the bottom east and actually move northward?
No, I'm not sure, but we don't usually have these rains like this. Like, you know, that is super heavy rains. Last year we had heavy rains, but not. This year was worse.
Just the directionality of the storm cycle or the storm system it's not making sense. If you look at the eastern coast of America as well, they would always, the storm would start sort of in the Gulf and it would make landfall somewhere near Florida and then very soon exit back into the ocean. Nowadays, we're getting storm systems making landfall all up and down that eastern front of the United States. Massive floods all over the place. Apparently in the Middle East, they were recording temperatures above 60 Celsius. I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit, but probably like 120. So effectively, people were unable to rehydrate themselves, even if they stuck a hose pipe down their throat, refilling their body with water. Their body would not be able to absorb the water at the same rate that the body was giving off the water. People were starting to die of dehydration, walking with a bottle of water in their hands.
Where was this?
In the Middle East. The country name escapes me now. But there was recorded of 60 degrees Celsius above. So if you don't have AC, you're basically going to die.
That's freaking hot.
What a fever does when your body hits 39 or 40 degrees. Your body's basically dying on a cellular level at that temperature. You are outside of the homeostasis, or the normal amount of power, or the normal range that your cells would consider normal. It's frightening. It's going to be incredible storms and incredible temperatures.
Did anyone see that Project Veritas video where he did like an undercover interview with a high up, I don't know if it was CNN or some major newspaper in America, and they said after the Coco-19, they've got global warming or climate change ready to go. They've already got the stories written and everything like that. Anyone see that?
Got the link?
Yeah, but I'm gonna have a look now. I'll send it to you.
We've got a great show coming up for you guys. So stay tuned. Don't touch that dial. Back after these messages from our sponsors.
Hey, Paul, I'm struggling to find it right now, but once I dig it out, I'll send it to you and I'll DM you, okay?
Thanks, man.
No worries. Anyone got music, Bart?